Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. So we are on day 3, and they took Thursday and Friday off. Thursday was a federal holiday here in the United States, and then Friday they were off. Judge said that they had business to attend to, but the jury did not show up. So Rafa was hanging out outside just now as we were getting prepared about an hour or so ago. We were getting prepared for today. We're going to be dual streaming today. Monica Sementili has her sentencing today at 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific. So we're going to stream over there. We'll stream her sentencing, but then we're also going to obviously be here. This will be my main focus here. And then we've got some of our mod squad is going to be handling Monica and her sentencing. I will be watching, of course, but they'll be taking notes in case anything happens. So Aaron and I are hanging out, getting ready for these streams, and I hear this meow, 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 and I look over. I thought it was Rafa at first. I thought Rafa was meowing. I look over, and there's this little black cat, probably about the size that Rafa and Paulie were this time last year. They adopted us pretty much right around this time last year. I think the 14th, 15th is when we first started to take pictures. And this little black cat was about the same size, and Rafa comes blazing in. He's like, he didn't want to have anything to do with that little black cat. So, of course, I couldn't just sit there, let it meow. So I got some food, and I took it back and gave him some food, or her food, and took about another half hour before the cat ate. I don't know if it's male or female yet, but the little guy, I'll say. So he ate and didn't eat the whole thing. I gave him a blop of food, pretty much the size of what I would give Rafa and Paulie and Super Ball. So this little dude ate probably 70% of it. So did not finish it. Then I looked back and he was like pawing at the food. So I opened the door, went back, and of course he took off. So I'm not sure what we're going to do yet with that little guy, but who's with us today? Let's see. We got Baca, good morning to you, and Jeff Taylor, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Psychosaurus Rex, how are you? And Angela, Philly Will, good to see you. For Baby's mom, therapist you know. Shelby Allen, Kathy Davis, and Brenda Mayer. Fala, hello to you. Suber, always good to see you. Oh my, you okay there, kid? Oh, wow. You okay? All right. You gonna make it? Okay. I think she'll be all right. Seems like she'll be all right. Let's see. Suber for Baby's mom. Mary, good to see you. And Widespread Panic. Hope everybody's feeling okay from the weekend. I know Hellcat's in here. Diana, how are you? Good to see you. Shirley Roth saying hello. Hellcat, there you are. Good morning to you. Only fan, hello, funky people. Pugs Mama, good morning from Rhode Island. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good morning to you. Lucy, Snakes Will Hiss. Can I have on the evidence so far? Going to play juror. I'm assuming I'm not sure what TLDR means. Alice, hello to you. Ruby, good morning to you. Hellcat, so happy. Parade tomorrow, yes. So Oklahoma City Thunder won yesterday. They won Game 7 against the Indiana Pacers. So they are the NBA NBA champions. No, hello to you. Meg, good to see you. Let's see, who else is with us? JWD, good to see you. Mary Brown, one of my favorite YouTubers. Aw. Too long, didn't read. Gotcha. Thank you. Well, we will do a recap as best as we can. So we have Raul Valle. He was 16 years old when this happened, and there was a fight. All right, here's the story. So you got Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery, and Faison Teal. They all got stabbed. Then you got Jimmy McGrath. He got stabbed and he was deleted. So you've got these kids that were from Fairfield Prep, right? So it was Griffin, Griffin's not in here because he wasn't stabbed, but it was Griffin and Ryan. They went to a party. Raul was there with some of his buddies, and they said, and no, you can't come in because this is St. Joe's. This is the St. Joe's party. So they took Ryan's beer, and then they were going to, Ryan and gosh, who else was going to fight? Ryan and Tyler were going to fight. So then Raul came up and he did sucker punch. I did see that. He sucker punched Ryan, and then Ryan and Tyler got in a tussle. That broke up. Then they went to this other party that was Fairfield. They went to that party, and then Raul and Jack and Tyler showed up at that, and some kids surrounded about 30 kids surrounded their car, and they were shaking it and doing all this stuff. And I think they left, and then they came back again, and that's when two Tylers got into a fight. These two Tylers got into a fight. The group pushed the one Tyler out to the street, and as he was getting pushed out to the street, Raul had gone back to the car, apparently got a knife, came back into the group, stabbed Faison, Tom, and Ryan. They all survived, but Jimmy was stabbed in the heart, and he pretty much died right. Pretty much died right there. So that's like the 30,000 foot recap of where we stand right now. Raul says it was self-defense. Obviously, the state is saying it wasn't. It was premeditated. So he is facing first degree and then 3 first degree assaults on Ryan, Tom, and Faison. So we have a seal. Let me get us over there. Nothing's happening here yet, but we can still get ourselves over here. Let me see. We'll put us here. Oh, I can definitely come down in size. I don't need to be that big. Okay, we'll go like there. All right. So that's where we stand right now. So Fiola is feeling better. Awesome. Slept 25 hours. Saturday slept for about 25 hours. Good. Susie, good morning to you. Good to see you. Joni, you're a Thunder fan too. All right, I gotcha. Just be kind to Joe. Joe Schmo is Indiana Pacers fan, so if he's in our chat, be kind to him. Irish Amy saying hello to everybody. Furry greetings to newbie little black cat too. Oh, I know. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're going to do with that little black cat. I can't even deal with that right now. Can't even deal. Oh, and our little, the little Ginger, the kitten Ginger, if you guys remember, we were watching Kitty Cam and Polly licked his eye and it's been closed ever since. So I got to take him over to the vet probably tomorrow morning before we start the stream. I got to call the vet, see if I can get him over because they said like if you let it go for more than 2 or 3 days, it's a problem, and his little eye is shut. Poor little guy. I feel so sorry for him, and I think it's because Mom licked his eye. So we've been trying to flush it and keep it clean, but poor little guy. Sherry Ann, good morning. I live in Oklahoma and I'm very proud of the boys. Very cool. Carol, good morning to you. It's not up to the humans, the cats decide. I know. Well, like I said, Rafa and Polly, they adopted us this time last year. We were looking through our pictures and images. I think it was July 14th, I think is the first image that we took. And then it took them about a week or two for Rafa to warm up, and then Polly warmed up. Wow.
I know. That's optimistic.
What's optimistic?
All right, looks like we got a hot mic here.
Oh. This guy's not as long.
Let's see here. If you want to do an exchange student kitty situation, I volunteer as Irish auntie to any and all kitties. I wish you were within 10 miles of us because you'd have like 4 of them right now. Saline solution. Yeah, we've been flushing it with a solution that we have. I'm going to call the vet. I got to call the vet at some point today and see if I can get him over there. Speaking of, I think I hear Polly right now. Hellcat, you went downtown last night. Very good. And you're here to talk about it. I would have still been like hungover from the euphoria. I am a Cleveland fan, so when the Cavaliers won in 2016, 2017, I was in Florida, but I went to visit my mom about a week after they won and the parade and everything, and everybody was just like, everybody was on cloud nine. Not 10 miles, but halfway. If Irish Amy lived within 10 miles, she'd have like 4 cats right now. Maybe Mom scratched his lens by accident. I know, that's what I'm thinking. That's the only thing I can think of, because his eyes were opening, everything was fine, and she did a lick, and I saw it. I saw it on camera. We were watching it. I think it was Thursday. No, there was no trial Thursday or Friday. It must have been Wednesday, I think. She licked him, and his eye closed, and he hasn't opened it since. Lucy, I just kind of went over what has happened so far. As far as evidence, they can't find the knife. Knife wasn't found, and right now we're just listening to. We've had a couple witnesses that were there: Isabella, Emily, and Tanner. We've had 3 witnesses, and then Griffin, who was also a witness. He did not get stabbed. So we've had 4 witnesses. Day 2 was 4 witnesses. So as far as the evidence, it's just been all on the state side so far. No knife was found.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, welcome back, counsel. Anything before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk will bring our jury in. All right, good morning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, I'd ask you to stipulate to the presence of all of our jurors here this morning.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense will stipulate, Your Honor.
Okay. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
We are, Your Honor. The state calls Tyler Rich to the stand.
Thank you. come on up into the witness box. Remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Tyler Rich, R-I-C-H,
Please state your address.
43 Laurel Glen Drive, Shelton, Connecticut.
Thank you.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Tyler.
Morning.
Do me a favor, keep your voice up. The acoustics are a little bit bad in this because we have an AC unit that's running, so just sit close to that microphone, okay?
No problem.
Tyler, how old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you work?
I do work.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a plumber.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since I graduated high school, I've been full-time.
And who do you work for?
I work for a family business.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
Because of events that happened on May 14th, 2022.
And have you and I met before your testimony today?
We have.
And why did we meet?
To go over those events.
And I'm going to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 at the time.
And what school, were you in school?
Yep, Shelton High.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
Were you a graduating senior or a rising senior?
No, I was graduating.
And I want to direct your attention to your house, okay? Showing you State's Exhibit 4. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 4?
Yes, I am.
And what is State's Exhibit 4?
That is my house.
And on May 14th of 22, was there, did you have people at your house that evening?
I did.
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding having people at your house earlier that night? How did it start?
It just started with a couple buddies at my house. As time went on, a couple more of our buddies ended up showing up, and some of our older friends that were home for like the first weekend from their freshman year of college ended up coming by, and they kind of just stuck around, I guess.
What time would you say you had friends initially come over? What time of day was it?
I'm not exactly sure. I'd probably say somewhere around like 7, 8 o'clock.
And when you had people come over the house, what kind of things were you doing at the house?
We were just hanging out in the basement, having normal conversations, maybe drinking a few beers.
Okay. And that night, were you drinking beer?
I had one or two.
Okay. And I want to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Faison Teal?
Yes, I
And
am.
how are you familiar with him?
I went to school with him. I played football with him, and I actually used to give him a ride to school every morning.
Showing you State's 54. Do you know who this individual is here?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That is Faison Teal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tommy Connery?
I am.
How are you familiar with Tommy Connery?
I went to school with him. We have mutual friends. He's a year older than me, but we used to hang out before he graduated.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 55. Wait, can you tell us who is that in State's 55?
This is Tommy Connery.
Are you familiar with Ryan Hines?
I am.
How are you familiar with Ryan Hines?
I went to high school with him. He played football, and I was actually one of his captains senior year on the football team.
Showing you State's 56. Can you tell us who is in State's 56?
Yes, this is Ryan Hines.
And finally, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
He's from Shelton. We grew up with the same friend group, so we've always been around each other. Even though he went to prep for high school, we still hung out very often and had the same friend group. So, and he was one of my best friends prior to the event.
Showing you State's 57. Who is in State's 57?
This is Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with Ricky Fiola?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Grew up with him, same friend group, played football with him. I was also his captain as well. But yeah, we're friends.
How about Sal Perry?
One of my best friends for a very long time.
What about Mike Sampieri? You know Mike Sampieri?
I do know Mike Sampieri.
How do you know him?
Also another good friend of mine for a long time.
How about Alex Bernstein?
Alex, I don't really know. The night all this happened was the first time I ever met him.
How about Charlie Connery?
Charlie, yes, that's Tommy's little brother. He was in the grade under me.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yep, one of my best friends since first grade.
And how about Matt Lakovich?
Also one of my best friends since we were little.
Now, the people I just mentioned, were they present at your house on May 14th of 22?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And did you invite them over?
Yes, I did.
Now, directing your attention to later on in that evening, was there an occasion where Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcintic, do you know Griffin?
I do.
And how do you know Griffin?
I was also his football captain my senior year as well. Played football with him.
Was there an occasion that night where Ryan and Griffin came to your house later on in the night?
So they did show up there. They told me that Hines had been jumped, and my response to them was, I have too many people here already. If you guys need to hang out here until you could get a ride, that is all right, but you cannot stay.
So what time of night was it when Ryan and Griffin showed up? Do you recall?
I don't know exactly what time it was.
Was it light out or was it dark out?
It was dark.
And at that point in time when Ryan and Griffin showed up, about how many people would you say were at your house?
At the point they showed up, everybody who had came that night was already there, besides for Tanner and Alex, because I was told that the only reason they were coming was to give them a ride from my house. So I would say there was probably about 30 people total.
And did there have any, withdraw them. When you had these 30 people at the house, were people drinking at your house?
Yeah, a little bit.
What kind of things were people drinking?
There was just some beer there. Maybe some of the girls had some seltzers. Nothing crazy. It wasn't an open keg, open cooler party as it was made to be by the media. But yeah, there was definitely people having a few beers.
Now, at some point in the evening, was there an occasion where people showed up to your house uninvited?
There was.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding that?
So after Hines and Griffin got there and I told them they couldn't stay, about, I'm not sure exactly how long after, somebody came up to me and said, supposedly...
Did you want to be heard on that?
I can rephrase the question.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. I didn't think we didn't get out anything that was actually said, so I don't think there's anything to strike. Thank you.
So without telling us what people said, were you made aware that somebody showed up to your house?
Yes. It came to my knowledge that there was a car full of kids outside.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 30. What kind of car was it?
It was a green Honda Pilot SUV.
State's 30. Is that the vehicle that you recall seeing that night at your house?
Yes, it is.
Now, when that vehicle showed up to your house, State's Exhibit 49. When you were made aware that this car showed up at your house, where were you at that moment?
I was still in the basement, along with everybody else at the time.
And at some point in time, did you exit the basement?
We did.
How did you do that?
Through the Bilco doors, which are on the right side of my house, and kind of in front of the driveway, but it's on the right side of the house.
Show you States 5. Can you kind of pinpoint where these Bilko doors would be?
So if you can see on the right side of the house, there's a AC unit. Just to the right of the AC unit, there is Bilko doors that go into the basement.
So Your Honor, I'm showing states 5, and the record can reflect. I'm pointing to what appears to be an AC unit on the right side of the house, just in front of, which could be located in front of the blue pickup truck in a clearing through the trees. Does that work?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so noted. Thank you.
So when you came out the Bilko doors, what did you do when you came out the Bilko doors?
I walked down the driveway and we went across the street. The first thing I noticed when we got near the car was I was able to see through the windshield Tyler De Silva.
Let me pause you there. So I'm going to show you states 49. Do you know where this car was parked when you came down the driveway?
Yeah, so it was on the lower right-hand side across the street. Yep, right there where you're pointing, in front of those trees.
The record could reflect, I'm pointing to the lower right-hand corner where there are some trees on, looks like the Laurel Glen, on the right side near the curb of Laurel Glen.
Is that
Correct.
All right, court also noted on the record. Thank you.
So when you noticed the car parked in that area, what, if anything, did you do?
Like I said, as I approached the car, I saw Tyler De Silva through the windshield, and I know who he is, given that his cousins used to live down the street from me. So I immediately went to the passenger side of the car to his window to talk to him and tell him that I don't know why you guys are here. You are not welcome at my house, and you need to leave.
When the car arrived, are you familiar with that type of group chat that may have been going on?
I was not. I came to find out later that there was a group chat, but at the time of the event, I was not familiar with it.
Did you have any knowledge that Tyler De Silva was coming to your house that night?
No, I did not.
At that point, no. All right, so you go up, when you approach the car, what side of the car do you approach it?
I believe I went in front of the car and I went to the passenger front window.
So if you're approaching, if the car is parked on the side of the road here in States 49, is it facing Farmhouse Road or is it facing Adams?
It is facing Farmhouse up the street.
So you go to the passenger side?
Right.
And where is Tyler De Silva sitting?
He is in the front passenger seat.
And you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
And what do you tell him?
I tell him that I'm not sure why you guys are here, but you cannot stay here and you need to leave.
And did the car leave at that point?
No, it did not.
At that point in time, did you notice anybody else in the car?
At that point in time, I was able to hear people start to argue on the other side of the car. So I kind of looked through from the passenger window to like the back driver's side of the car, and I was able to see Mackenzie Traficante and Raul Valle in the back seat.
Now, are you familiar with Mackenzie Traficante?
I am.
How are you familiar with her?
We grew up together. We were friends when we were younger, before high school.
Did you go to school together?
We did.
Did you go to high school together?
No, we did not.
Do you know what school she went to?
She went to St. Joe's.
And you mentioned Raul Valle. Is Mr. Valle present in the courtroom today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
A blue suit.
Can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
All right, court will let the record reflect that. Thank you.
And when you noticed Mackenzie and the defendant, did you notice anybody else in the car at that moment?
I noticed that there was other kids in the car, just not sure exactly who they were.
Okay, but there were more kids in the car?
Yeah, probably 2 or 3.
All right. And when you're talking to Tyler De Silva and you're telling him to leave, Tell me about the arguing that goes on the other side of the car. Withdrawn. When you noticed Mackenzie and the defendant in the car, where were they seated?
I believe she was in basically the middle of the back seat, and he was to the driver's side window of the back seat, from what I recall.
So he's seated behind the driver?
I believe so.
Okay, and you indicated there was some arguing going on. Do you know who was doing the arguing?
No, I do not.
When you heard that there was arguing going on the other side of the car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I walked around the front of the car again to see what was going on over there, and at that time, as I came around the front of the car, I saw something like get swung out the window. I wasn't exactly sure what it was at that point, and then I heard glass shatter, so I knew it was a glass bottle.
Do you recall what side of the car that came out of?
That came out of the driver back window.
And when that happened, what, if anything, happened next?
After that happened, some of my friends started yelling things and rocking the car.
How many of your friends were near the car at this moment in time?
Probably a good 15 to 20 of us.
When this interaction is going on, what's the lighting like out?
It was dark, but there's lights on the house and the house across the street, so I was able to see everything in front of me, no problem.
When you and your friends approached the vehicle, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
When your friends started screaming and shaking and kicking the car, tell us what happens next.
So at that point, I knew it was getting very chippy, and I was trying to prevent anything else from going on. So I kind of got in Jack Schneider's window, who was driving the car, and I was telling him, you need to leave, you need to drive out of here right now, and he wasn't listening to me. So I kind of proceeded to reach in the car towards the shifter and telling him, put your car in drive and leave now.
And what happened when you did that?
He just started rolling his window up on me, so I kind of had to pull my arms and stuff back out, and then finally we heard the car click into gear and they drove up the street going very fast. And as they were going up the street, we noticed that they were throwing cans and anything it seemed like they could find in the car out the window, and they were actually throwing it at other cars that were parked on the street. So they went up the street doing that, and we kind of took a step back, and I was able to take a breath and relax, thinking that they had left.
Show you stage one. When you say that they drove up the street, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where, you can use this, which way they drove? Now, do you recognize stage one?
I do.
Okay, and this house here with the red dot on it, do you know whose house?
Yes, that's my house.
Okay, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which way they drove up the street?
So they went from here up the street this way, and as they went up the street, there was some cars parked here and here maybe. Things were getting thrown at the cars there, and then they continued up the street.
And when they continued up the street, what, if anything, were you thinking at that moment as to, with regards to where the car was going?
My first thought at that moment was, okay, good, these kids left.
And did they leave?
They did not. Maybe a minute later, we saw the headlights coming back in the other direction, and all the stuff that they had thrown out of the car was being picked up by my friends. And as they came back down the street, some of my friends whose cars got hit and stuff started to throw things back.
What kind of things were thrown from the car at you guys?
I know some cans, like beer cans, and I think that was really it the first time they went up the street.
And when they came back down the street, that's when your friends picked up the cans that were thrown at you?
Correct.
And threw them back?
Correct.
Okay, and then what happened once they came back towards your house?
So they went up, they came back the second time.
Same way?
No, the first time they went up the street, they went that way. They came back the second time. Some of my friends started throwing things back. Then I believe they actually made the corner onto Adams, and they went up Adams, and then there was a third time they came back by again.
And what happened when they came back a third time?
They were still throwing stuff out of the car. It kind of seemed like they were like going through the trunk of the car to find whatever they could to throw, and there was a can of WD-40 and a few other things thrown out of the car that time.
And when those things were thrown out of the car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I actually picked up the can of WD-40 and noticed that as the car went down the street, it kind of stopped right here on the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane.
And when you picked up the can of WD-40 and noticed the car stopped down the street near the corner of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen, what did you do?
Me, Ricky, and I believe somebody else ran down the street. And as I ran down the street, I yelled, "Let's go, you pussies!" and threw the can at the back of the car, and then proceeded to tell them get back in their car and please to leave my house.
Did you notice anybody outside the car when you went down the street?
I did notice a couple kids outside the car, but I wasn't really paying attention exactly who it was.
When you went down the street, how many of your friends would you say went with you? You said you, Ricky, and another individual?
I believe that was it.
Okay. And when you went down the street, did you have any conversation with any of those kids that got out of the car?
Besides for just kind of yelling to get back in their car and get out of here, no.
When you went down the street and you were screaming down the street, did you engage in any physical altercation with anybody from the car down the street?
No, we did not.
When you went down the street, aside from throwing the WD-40 can back at the car, did you have any weapons on you at that point?
No.
Do you know if Ricky Fiola had any weapons on him?
He did not.
After you threw the WD-40 can at the car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I started to walk back to the house because people were still outside, and I was trying to get everyone to go back inside the house. And as I was walking...
Let me stop you there. I'm going to play in 30 seconds. So, at some point in time, you tell them to get out, and you start walking back to the house.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 44. So, you heard the individual yelling. That was you?
That was me, correct.
And at some point, well, withdrawn. That video only captured a certain section of what occurred down the street. Fair? Is that
Yeah,
fair?
correct.
After you had a conversation with, well, do you remember who you had a conversation with down the street?
Not specifically, no.
But the overall message you were giving when you got down there was
that they needed to leave.
And at some point in time, you say you walked back down towards your house?
I did.
Okay, and that means you're going back from Farmhouse Road down towards Adams.
Correct.
And when you're going back towards your house, what, if anything, happens when you're walking back?
So as I started to walk, one of the kids down there picked that can of WD-40 up and threw it at me again. So I picked the can up and continued to walk towards the house, which is when the defendant came off the side of the bushes and was approaching me, and I told him to get the F out of here, and then I proceeded to tell him not to come near me, and instead of saying anything, he kept approaching me, so I used the can of WD-40 to distance myself and kind of just started spraying it in his direction, which stopped him in his tracks. And then I didn't engage anything else with him. I continued walking back to the house and telling everybody else that they needed to go back inside.
Now, when you say he came out of the bushes, do you recall where on the street he came out of the street?
Yeah, so like he came from these bushes right here on the edge. He like came off the side of them, and as I was walking, I like heard a stick or something break, so I turned my head, and that's when he was approaching me.
And how was his demeanor as he was approaching?
He was just walking towards me with a straight face and not saying anything, but as if he was approaching me to try and start something.
And how many times did you have to kind of tell him to?
Multiple times.
And at some point you sprayed him with the W?
I did.
And his reaction to that was what?
He kind of just stood there, and I proceeded to walk away.
Did you engage in any physical altercation with the defendant?
No, I did not.
When you walked away, you went back to your house?
I did.
And when you went back to your house, you indicated that you told people to get back inside?
I did.
And when you did that, what happened next? Did you go inside?
Everybody started to make their way back into the house, and yes, I did go inside as well.
Now, when you walked back down the street, you indicated that earlier that you had originally walked down the street with Ricky Fiola and another individual. Do you know whether or not Ricky Fiola or that other individual came back before you or after you?
So I walked back first, knowing that Ricky was still down there, that he was going to make sure that they left, which is what I figured would have happened. I never thought that they were going to keep coming back when they had every opportunity to leave. So Ricky, I believe, stayed down there, and I'm not sure who else.
At some point in time, did Ricky come back to the house? If you can recall.
I don't recall him coming back inside, but he did walk back to the front yard.
Okay. At some point in time, did you go back inside your house?
I did.
And when you went back inside your house, where did you go?
I went into the basement.
Through the Bilko door?
I did.
And how long would you say you were inside the basement before the next series of events occurred?
I'm not sure exactly how long, but it had to only be within minutes. When somebody started yelling that they were back and that they were in the front yard.
And when you when you heard that they were back and they were in the front yard, what did you do?
I proceeded to walk back outside the Bilko doors because it was made to my knowledge that they were now on my property. And I walked straight outside and saw the defendant and Mr. Da Silva standing on my yard. And the car was in the street still running with the driver in it still.
Now, in States 49 here, can you indicate where you saw the car parked when you came outside?
Yeah, so it was, if you're looking from the front of the house, it was kind of like to the right of the mailbox, but there was a few cars parked there, so it was like in the middle of the road.
So probably about right here in the middle?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, so I don't know if the record can reflect that I'm States 49. I'm just to the right of the mailbox in front of 43 Laurel Lang, pointing towards the center of the street.
All right, court will allow the record to so reflect.
So when you noticed the car there, when you came out the Bilko door, what path did you walk out? Which way did you walk out? How did you get to where you...
I went in this picture here, basically what would have been behind the black truck or in front of the blue truck under the tree line, and stayed on the grass and came down the side of the driveway.
So if I show you state 6, did you come out and walk kind of down this way, down along the cobblestone here?
That's correct, yes.
On the grass?
Yep.
So if the record could reflect, Your Honor, I'm pointing towards the, to the left of the red bush on the left side of this exhibit, just to the right of the passenger side of the blue truck, walking along the cobblestone on the grass.
All right, court will reflect it on the record. Thank you.
And when you got there, where did you notice Tyler DeSilva?
He was kind of in front of that cement box, near the mailbox almost.
Show 52. This can help you. Can you show on 52 where you noticed Mr. DeSilva?
He was about somewhere in this area here, I would say.
Okay. And you noticed the defendant on your front lawn as well?
I did.
And where did you notice the defendant at that point?
So Tyler was around here somewhere, and Lito I was facing the other way, so he was kind of off to my left, like around here somewhere.
Okay, so if the record can reflect in States 52, Your Honor, he's talking Tyler DeSilva located just behind the mailbox on the grass area below what is now a tree in the exhibit, and he's indicating the defendant was somewhere in the just next to the left red bush, near just to the right of the cement square.
All right, court will let the record.
Yeah, that's correct, but I believe me and Tyler DeSilva were a little bit closer to the cement box when I was talking to
Probably
him.
where the tree is?
Yeah, around there.
Now, States 52, was this tree in your front lawn back in May 14th of 20?
No, it was not.
So that's a more recent picture, right?
Yes, it is.
So when you noticed the defendant and Mr. Silva on your front lawn, what, if anything, did you do when you noticed them on your lawn?
So again, I approached Tyler DeSilva because I knew who he was, and I've known his cousins for a long time, and basically was telling him, not in a nice manner, but that he needed to get the F off my property and get back in the car and leave. And that is when he decided to continue to argue with me, and I said right to him, dude, I have known your family and your cousins for a very long time. Please get back in your car and don't do this. And he then responded and told me to go F myself and that I didn't know anything about his family, and shoved me backwards.
Now, when that happened, were there a lot of people outside?
Yes, there was.
How many people would you say were outside?
Pretty much everybody there, so about 20 to 30.
And when you were talking to Tyler DeSilva, who was near you at that moment? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Do you recall, was there anybody close to the defendant while this was going on?
There was a few kids near the defendant at the time. I'm not sure exactly who, but I do know that Ty Wood was one of those kids.
And how do you know Ty Wood?
Our families are very close. His older brother, and my older brother played football together. Have known each other forever. I played football with Ty. I was his captain when he was a sophomore and I was a senior. And I've also coached his younger brother's team. But Ty is about as close to a younger brother as it gets for me, and I look at him as my younger brother.
And when you noticed that Ty Wood was near the defendant, did you notice anybody else near the defendant at this moment?
I did, but I couldn't tell exactly who. I believe Hines was over there as well.
And when you say Hines, Ryan Hines?
Correct.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you were arguing back and forth with Tyler DeSilva, what, if anything, happened during that?
As I was saying, he proceeded to tell me to go F myself and that I didn't know anything about his family, and then got physical with me and shoved me backwards. And I didn't go right at him or anything, but now that he had shoved me back, Lito was more so in my vision, not so peripheral to me, so I was able to see him better. And he was only a few feet away, and this is when I saw Ty Wood had his head turned, and Lito went to swing on him, so I stepped up into it and punched him in the face instead.
Well, prior to punching the defendant in the face, was the defendant having any type of argument or any type of interaction with anybody over there?
They were getting chippy over there.
Okay, and when you say chippy, what does that mean?
Like, they were arguing in a not a nice manner.
And did it, from your perspective, when you saw the defendant get chippy with your other friends on to the left of you, did it appear that the defendant was trying to act peacefully?
Not at all.
Did it appear that Tyler Da Silva was trying to act peacefully?
No, not at all.
And when you punched the defendant in the face, why did you do that?
I did that to defend Ty Wood. Like I said before, he's like a little brother to me, so when I had the opportunity to prevent him from being blindsided in the head, I stepped up and took the shot that I needed to.
And once you punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
I immediately was getting punched in the back of the head by Tyler Da Silva. So I turned around, and me and him kind of ended up in like a scuffle, and it went to the ground where he actually ended up on top of me.
And when he ended up on top of you, what, if anything, was happening? What were you doing?
When we first got down on the ground, he was throwing shots at me still, so I kind of tied him up and like held his arms so that he couldn't swing at me, and that was kind of the only thing I saw from there on out.
At that point in time, did you have any weapons on you?
Nope.
Did you notice if any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No.
Did you notice anybody there during that interaction have any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
And at some point in time, did the fight end?
Yes, it did.
Tell us how it ended.
So I was on the ground with Tyler from that point forward. Eventually, he was pushed off of me into the street. And at that point, I had gotten up, and that is when Tommy Connery came and approached me and told me that he was bleeding and needed stitches because he had just been stabbed.
How would you describe the fight?
It was very quick, and it was just chaotic, but like I said, from my perspective, I couldn't see much because of how fast I ended up on the ground.
Do you know how many people were fighting with Tyler Da Silva when you were fighting with him?
It was just me on the ground with him, and then I believe some kids were standing over watching, and a few kids may have thrown a few punches as well.
Once the fight started and you punched the defendant, did you notice what happened to the defendant or any of your friends?
No, I did not, because I was immediately being hit in the head by Tyler Da Silva, so my focus kind of went to him.
Okay. Have you seen the video in relation to this case?
I have.
State's Exhibit.
Yes, sir! Come on! Let's go,
Now, do you recall anybody yelling, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife"?
I do.
And when you heard that, what, if anything, did you do when you heard that?
At that point, I was just getting up off the ground, and that's when Tommy had said he was stabbed, so I started tendering aid to him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. This is a still shot from the video you just watched. And Can you see that, Tyler?
Yes, I can.
This individual to the left here with appears to be a white shirt, maybe pink shorts, with a phone in his hand. Do you know who that is?
I do. That is Ricky Fiola.
Showing you state 62. Do you know who this is in the video?
I do. That is the defendant.
Showing you state 63. I'm going to point to this individual here with the green shirt, black shorts with white trim. Do you know who that is?
That is Ryan Hines.
This guy here with the white shirt and the black shorts to his immediate right. Do you know who that is?
I believe that is Sal Perry.
And the guy with the green, with the no shirt on and the jeans on. Do you know who that is?
That is the kid Alex Brunson, I believe, that came with Tanner.
Who you met that night?
Yes.
This guy here with the black shirt, jeans on, and red hat. Do you know who that is?
That is Mike Samperi.
This individual with the kneeling on the ground with what appears to be their shirt pulled up. Do you know who that is?
That is Tyler De Silva.
And if that is Tyler De Silva, can you see yourself in this picture?
Not really. Maybe a little bit. Just to the left of like his lower back, you might see a little bit of me, but that is me on the ground.
And he's on top of you.
Correct.
Showing you state 64. Do you know who this individual is right here with the white shirt and black shorts to the right of that?
I believe that is Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Same individual?
Charlie Connery.
Now I'm going to show you state 66. Do you know who this individual is right here with what appears to be a white shirt and tan shorts?
That is Jacob Villalobos.
How about this guy here with no shirt on with what appears to be camouflage shorts?
Matthew Lakovich.
And do you know who this individual is here with the blue shirt and white shorts?
Yes, that is Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual here appears to be pushing Tyler De Silva.
Jacob Villalobos.
State 68. This individual with what appears to be their shirt pulled up with jeans on.
That is Tyler De Silva.
Who is this individual to the left, do you know?
And that is the defendant to the left.
And lastly, 69, person in the street here.
Tyler De Silva again.
Who does this appear to be with the dark shirt and white shorts?
That is Jimmy McGrath.
Now, when Tommy indicated to you that he needed stitches, what, if anything, did you do next?
Somebody had thrown us in a shirt or something, and we began tying off his legs where the stab wounds were on his one leg.
When you noticed that Tommy was stabbed, did you notice what, if anything, happened with Tyler De Silva and the defendant during this period of time?
No, I did not. My focus wasn't on them, so I never even saw the car drive away.
At that point in time when you were rendering aid to Tommy, did you notice anything else going on around you?
At first, I began to try and call 911, and then I let my father know what had happened. But until after I got off the phone with him, I hadn't realized that anybody else had been stabbed yet except for Tommy. Upon getting off the phone and walking back up to the yard, I noticed that there was multiple kids on the ground, and that is when I realized that 4 kids had actually been stabbed and not just Tommy.
And who were the other 3 that were stabbed?
It was Faison Teal had like a slice, and Ryan Hines had been stabbed a few times, and so it's Jimmy, Hines, Tommy, and Faison.
So you noticed Jimmy was stabbed?
Yes.
What did you notice about Ryan Hines? Did you observe? Did you get an opportunity to observe him?
I didn't see him at first. He was actually the last person I was informed was stabbed because I believe he was in the house when they had realized he had gotten stabbed.
And what did you notice, if anything, about Jimmy?
I began to tender aid to him along with Sal Perry, And upon realizing how severe his wound was and having to see him struggle for his last breaths, I had to take myself away from the situation and sat on my back steps and waited for law enforcement to get there.
And you said you called your father. Was any parents home?
No, so my mom was on a trip in Cape Cod, and my dad had left before anyone came over because he had plans for the night.
And at some point in time, did law enforcement actually arrive?
They did.
And when they arrived, did you speak with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you give a statement in regards to this case?
I did, yes.
Subsequently, did you observe what, if anything, was going on with withdrawn? Did you notice if AMR or EMTs arrived on the scene to render any assistance?
They did, but I believe the cops were there first.
And after the cops arrived, the AMR came?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what the scene was like when first responders got there?
It was very hectic. At that point, there was some siblings, parents, and a lot of concerned family members that had actually lived close by that had gotten there before. So it was just more people showing up because everybody was coming to check on either their loved ones or their friends.
Now, after you gave an initial statement that night to police, did you give a subsequent statement to the police?
Sorry,
Were you interviewed more than once in relation to this case?
I was, yes.
And why were you interviewed more than once in relation to this case?
There was something in my original statement that night about me seeing the defendant with the knife or not that they called me back in to clarify.
Okay. And did you, in fact, do you recall what you said to the police originally?
I think I had said that he was flashing a knife or something, but I had to go back in to clarify that I actually never saw the knife.
So why would you have said in your original statement that he was flashing the knife?
Because somebody else had said that they had seen him flashing the knife.
So you were just kind of reiterating what somebody else said?
Correct.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, no objection. No objection.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show
Yes,
him
of
an
course.
exhibit that's marked for ID? As I understand it, there's not going to be any objection to this.
There's no objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right. What is the exhibit number?
Exhibit number is Defense A.
Okay.
You don't just make it full? Don't make it full?
Yes, I've moved to have it made a full exhibit. Your
All right.
Honor.
Court
No
will
objection.
Court will accept into evidence Defense A, full exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Rich.
Good morning.
We've never met before.
No.
I am going to show you, if you'll look here on the screen, what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A. Can you see that there on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I think that's kind of upside down, right? That's more the orientation it should be.
Yeah, that works.
That's sort of the same orientation as the one that's behind you there, that Exhibit 1. Would you agree this is a larger map of your neighborhood?
Yeah, I would.
So I'm going to walk behind you just so I can get this exhibit down here. And when we say a larger map, that's in reference to this Exhibit 1, right?
Correct.
That shows the entire neighborhood, so to speak.
Yes.
The one here on the screen, Exhibit A.
Yes.
And so would you agree, Mr. Rich, that your neighborhood is made up of a couple of through streets or streets that run the whole way through, and then there are a number of cul-de-sacs or dead ends that come off of those through streets?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Is Adams Drive one of those through streets, or is that a cul-de-sac at some point?
No, it's a cul-de-sac at the bottom there.
Okay. Is Laurel Glen Drive also a cul-de-sac on the either end?
Yeah, on the very end of it is.
Is Farmhouse Lane a cul-de-sac, or is that a through street?
No, that's a through street.
Okay. Now, you know that because you're familiar with this neighborhood and have lived there for how long?
Since I was about 4 years old.
Okay. And I want to go over some of what you've been telling us today. You would agree some of what you told us today you've never told anybody else before, right?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
You would not agree to that? Who else did you tell about the can of WD-40?
I have told the state's detectives, and whenever it has been asked about, I have been telling them about it. Correct.
Whenever it has been asked about?
No, so that was something that I couldn't fully remember the night of, having the trauma of everything else. It was more so the main event of what happened on the front yard. That was something that had come back to me later on, but as soon as I had remembered it and was in any kind of interview again, I had brought it up and told them about it.
Would you be surprised to learn, sir, that that did not ever appear in any of the statements that you gave prior?
No, I would not, because as I said, those statements were prior to me being able to remember that.
Gotcha. So you've remembered it now, today?
Yes, and prior to this.
You didn't remember it when you gave a statement on May 15th at 12:43 a.m. that you wrote in your own hand, right?
The following day?
12:43 a.m. on the 15th, that's right.
No, I did not.
Okay. And that was your own handwritten statement, correct?
I believe so.
Didn't mention the can of WD-40 then, did you?
No, because I hadn't remembered it.
Right. You spoke with Officer Nembhard. You didn't tell him anything about the WD-40 can, correct?
When was that?
Also on the 15th of May?
No.
And then again on the 15th of May when you spoke with Officer Giddon, you didn't mention anything about this can of WD-40, did you?
No, so on the 15th of May, that was not something I had recalled.
And it wasn't something that you recalled when you spoke again to Officers Bitko and Staples at 11:25 a.m. with your father in your living room. No mention of that can of WD-40, correct?
Not that I recall, but what day was that?
The 15th.
So yeah, anything on the 15th, I had no recollection of that on the 15th.
And then again, when you spoke with Officers Bango and Iannotti on the 18th, because they wanted to clarify, as you've said, your statement, you didn't mention anything about the WD-40 at that date either, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you're telling us about the can of WD-40 today?
Correct, because once I recalled it, I have not tried to hide it or anything at all.
Okay. So you were telling us that this party at your house began sometime in the area of 7 to 8 o'clock that day on the 14th, correct?
Yeah, around that time.
You were hanging out in the basement, correct?
Correct.
What was going on in the basement was maybe drinking a few beers, right?
I definitely know I had one or two, and I do know that there was other kids drinking as well.
Okay, so it wasn't maybe drinking a few beers. There was beers being drunk,
No,
right?
I said I drank a few beers.
Right. You said that maybe people were drinking a few beers.
No, people were drinking a few beers. There was
Definitely drinking a few beers.
definitely had a few beers, yes.
You yourself only had one or two?
Yes,
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
How are you so positive about that?
Because I know I didn't drink more than that. It was my house. I already had more people show up than were supposed to be there. I was making sure that everything stayed under control.
Well, when you say everything stayed under control, you were 18 at the time?
I was.
So you were breaking the law by drinking those one or two beers, correct?
Yeah.
But you considered that to be keeping things under control?
I mean, we were dumb high school kids. I think everybody's had a few beers in high school, but I think I also had everything in control until the point where the defendant and the car full of his friends arrived at the house.
Gotcha. It was all under control until that point. Did you tell your folks that you were going to be having this party over at the house that night?
No, I did not.
Mom was going to Cape Cod?
Yes.
And Dad was out somewhere?
Yes.
You told us that you had a few folks there that you identified. One of those was Faison Teal.
Correct.
Another one was Tommy Connery.
Correct.
Ryan Hines.
Correct.
And Jimmy McGrath.
Correct.
And you said that as far as those 4 folks go, these were kids that you had all grown up with, played football with, friends with, correct?
Correct.
And the same goes for Ricky Fiola. You grew up with him. He was part of your friend group, and you played football together.
Correct.
Sal Perry had been your best friend for a long time.
Correct.
Michael Sampieri, just a good friend for a long time.
Correct.
And then you told us that one kid who was there that you didn't really know was the first time you met him. That was Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, it was.
Alex Burnson came with Tanner Chernowski, right?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner Chernowski?
I've grown up with him around the same mutual friends, and we went to high school together, but we are friends, yes.
You were due to graduate that May, correct, or that June?
Yes.
And Tanner Chernowski, he'd already graduated?
Yeah, he's the year above me.
Alex Burnson, he'd already graduated?
I don't know.
Tommy Connery, he had already graduated?
Yes, he did.
You told us that you also knew Griffin Marcinzik, correct?
Yep.
And you learned somehow, you told us, that Ryan Hines had been, as you described it, jumped earlier that night, correct?
Correct.
But you told us you hadn't learned anything about a group chat that was going on.
Correct. I had no idea that there was any text messaging being sent back and forth. All I knew was that they had come to my house, Ryan and Griffin, and I was told that they were having Tanner come get them with his friend Alex.
Okay. And that everybody was already there except for Tanner and Alex, correct?
So Tanner, Alex were the last 2 that showed up, and obviously before them it was Griffin and Hines.
And so at that point, before Tanner and Alex show up, there were about 30 people at your house.
Total, yeah, there was about 30, but I would say probably only 18 to 20 of them were boys, and there was probably about 10 to 12 girls who obviously didn't partake in anything that happened that night.
Okay. 18 to 20 boys, and then we also have to add in Tanner and Alex when they get there, correct?
Well, that 18 to 20, I would say, is with them, but if you want to say another 2 on top, I guess that's okay too.
Well, fair to say you didn't count the folks that were there, right?
Not that night, no.
So when you say 18 to 20 or 22, you're guessing, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not guessing. I was actually brought a list by the Shelton PD of names with about, I don't even know how many people on it from both parties, and went through it and was able to identify, I believe it was 32 total people that were there.
Okay, so there were 32
I could be
people
wrong
there.
on that exact number, but it was definitely somewhere in the 30s.
And that was based on a list of names that the police gave you?
Correct.
You didn't give them the names?
No, they had names from statements and other names that have come up through the night.
And then you said, yeah, there may have been a little bit of drinking, just beer and seltzers, but not what it was made to be by the media. What did you mean by that?
Correct. This wasn't a alcohol-fueled 70 to 100 person party. This was just a big group of friends catching back up, and we were casually drinking a few beers. We weren't throwing cans around and drinking bottles of vodka and all that. We were just casually having a few drinks.
But initially, you didn't tell the cops that there had been this drinking going on there, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, when you spoke to them that night and gave them your handwritten statement, you didn't write anything in that statement about drinking going on at the party, correct?
I do not believe so.
Why not?
Like I said, the main focus that night was 20 minutes after a traumatic event where I just watched 4 of my best friends get stabbed, and I had unfortunately had to watch one of them bleed out in my front yard. So at the given time of that statement, the main priority was to get the key details of what happened in the front yard down.
Or to shape the story, right? To protect yourself and to protect your friends.
No, sir.
You weren't afraid that anybody might get in trouble if there was an admission of drinking going on that evening?
No, sir, but that's not under my control.
Okay, so you weren't afraid of that possibility, or you recognized it wasn't under your control and so you didn't give that up?
The cops were there, the law was there. If they felt that it was something that needed to look into, I'm not the law, so I don't know.
It wasn't something you were going to volunteer, is that fair to say?
When asked about it, I've always said that there was some drinking going on.
Okay. And then you said at some point someone showed up to the house in a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And you were shown a picture of that Honda Pilot that states exhibit number 30. Remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
That's the same vehicle that you identified for us earlier, correct?
Yes, it is.
And when that vehicle showed up, it didn't have this damage to its windshield, did it?
Where?
You see this defect in the windshield here, sir, where I'm pointing right to the passenger side of the vehicle?
I can't really see it, but to my knowledge, I didn't really recognize anything with the windshield.
Okay. When that Honda Pilot showed up, you told us that you were still in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you said we exited through the Bilco doors, right?
Yes.
And when you say we, that's the 18 to 20 boys that were there in the basement?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you went out through the Bilco doors to the right of the AC unit, correct?
Yep.
And you walked down the driveway and then you went across the street, correct?
I did.
Okay. And at this point, there were folks that were all inside the vehicle, correct? Nobody was outside the vehicle that was not with your party?
You mean the kids that came in the car were not outside the vehicle? No, they were not. They were in the car still.
And you said that you went immediately up to Tyler De Silva, who you could see through the windshield, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you knew Tyler De Silva, right?
I didn't know him. I knew who he was, and I knew of him because, as I said before, I grew up with his cousins who lived down the road from me.
Right. And you thought that you also knew his older brother, correct?
I have met him a time or two.
And you thought that you had enough rapport with Tyler De Silva that you could talk to him, right?
Correct. I thought that if anyone was going to be the one I was going to talk to get them to leave, that I would have had my best chance with him.
And you told us again that at that time you weren't aware of the group chat, right?
No, I was not.
You didn't know Griffin Marcinzik was live texting this thing,
No.
taking photos.
I didn't find out about the group chat until I believe the next day or the following day when Officer Staples came to my house.
Okay. And you were standing on the grass on the other side of Laurel Glen Drive talking to Tyler through the passenger side window, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, the car is facing Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, it was.
And you noticed that people were arguing on the other side of the car, right?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you told Officer Giddon that you recognized inside the car Mackenzie Trafficante, correct?
Yes.
As well as Caitlin and Autumn Murphy, correct?
I never said that.
You never told Officer Giddon that you saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy inside the Pilot?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know Caitlin and Autumn Murphy?
I do know who they are.
Who are they?
They are two girls that went to Shelton schools with us when we were younger, and they both also went to St. Joseph's High School.
Okay, and were they at your party as part of the...
No, they were not.
And you claim that you did not tell Officer Giddon that you also saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy in that car?
I don't believe I did. And if I had said that, it was me saying that I had heard somebody else say that they were in the car. So that should have been clarified.
Okay, there was a lot of people talking after the fact, right?
I mean, yeah, we talked about it.
Right, everybody was trading information.
Somewhat, yeah.
And you would agree that some of that information just simply wasn't true, right?
Objection as to how would he know?
I'll sustain it to the extent that it is broad. Counsel, if you want to limit it.
Did you come to learn that some of that information that you received was not actually true?
I guess we could say little bits and pieces, but nothing that was relevant to what had taken place that night.
Well, you told the officers that you saw the defendant flashing a knife, right?
Well, they brought me back in to clarify
You
that.
told the officers that, correct?
No, I believe I wrote that.
When you wrote that, who were you writing that for, Mr. Rich?
I was writing that for the police.
So you told the police that you saw the defendant flashing a knife, correct?
At the time I wrote it like that. But as I said before, they brought me back in to clarify that I never saw the knife, not one time the entire night.
You didn't volunteer that information later, right? When you said, gosh, hold on a second, I told those officers I saw a knife, but I didn't. I better go clarify it. You didn't do that, right?
I did do that.
You went to them and said, I need to clarify this for you?
So they had called me and told me that there was a few things in my statement that they wanted to double check. So they brought me back in, and immediately when they said, did you actually see him with the knife with your own two eyes? I said, no, I did not.
Okay. So again, that's not something you volunteered until they said, hey, we want to clarify a few things between your statements, right?
If you want to put it that way, I guess, but that was just because it was not to my knowledge.
Well, you didn't tell them that on the 15th, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't tell them that on the 16th, right?
No, I did not.
Didn't tell them that on the 17th, right?
No, I did not.
And it wasn't until the 18th when they called you and said, we need to clarify some things. We think there's some discrepancies in your statement, that you then told them you hadn't actually seen the
Correct,
with a knife,
because
correct?
Because prior to that, I didn't even know that it was something on there that needed to be clarified. So as soon as they brought me in and asked me, did you actually see the knife? I said, no, I did not.
You didn't know that when you wrote at 12:43 a.m. in your own hand that you saw a kid named Lito flashing a knife. You didn't know that that was something that you needed to clarify because it wasn't something you'd actually seen?
No, sir. At the time when I wrote that, as I said, it was a very traumatic experience for us. I've never had to give a statement before, and I've never had to write one, so I didn't know that that was something I couldn't write off of hearing it from somebody else.
Okay, so you didn't know that you needed to tell them the truth about what you had seen?
I did know that I needed to tell them the truth. I just didn't know that I needed to clarify that I wasn't the one that saw him with the knife.
Well, and you also didn't tell them about the can of WD-40 that you sprayed at the defendant, as you say, in his area, right?
I'm going to object as asked and answered.
I'll overrule it.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Sorry. You didn't tell them about the can of WD-40 that you're now telling us about, right?
On which day?
On any of these days, on the 15th when you gave various statements, on the 18th when you gave a statement.
I don't believe I did because it was not knowledge that I had remembered yet.
And you also didn't tell them that you're the one who threw the first swing at Mr. Valle, right?
I'm not sure, but I do believe that I did clearly state that I was in the fight. But yeah, it probably took me a little bit of time to remember exactly what had happened, but I did tell them that I was involved in the fight, yes.
Well, you didn't tell them that in your handwritten statement, right?
I'm not sure. I believe I did.
You don't think that you said, everyone was standing in my yard, everyone started going at it, and the next thing I saw was blood everywhere?
Sorry, can you repeat?
That's right. You don't think what you told them was, everyone was standing in my yard, everyone started going at it, and the next thing I saw was blood everywhere?
I believe I did write that at the time.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about, I threw the first punch at Mr. Valle because I was trying to defend Ty Woods?
No, I guess not.
In any event, you claim that you were standing there at the front passenger window talking to Tyler De Silva when you heard some arguing going on the other side, right?
Correct.
You looked through the car and you saw Mackenzie Traficante and Mr. Valle in the back seat, right?
Correct.
You knew Mackenzie because you grew up together, right?
Yep.
And you knew that there were other kids in the car, but right now you're not sure who that was.
No idea.
Even though you told the cops that you saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy, right?
Correct, which was
ended
just
up not
something
being
I had
true,
heard.
right? That was
As
something
I
else
said,
that you just heard.
there was other kids in the car. I wasn't able to tell who it was, so when somebody had said that them two were in the car, I figured that they could have been the other people in the car.
Gotcha. You figured that that's who it was. Now you know that that's not who it was because they were never there, right?
Correct.
But you told the cops that at the time.
I guess I did, yeah.
At this point, there's, by your estimate, 15 to 20 Shelton High kids surrounding this Honda Pilot, correct?
I wouldn't say surrounding. I believe I was actually the only one on the passenger side of the car, and I could be wrong, but to what I remember, I think I was the only one on that side of the car, and everybody else was on the driver's side between the car and my yard.
Okay. In fact, they weren't just on the driver's side between the vehicle and your yard, were they?
What do you mean by that?
They had their hands on the vehicle, right?
Some of them did.
Some of them did. Some of them were rocking the car back and forth, correct?
Correct, after a bottle was swung out of the back seat.
Let's talk about that bottle getting swung out of the back seat. You were walking around the front of the car when you saw this happen?
As I came around the front driver's side to see what was going on the other side of the car, I was able to see a hand come out the window in a swinging down motion, and I couldn't tell what it was. And then I heard the glass shatter and saw the shattered glass in the street.
Where was the shattered glass that you saw?
From the driver's side window, it was on the street right there.
Directly down in front of the vehicle?
Pretty close.
With these 15 to 20 people standing all on that one side of the vehicle, rocking it back and forth?
Correct, when they started rocking the vehicle after.
So you hear glass shatter?
Correct.
And then they start rocking the vehicle?
Yes.
And all 15 to 20 of those kids, by your estimate, are not actually surrounding the car, but they're all just on one side of the car.
From what I recall, I believe that everybody was mainly on the driver's side of the car.
And then, in the midst of all this shaking and rocking of the car, you say you reach in through the driver's side window over top of Mr. Snyder and grab the gear shift?
I reached for the shifter. I believe it was by the steering wheel on the column. So I reached towards it because he wasn't even considering when I was telling him to leave. So I made him see that I was going for his shifter, telling him to put his car in drive and go, because at that point when kids started shaking the car, I knew that if they didn't leave there, that this was going to turn into something bigger.
And Mr. Snyder, then, as you're reaching and leaning across and grabbing his shifter, he starts to roll up the window on you.
Correct.
You say you heard the car click into gear?
Yeah,
Correct.
and we saw the lights.
Okay. And then they drove up the street fast, right?
They did.
And when you say they drove up the street fast, did they drive down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse Lane?
That's correct.
And You said as they did that, they were throwing cans and things out the windows, right?
They were.
But nobody from your group was throwing anything at the vehicle?
Not at that moment, no.
How many people were outside at this point?
Everybody that was there, I believe, was outside.
Okay. So they drive down to the end of Farmhouse Lane. Did they come back at that point, or did they stop and get out what we saw on the video?
I don't know for sure, but I want to say the first time they went down the street, they actually went past Farmhouse Lane to the point where we could no longer see the car, which is why I had thought that they left at that point. Then we were able to see the headlights coming back in the other direction, and that is when they came back for the second time after they drove away and could have left.
Was that before or after you went down to the end of Farmhouse Lane?
When I walked down, that was before.
So they drive away.
Correct. They drive towards Farmhouse. I believe they went past. Then they come back down past my house again towards Adams,
Okay.
where I believe they make that corner onto Adams.
When you say they make that corner, if we're looking at Exhibit 1, are you saying that they take a right onto Adams?
They went this way.
And then where did you see the car after that?
And then after that, it comes back down the way it just came, so I'm not sure if maybe they turned around over here or what, but they ended up coming back from the same direction that the car had just previously gone in and drove by the house again, throwing more things out of the car, including the WD-40, and that is when the car stops by Farmhouse Lane after that.
So just want to make sure we've got your series of events down. Car initially arrives, it's parked at the corner near Adams Drive and on the other side of Laurel Glen from your house, correct?
Correct.
That's when you and the 15 or 20 folks all go outside and confront the car, right?
Yes.
You claim to hear glass shatter while there's 15 or 20 people there on one side of the vehicle. They're shaking and rocking the car. You somehow get in and lean across Mr. Snyder, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
You get in and lean across Mr. Snyder.
No, before that.
You have seen glass shatter. There's 15 or 20 people shaking the vehicle, and you lean in across and grab the shift, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you say you hear the vehicle click into gear, and it drives down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
Turns around by your account and comes back towards your house, correct?
Correct.
Makes a turn, a right onto Adams Drive, correct?
Yep.
You lose sight of the vehicle?
I did.
How long before you see it again?
Not that long. Like I said, they had to have turned around somewhere close because it came back pretty quick.
Could you see who was in the vehicle at that point?
At that point, I believe nobody had gotten out yet because at the rate of speed he was driving before, if anyone had gotten out of that car, they would not have just been able to step out unless he had stopped somewhere else and let people out. But
If your recollection is accurate, right?
correct, but to what I would think that everybody was still in the car at that point.
But you don't know who was in the vehicle.
I
Is that
do
fair to
not.
say?
That is fair to say.
And as it comes back up Adams, you say it turns onto Laurel Glen Drive, goes past the house again,
Correct.
and down towards Farmhouse Lane.
Correct.
And is it at that point that you see the vehicle stop?
Correct.
And it's at that point that you and what you describe as a group of three, yourself, maybe Ryan Hines, Ricky Fiola, or someone else that you couldn't know. So it was yourself and Ricky Fiola and someone else who you're not sure about went down the street, right?
Correct. So the only one I know that was with me was Ricky. I can't recall who else was with us, but it was definitely, I never said Ryan Hines was with me. No.
But you can't be sure that it wasn't him, right? Because there was
I
someone
can't
else.
be sure. I do know there was at least one other person, but I'm not sure who that was.
And you think it was just the three of you who went down the street, right?
I believe so.
May we see Exhibit 44, please?
The disc.
I'm going to ask you to watch this video with us, Mr. Rich. Pause it right there. Okay. You recall seeing this video just shortly ago?
Yes.
And this is shot from the Ring camera on 36 Laurel Glen Drive, which is the house down Laurel Glen Drive there on Exhibit 1 by the corner of Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this video, Mr. Rich, do you see somebody already walking ahead of this last illuminated tree that we see there?
Over here on the corner?
I'm going to point over here. See this last illuminated tree to the far right? Just past one of the columns?
Yeah, do I see anyone over there?
Did you see somebody walking right here ahead?
I can't tell.
Okay. Can we start that from the beginning? And I'd ask you to focus your attention, see if you can notice that this person is walking.
And do you see somebody walking there?
I do.
Do you see that there's a vehicle? We just heard doors and cars stop. And then we see somebody else walking
Correct.
by the vehicle, in front of the vehicle, correct?
I do see that.
So those folks are already out of the car, and now we're hearing some yelling, correct?
Yep.
And from the left, we're starting to see your group, right?
Correct.
I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Would you agree 4 people so far?
Right.
Now I see a 5th person coming. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you see other folks coming as well? 6, 7. Do you see those other folks?
I do see more, yes.
And those people are all coming from the direction of your home, correct?
So as it appears, yes.
You would agree that there was at least 2 people that were out of that vehicle, correct?
Prior to us walking down,
Prior to you walking down.
I would agree.
Okay. And that then a group of at least 7 of you were seen on that video, correct?
That's how it appears, but as I said, to my knowledge, the only one I knew was with me was Ricky, and I thought there was at least one more of us. Clearly, there was more than that.
And in fact, you walked past and had some interactions with people that had already gotten out of the vehicle, correct?
I did.
But you don't recall any of that, fair to say?
I didn't say I don't recall any of that. I just don't recall who was actually out of their vehicle.
Well, you told us that you didn't have any interactions with the people in the vehicle at that point, correct?
Other than telling them to get out of there and that they needed to go, not really, no.
Okay. And at this point, they are down in front of Laurel Glen Drive heading towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
What's that?
They were down at this point where we see it on the video, down in front of 36 Laurel Glen Drive by Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And that is about 2 football fields or 647 feet away from your house. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate.
And you followed that vehicle all the way down there, right?
When people started to get out, yeah, we walked down there.
Okay. And you told them, let's go, you pussies, right?
Correct.
And that's when you say you threw the can of WD-40, right?
I did.
You later picked that can back up, you're now telling us, right?
After it was thrown at me again, I didn't want to leave it in the street in front of my neighbors' houses, so yes, I picked it up.
We didn't see that can getting thrown back at you on this video, did we?
Nope.
And you said after that you were just walking back to the house trying to get everyone back inside, right?
I was heading back towards the house with the intent to get everyone back there into the house, yes.
And did you call the police at that point?
No, I did not.
Well, why not?
Because I figured that every time they drove away, I thought that they were going to leave. I guess thinking about it now, knowing that they had the first two opportunities to not come back when they drove away and they didn't, I probably should not have made the assumption that they weren't going to leave, but never in a million years did I ever think that this was going to happen, so I did not call the police.
You didn't call the police and say, hey, there's unwanted people at our house and they're throwing stuff at us, because you didn't want the cops to come and find out that there was underage drinking, right?
Can you rephrase that?
Well, you didn't call the
that?
cops to report what you are now telling us was a crime at that time, did you?
No, I did not.
And it wasn't because you didn't want the cops to come and find out that there was underage drinking going on, right?
I'm confused what you're asking. So you're asking me if the reason I didn't call the cops was because there was underage drinking at my house?
Right.
No, the reason I didn't call the cops was because I figured these kids were going to leave at any of the given 3 or 4 times they had the opportunity to, and I never thought in a million years that they were going to come back to my house, trespass on my property, and stab 4 of my friends.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Is there a question pending, Your Honor?
There was not at that point.
Counsel.
So it wasn't because you were afraid of underage drinking going on at the house. That wasn't the reason that you didn't call the cops.
No.
The reason was that you thought you could handle this yourself.
I thought that they were going to leave any of the 4 times they could have. And like I said, I guess thinking back now, knowing that the first 3 times they could have left when they had the opportunity, they didn't. Maybe I should have handled it different, but again, who would have ever thought that 3 juniors or whatever they were in high school from St. Joe's were going to come back to my house, trespass on my property, and stab 4 of my friends.
Okay. And then you told us that as you're walking back to the house, someone threw a can of WD-40 at you, correct?
Correct. They threw it back at me.
And that the defendant came off the side of the bushes, correct?
Correct.
You told him not to come near you, right?
I did.
And then you used the can of WD-40 to spray it in his direction, right?
I did.
What you actually did was you sprayed it right in his face and his eyes, right?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I was spraying it in his direction. He kept approaching me, so I can't tell you where he was getting sprayed. I aimed the can at him and I sprayed it to use it to distance myself.
And you just saw yourself in that video pass by him while he was standing on the street, not in that vehicle, correct?
Probably, but I'm not sure if that was him or where he was at that time.
And you never told the officers in any of your prior statements about the defendant throwing this WD-40 at you and coming off the side of the bushes, right?
Well, one, I don't know if he threw it at me. I'm not sure which one of them threw it at me, but given where he was when he came out of the bushes, when they threw it back at me, I don't believe it could have been him because he was obviously already down by those bushes for me to have walked by him over there.
So you don't
and it
think
came
was
from
him?
Behind me, more towards the car.
So you don't think that it was him throwing that
I
can of WD-40?
don't think he's the one that threw it back at me when I had picked it up to walk back to the house because he was already obviously down in that direction somewhere for him to have come out behind me.
And then you told us that everybody started to make their way back into the house, right?
Correct.
Through the Bilco doors.
Correct.
You walked back first, but you knew that Ricky was still down there at Farmhouse Lane.
I did.
How did you know that he was still down there?
Because I walked back by myself, and he's the only one I knew went down there with me, and if he didn't come back with me, he had to still be down there.
Where were these other 5 or 6 people that we saw here in this video?
They must have been down there as well, but I'm not sure.
You don't recall Ricky coming back inside, but you're certain you went back inside.
I 100% went back inside.
Who else went back inside with you?
I'm not sure exactly who. There was still a large crowd out in the front, and I kind of was just motioning everybody to get back inside the house.
What was the large group out in the front still doing?
Probably standing there. I'm not sure. I was down the street, but as soon as I got back to the house, I had everybody go back inside.
Even the folks that remained in the yard that you just described?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You told us you went back into the house, but that people remained in the front yard. Now you're telling us you had everybody go back inside.
Who remained in the front yard?
You tell me, sir. You're the one who said people remained in the front yard.
I never said anybody remained in the front yard. I said the only people that were still out there was, to my knowledge, Ricky down the street, but I had everybody else around there go back into the house that was still in the front yard.
So when you went into the basement after coming back from Farmhouse Lane, you're saying there was nobody else in the front yard?
I do not believe so, no.
And then you heard somebody yelling, "They're back," right?
Correct.
And you looked out and you could see that they were in the front yard.
Well, we walked back outside, and upon coming up on the front yard, I was able to see the car in the street with the headlights on, and the defendant and Tyler De Silva were now trespassing on my property.
Okay. And at that point, you go out into the front yard, correct?
Correct.
How many people were out in the front yard with you?
I believe everybody had followed me back outside. I don't think anyone was going to leave me to go out there alone. So eventually the entire basement did make its way back outside, and I believe everyone did make their way back out there.
About 30 of you out there in the front yard?
Yeah, including girls too.
And you described your position as being near the cement box and the red bush, right?
Relatively, yes.
And that Tyler De Silva was in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Near the mailbox.
Towards the mailbox.
And that Mr. Valle was off to your left, by the left of the bush and the right of the cement box, right?
What was that last part? To the left of the what?
To the left of the red bush and to the right of the cement box.
Which way are you looking at that? From the street or from the house?
I believe you described it as being Valle was off to your left.
He was off to my left, correct, with my back to the house, so yes.
So you couldn't really see where Mr. Valle was, right?
He was peripheral to me, so I was able to see him and the couple kids over there and know where their position was because they weren't that far. They were only maybe 2 steps away from me. But until the fact where Tyler De Silva shoved me backwards is when they came into my full sight.
And you said that, again, you approached Tyler De Silva because you knew him and his cousins, right?
Correct.
And you said, dude, I've known your family and cousins for years, right?
Correct.
At this point, where are the other 30 people?
I wasn't paying attention to that, but I believe some kids were still coming out of the basement at that point, and I believe that there were people behind me and also to the side of me.
Could you see anybody in front of you near the street?
I don't recall anyone being over there. Could there have been? Maybe, but I do not remember.
And it is your recollection that Tyler De Silva told you to go fuck yourself and shoved you backwards, correct?
Correct.
With these other 30 kids behind you.
Correct, which he knew.
Which he knew that there were 30 kids?
They have obviously seen the amount of kids there were. The minute we walked out to the car the first time, they proceeded to keep coming back knowing that there was 30 kids or 20 dudes standing there.
Okay. And you said that there were a few kids near Mr. Valle, right?
I believe so, yes.
And one of those you knew, and that was Ty Woods.
Correct.
You described him as close to a younger brother for you as it gets, right?
That's right.
And after the shove, you've now got Mr. Valle in your vision, and you say that he went to swing on Ty Woods.
Correct. I watched him take a back swing like he was going to hit him in the back of the head, and Ty had his head turned. I was only 2 steps away. I pretty much stepped into it to get between it and punched him in the face.
Okay. And then after that, you say that Mr. De Silva punched you in the back of your head.
Correct.
How do you know that was Mr. De Silva punched you in the back of your head?
Because nobody else that was at my house was going to be punching me in the back of the head, and he is also the one that just pushed me from the direction where the punches were coming from to the back of my head.
It wasn't because the group of 20 to 30 people was stampeding forwards and people got shoved into one another.
You would have to ask him that, not me. But to what I know, I didn't see any of that going on after, because after I had hit the defendant, that was the last time I ever saw him that entire night, because as I said, when I was getting punched in the back of the head, my focus had turned to Tyler De Silva at this point, who I ended up on the ground with instead.
Now again, you're telling us today that you swung and hit Mr. Valle in the face that evening, but you didn't tell that to the officers when you spoke to them on the 15th a couple times, or the 18th, correct?
I guess not. I had told them I was in the fight, and there was only 2 kids that I could have been fighting with, so...
You didn't tell them that you threw the first punch?
I guess not. At the time, I guess not, no.
And you say that you went to the ground and that Mr. De Silva was on top of you?
Correct.
And that he was swinging and you tied up his arms, right?
Correct.
And that you couldn't see much after that, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I was on the ground underneath him, so I couldn't see anything.
And despite having told officers originally that you'd seen Lito with a knife, ultimately what you told us here today is that you didn't see the defendant with a knife, correct?
I had never seen the knife that entire night with my own eyes at all.
And you would agree, and you've described for us, that this fight was a chaotic scene, correct?
It was a chaotic scene, yes.
And there were only 2 kids that got out of the vehicle that were from the St. Joe's party, correct?
Correct. 2 of them got out of the car.
And there were roughly 30 of you, 20 of which you've described as being boys, correct?
Correct, which they knew.
In fact, you continue to tell me that, sir, which they knew. How do you know what they knew?
Because they were in the car when we all came outside. They saw how many of us there were. They drove up and down the street 3 or 4 times and saw that there was that many of us, and even when he came on my property, nobody immediately got physical with them. I was still trying to talk to Tyler De Silva and get him to leave, and they saw with their own eyes how many of us were standing there and decided that he was going to get physical with me. So yeah, they knew how many of us were there.
So it's your recollection that Mr. De Silva is the one who decided to get physical with you?
Correct, he shoved me.
Was Mr. De Silva at any point holding a phone or filming any of this as it was going on?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle with a phone filming or recording anything of what was going on?
Nope.
Did you see, however, a video of the fight itself?
I did.
And that was taken by Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Correct.
And you also identified for us another person who is in that video with a phone in his hand, and that was Ricky Fiola, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that you saw that was filming that evening?
I was on the ground. I didn't see anybody filming or holding a phone until I saw the video after, which I still am not even sure if there was a recording going or if those were just flashlights. But yeah, I didn't see anybody else recording, no.
Well, you did see the video, correct?
I did
Recorded
see
by
that
Tanner
video
Chernowski.
Tanner took, correct.
So you know that one video
I do know
was
that
taken, correct?
video was taken.
And did you tell any of the officers that video existed?
No, I did not. They actually showed it to me first, and that was my first knowledge of it.
You didn't know about that video until it was shown to you by the officers?
Correct.
Are you friends with Tanner Chernowski
I am.
on his Snapchat stories?
Yeah, I am.
And you weren't aware that he had posted it that very evening?
I was not aware that he had posted it ever, and I had never seen it, so no, I was not.
So, Mr. Rich, is it fair to say that despite a number of opportunities to tell the police as much as what you have recalled today, you didn't actually tell them any of those things regarding the WD-40 can?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that despite having a number of opportunities, you didn't tell them that you were the person who first punched Mr. Valle?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that you didn't call the police that night at any point?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow that one.
No, I did not call the police at any point that night.
And you told officers that you had seen the defendant with a knife, despite the fact that now you're telling us you never saw him with a knife, correct?
No, I did not.
Sustained. Strike the last answer, please. Thank you.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Rich, there were essentially two fights going on in the front yard, were there not?
As far as what I'm aware of, I can only speak for what was going on with me and Tyler De Silva at the time I was on the ground with him, because I could not see anything else.
And how many people were engaged with Mr. De Silva when you were also on the ground with him?
To my knowledge, just me and him. Do I think people could have thrown a couple shots at him? It's possible, but from what I could see, just me and him were on the ground. But
when you say it's possible that other people could have thrown shots at him, you viewed the video of the fight, correct?
Correct.
You see people throwing shots at him, correct?
Correct.
It's not just possible. That happened, didn't it?
Yeah, so a couple kids did throw a couple shots in after, but I could not see that from where I was on the ground.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a separate fight going on involving Mr. Valle, correct?
I'm not sure.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Briefly?
Sure.
Tyler, counsel asked you about Tanner and Alex coming to the house. What do you recall about when Tanner and Alex actually showed up in relation to when the Honda Pilot was at your house?
So when we had first went outside, I believe Tanner and Alex had not gotten there yet until after the first time the car drove down the street. I believe the first time when they went down the street, it took them a little longer to come back because they had went all the way to the dead end, or at least out of our view. And as the car went down the street, from what I recall, I believe is when Tanner and Alex got there.
And when Tanner and Alex got there, where were you at that moment?
I was in the front yard.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about your statement to police initially. You had indicated that you had seen, well, at least according to your statement, you indicated that you had told the cops that he was flashing a knife. Where did that information come from? Did you actually see that happen?
No, I never saw that.
So why would you tell the cops that a kid named Lito was flashing a knife?
It was something I had overheard that night, and as a 18-year-old kid who's never had to go through something traumatic like that, I didn't know that I couldn't write something in my statement without physically seeing it. So I was brought back in to clarify that. I didn't see that.
So based on the fact that you have 4 of your friends that were stabbed on the front lawn, what was your immediate what was your intuition? What was your reason for telling the cops what you did at that moment, with regards to what you saw at that moment? Did you have a reason why you didn't recall the WD-40 can or anything like that? Why did you say what you did?
Yeah, of course. I mean, in that time period, like I've been saying, I was an 18-year-old kid who just watched 4 of my best friends get stabbed in my front yard where I grew up at my own house, and having to go through that, I believe that there was just certain things that my mind was putting out of my head, and I was more focused on the events that took place during the actual fight itself.
Now, on a subsequent occasion, did you eventually tell somebody about this WD-40?
I did.
And on a subsequent occasion, did you eventually tell somebody about you throwing a punch at Lito?
I did.
Now, you saw States 44, which is the 36 Laurel Glen video, the ring video. That camera, does that camera capture everything that happened with all the interactions down the street? In other words, you see yourself throwing the can at the car. At some point, that camera stops, right?
Correct.
And at some point in time, there are other things that happened that just weren't captured on that camera.
Correct, there was.
So with regards to where the defendant may have been standing at any given moment during that video, and where he was when he was coming out of the woods at you when you had the WD-40 can in your hand, would that have happened before or after the events that we see in States 44?
After.
And with regards to the number of people that were captured on States 44 from your group that go down the street, to the best of your recollection, you only recalled Ricky Fiola and maybe one other person?
Correct.
And clearly there were more from your group down the street?
Clearly, yeah.
Now, when you came back from down the street, were you by yourself?
I was.
And when you came back from down the street, you indicated that Ricky Fiola was still behind you down the street?
Correct.
So when you got to the front lawn and you were ushering people back in your house, you went down the basement with people that you ushered with down back inside your house?
Correct.
But that didn't include Ricky Fiola,
No, it did not.
So if there were at least 7 people down the street, you being one and Ricky being another, there's at least 5 other people that are probably still down the street and coming back down towards the house, right?
Correct.
So when you go back in the house, some of your friends could have still come back and been on the front lawn.
Right.
You just wouldn't know who it was.
Correct.
And when the car came back down the street and you heard "they're back," did that come from inside the house or outside the house?
That came from outside, I believe, because somebody had looked out the doors and saw the car pull back up.
But you don't know who said that?
No.
No further questions.
Any additional cross?
Just briefly.
You told us that part of the reason that you were unable to recall some of what you've told us today was due to the trauma, correct, of this incident?
Correct.
So it wasn't that you wanted to minimize the involvement of your friends on that evening,
What do you mean by that?
as far as why you weren't able to recall these things when you were talking to police officers beforehand. It wasn't because you wanted to minimize the involvement that your friends had.
You mean like try to hide things my friends did?
Correct.
No, I wasn't trying to minimize anything.
You weren't trying to protect your friends from any sort of police investigation.
I mean, no, that's nothing that's inside of my control anyways.
And then you had been asked about telling that to folks on a subsequent occasion about the WD-40 and about throwing the first punch. Do you recall that question?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. The state's attorney asked you that about not telling folks about the WD-40 or about the throwing of the punch, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he asked you, but you did tell them that on a subsequent occasion, correct?
Correct.
And that subsequent occasion was today, correct?
No.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. You're all set. You can exit the witness box. Please watch your step. Counsel, I am going to go into the morning recess. All right? Court's going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. Ladies.
All right, so they are going into their morning recess. Let's recap what we heard so far. This witness was the 10th witness for the state, Tyler Rich. Tyler Rich is the house that the stabbing took place. So there were 2 parties, right? The first party was at the lacrosse team, female lacrosse team. That was, let's see, friend and witness, classmate, and okay, who was the woman? So there was a Lazy Brook party. That's where Griffin and Tyler Heinz showed up, and that's where this first altercation took place, where they knocked the beer out of Tyler's hands. Then they got invited to this other party, so they went to this other party, which was Tyler Rich's house. So Tyler Rich was having the party, the second party, and this is also where the stabbing took place. So he's 21 years old now. He was 18 in 2022. He was a senior that was graduating that year. He said it started out as just a small party. Some of his buddies were there, and some of his older buddies that were freshmen in college, they showed up. They said they started showing up around 7 or 8 o'clock. They were hanging out in his basement. They were drinking a few beers. Let me go here. They were drinking a few beers, and he said he only had 1 or 2 beers. Right, so he said he played sports with Faison Teal. He gave him rides to school. He knew Tommy Connery. He was a year older, but they would hang out. And then Ryan Heinz, he knew Ryan Heinz. He played football. So it was Ryan Hines. He's the one that was with Griffin, and Ryan was the one that had Bud Light, and Jack Schneider, I believe, knocked the beer out of Ryan's hands, and then they were going to fight. Actually, they did end up fighting at that lacrosse, the Lazy Brook house, and then they left there, and then they went to this other party. They went to Tyler Rich's party. So he knew Jimmy McGrath from Sheldon. He hung out even though Jimmy went to prep school. Jimmy went to Fairfield Prep. So let's see. So Ryan and Griffin showed up and told him that Ryan had been jumped, and he told these two guys, hey, we have way too many people here. You guys need to get a ride. You need to not stay. You need to go home. So then Tanner and Alex came last. He said they were coming to give a ride to Ryan and Griffin. He said there was some beer there. Maybe some of the girls that were there had some seltzer. He said nothing crazy. It was not an open keg party like the media has said. The uninvited people showed up after Ryan and Griffin, and then this green Honda Pilot SUV was outside. So he said he was outside when this SUV showed up. He exited through the basement doors, the cellar doors. We've heard about these cellar doors, right? And he walked down the driveway and he noticed this car. And he saw Tyler DeSilvo in this car. He said he knew his cousins, and he also knew his family. So he walked over to the passenger side and he's like, hey man, you're not welcome here. You need to leave. Then he's like, he's not sure why you guys are here. He said, you need to leave. And the car did not leave. He said he heard people arguing on the other side of the car, and he looked to the back driver's seat and he saw Mackenzie and Raul in the back seat. Now he says he knew this Mackenzie from an earlier age. I think Traficant, was her last name. He said he knew her from an earlier age, and then she also went to St. Joe's. He said he saw other kids in the car, but he didn't know who they were. He said probably 2 or 3 of them. So Mackenzie was sitting in the middle of the back seat. Raul was on the driver's seat in the back. He didn't know who was arguing, so he walked around to see what was going on, and he saw something get thrown out the window, and he heard glass shatter. So as out of the driver's back window, the bottle was thrown. So some of his friends started yelling and rocking the car. He said about 15 to 20 kids started to rock the car. He said it was dark, but the lights were on. Lights were on all over the place, so he could see, and he didn't have any weapons. So he heard screaming, shaking, kicking, and he knew something. He said he knew it was getting very chippy. He said he tried to prevent more, so he got into Jack Schneider's window, and Jack Schneider was driving, don't forget, and he told him to leave, and he said he reached for the shifter, and Jack rolled the window up, and then finally the car drove up the street going very fast. He said the SUV was throwing cans out the window at the other parked cars, because don't forget, there's like 30 kids there, so there's probably 20 some odd cars, 25 cars. So Raul and his buddies are leaving, and apparently they're throwing stuff out the window at these cars. So he said maybe a minute later they came back. His friends picked up the cans and started throwing it at the SUV. So then the Honda Pilot went to Adams, which was going west. And he said a third time they drove by and they kept throwing things out the window. This is when the WD-40 came flying out. So he said he picked up the WD-40 and the car stopped. So then he and Ricky, so this guy Ricky, they run down the street and he's yelling, let's go, blah. And then that's when he threw the WD-40 at them. He told them to leave. He was yelling for them to get back in the car and get out of here. He did not engage in any physical altercation, and he didn't have any weapons. He said he started to walk back to the house and was trying to get everybody back inside the house. And then they showed that Ring video of Tyler, and you could hear Tyler yelling at the car. As he was walking back, he said a kid picked up the WD-40 and threw it at him. So he picked it up, and he kept walking back. So then he says Raul came out of the bushes, and Tyler said, get the F out of here, and Tyler started spraying him with the WD-40. So Raul kind of backed away. He said Raul was walking at him with a straight face. He told Raul multiple times to stop, and after spraying, Raul just stood there. So he did not engage in any altercation. Everyone then started going back inside. So he walked back because he heard they were on his property. So he comes back out of the house, and De Silva and Raul are there on his property. So then Tyler De Silva was in front. Okay, so then he kind of says where there's that cement box. It might be like a septic tank. So he's there. Raul was a little bit closer to the house, I guess. So he approached Tyler because he knew who he was. He was telling him, he says, not in a nice manner, to get the F off of his property and leave. Tyler argued and said, dude, I've known your family and cousins for a long time, and don't do this. Oh no, Tyler was arguing with them, and Tyler Rich, so these two Tylers are yelling at each other, said, dude, I've known your family and cousins for a long time. Don't do this. Tyler DeSilva says, go F yourself, and you don't know my family. And he shoves him backwards. So at this point, there's like 20 or 30 kids outside. And he said a few kids were by Raul. After shoving, so now he gets shoved back, and Raul's in his vision. So he sees Raul take a swing at Ty Wood. So then he gets in and he takes a punch at Raul. So then he goes to the ground. Let's see. He was immediately punched in the back of the head by Tyler DeSilva. So he sees Raul taking a swing at Ty Wood. He takes a swing at Raul. Tyler DeSilva takes a swing at him. Then those two fall on the ground. The fight ended. It was only about a minute. He said it was very chaotic. Somebody grabbed Tyler DeSilva and throws him, get out of here, throws him to the road. And then as he's getting pushed back to the road, Raul comes back in. That's when he has a knife. He said Tom Connery said he was bleeding because he had gotten stabbed. He was tying off stab wounds on Tommy's leg. He did not see the car drive away. He tried to call 911, but then he did get a hold of his dad, his father. So his mom was in Cape Cod. His dad had plans to go out for the evening, so he was left to his own devices. He took himself away because he saw Jimmy struggle with his last breath. So same with Griffin. Both of them were like, I can't deal with this, and they kind of walked away from Jimmy. He said he was interviewed more than once, something in his original statement about him seeing Raul with a knife, so he was called back. Originally, he said that Raul was flashing a knife, but had to say he never. Oh, okay. So somebody else said that Raul had the knife. So, all right. Then for Cross, who else did you tell about the WD-40? He said the state, and whenever it's been asked about, he couldn't fully remember about the WD-40, so he came back later on, and as soon as he remembered, it was brought up. So he talked to law enforcement like 4 or 5 times, and he didn't mention this WD-40 at all. And he kept saying, well, it was because it was traumatic. I just saw, these people were trespassing, and I saw my friend bleed out on my front lawn. He didn't know about the group chat until later. He said there was about 18 to 20 boys and about 10 to 12 girls. He was actually brought a list of names by law enforcement, and he went through and he identified about 32, but he said he could be wrong. He said it was definitely in the 30s. He said the media made this out to be this alcohol-fueled, 70 to 100 people at this keg party. He's like, it wasn't like that. It was not like that. He thought he could talk to Tyler. He didn't find out about the group chat until the next day when Officer Staples came to his house. Then there's this Caitlin and Autumn Murphy. First time we heard about Caitlin and Autumn Murphy. We're going to hear from all these people. The defense has to call all these people in this car. I mean, we have to hear from Jack Schneider. We have to hear from DeSilva. We have to hear from Caitlin and Autumn Murphy. We have to hear from Mackenzie. We absolutely have to hear from them. He learned some info. Let's see. Bits and pieces. He said nothing was relevant. Let's see. He didn't realize he needed to clarify his statement. So that's why he didn't say anything about, I don't need to clarify my statement. He's saying he didn't think that he needed to. So everyone was standing in my yard. Everyone was going at it. The next thing I saw, blood was everywhere. That's what he said initially. He didn't say anything about him throwing the first punch to defend his friend. He didn't say anything about that. So let's see. Kids were shaking the car. He says if they didn't leave, this would turn into something bigger. So then that ring video is shown. It's like at least 8 kids going back to that car. I mean, you can argue self-defense. You can also argue Raul and Jack and DeSilva should have left, or DeSilva, they should have left. I mean, which way are you going to go? Are you going to go with he was defending himself, or are you going to go with he was instigating it? I don't know. This is going to be a tough one. It's a tough one for me. Very tough one for me. So that's about it. That's about it for that. Let's see. Let me get us back here just in case just want to make sure we're caught up here. All right. Young Black Economist says, another lie. Clarify statement is called a lie because they don't want cops to know they instigated the fight. I don't know who instigated this because, why show back up? You were told to leave. They drove back. Raul and Jack and De Silva, they drove back and forth 3 times. They were throwing stuff out the window. They come out, they get on the property. Yes, it seems like he threw the first punch, but if you go back to the first fight, Raul threw the first punch. It's just so messy. It's so messy. Lily Wayne, we will see if Raul testifies. It's kind of one of those situations where nobody's right when everybody's wrong. There's nobody. Everybody's wrong in this situation. Nobody's right. They shouldn't have been on the property. They should have just left. The kids shouldn't have rocked the car. If Tyler Rich, he's defending his property. He's defending his property. These kids are on his property. He's like, get out, get out. They're lucky they weren't killed, right? Raul and Jack and Tyler, those kids, if anything, they could have been killed because they were on somebody else's property, and that would have been totally, hey, it's the castle doctrine. I'm defending my property. Mallory says, who we can't ask, Jimmy, because he's, yeah. And it seems like he really didn't even have anything to do with it. He wasn't in any fights. He wasn't in any altercations. He wasn't swinging punches at De Silva when he was on the ground. Because you definitely saw De Silva, he's on the ground on top of Tyler Rich, and there's kids coming in, punching on him, Sherry M., if law enforcement thought there was a lot of drinking, they would have gotten more involved in that, including calling the parents and asking why they had beer. I can't believe that wasn't an issue. There are some parents that are being sued. I know the parent. Yeah, no, they're getting sued. Hold on. Yeah, they're definitely getting sued. Hold on just a second. So they are definitely getting sued. And they're the Leafers. That's let's see. Paul and Susanna Leifer. The suit is being brought by Ryan Heinz. See, now that's the first party. So that's the first party. Paul and Susanna Leifer. That's the first party. So the Leifers is the first party. And then Rich is the second party. So that's the first. I don't know about the second party, the Riches. I'm not sure if the Riches are getting sued as well. So they had nothing to do with the second. They had nothing to do with the second fight. It was the first fight that was at their place. So they're getting sued. Young Black Economist, I think most weapons should be banned, but for whatever reason, U.S. think everyone should be constantly armed. Yep. So I don't think even if he went back to get the knife, it means anything more than he was preparing to defend himself. I guess that's the argument for why everyone has weapons. Yep, because everybody's allowed to defend themselves. It's a tough situation. This is a very sticky situation. No says, do we know for sure it was the defendant's knife? We don't. Is it possible someone else had it and tried to use it on him and wrestled it from him? No, I don't think so. We don't know that for sure. But the thought is that he was there. Raul was in the midst of this. He goes back to the car because when Tyler De Silva is thrown back to the road, you see Raul coming back. So he was at the car. So he was on the lawn. He goes to the car and then he comes back. So again, is he trying to defend himself and his buddy? Is he instigating a fight? It's like, it is really, this is so tough. I mean, I could see it going either way. I could see this as he's defending his buddy and himself. I could also see it as, hey, you were free and clear. You were back by the car. Why'd you come back in? So it's tough. It is tough. This is a tough one. Very tough one. So unfortunately, one boy is... I was spelling Leifer. No. It's Leifer. Leifer. I think it's Leifer. It could be Leifer, but it's Leifer. Figs Gaming, yeah, but they deleted the videos of them jumping him after that. Oh. Okay. So, wait. So, Figs, who was jumping? Okay, so he goes back to the car. He comes back in, and the stabbing happened really quickly. So, at what point in time what are you suggesting that? Lily Wayne says, apparently Suzanne saw Ryan being bit up, and she just went back into the house. Maybe. I know she came out afterwards. After their fight, she came out afterwards and said, "Kids, get out of here." She kicked them out. That party was over. She definitely kicked them out after that first fight. Well, that's from Isabella and Emily. They were at the party. So all 8 rushed him, trying to jump him. So this is after he goes back to the car and he got the knife, then he comes back in and they rushed him then? Is that what you're saying? I wish that ring camera had been... It was working, but it wasn't recording. It was working. They had a ring camera on that garage and it was working. Would have caught all of this. We would have seen everything. Would have been brutal. Would have been tough to watch kids getting stabbed, but we would have seen for sure who was jumping who swung the first punch, all that stuff. So, yeah, I can see this could have been...
Good afternoon. Are we ready to proceed, Counsel?
We are, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Bring the clerk in. Thank you. Okay. Marshall. We're on? Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jury.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, very good. State will please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Aiden King to the stand.
Thank you. Hi there. If you step into the witness box, Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Okay, she's right here to my right. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name,
Aiden King, K-I-N-G,
and please state your address.
40 Wake.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you.
Do me a favor, Aiden. Get close to the microphone and speak up. Okay?
All right.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You a little nervous to be here?
Yeah.
Aiden, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you work?
I do.
What do you do?
I work at a dog daycare in Shelton.
And how long have you been doing that for?
A little over a year, almost 2 years now.
And have you and I met on a prior occasion?
Yes.
And why did we meet?
For the trial.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And why do you recall that day?
It was a traumatic day.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this. States 9. You know whose house that is?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
Tyler Rich.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
He's a longtime friend of mine. Grew up playing football together, high school, and then we got really close, so I've known him for a little while.
I'll show you. State's 54, and you know who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Faison Teal.
How do you know Faison Teal?
Same thing. Grew up middle school, football, high school.
State's 56. You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Ryan Hines.
How do you know Ryan Hines?
High school football.
State's 55. You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Tommy Connery.
How do you know Tommy?
Went to school with him, middle school, high school.
Finally, State's 57. You know who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Jimmy McGrath.
How do you know Jimmy?
Met him through Rosie, who I'm friends with. He's just become a good friend of mine through
Who's
the
Rosie?
years. Rosie's his sister, older sister.
Did you go to school with Jimmy?
No, I did not.
Do you know where Jimmy went to school?
Yes.
Where did he go?
Fairfield Prep.
Faison, Tommy, and Ryan. Did you go to school with those individuals?
Yes.
And on May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
I was 17.
And what were you in school?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
Shelton High.
And you went to school with Tommy, Ryan, and Faison?
Yes.
Did you go to school with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Did you go to school with Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
How about Sal Perry?
Yes.
How about Mike Samperi?
No.
Do you know Mike Samperi?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Met him through Tyler as well. He just come around sometimes. Good friend.
How about Alex Bernstein?
I've met him before, yes. But did I go to school with him?
Yes.
No.
When did you meet him?
I met him one time prior, and then at Tyler's, I met him.
On that night?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Do you know Charlie?
Yes.
How do you know Charlie?
School, high school.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How about Matt Lakovich?
Yes.
How do you know them?
All high school, middle school.
Now, on May 14th of 22, did you have an occasion to go to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Why?
He was having a party.
Okay, and what kind of party was it?
Just the normal thing. Listening to music, drinking, hanging out with a bunch of guy friends, some girls.
And were you drinking that night?
Yes.
And what were you drinking?
Bud Light.
How many beers did you have that night?
5 to 7.
And what time would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house that night?
Around 8 o'clock.
And did you start drinking before you got to Tyler Rich's house or when you got there?
When I got there.
And when you were there, do you know whether or not the individuals we just spoke about were present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
They were.
And when you were there with those individuals, what were you doing? Hanging out?
Hanging out, listening to music, talking, drinking.
Are you familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Griffin?
High school.
And at some point in time in the night, did Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik show up?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with them when they showed up?
Briefly.
And not telling us what they said, but after that conversation, were you informed of an incident that happened on Lazy Brook Road prior to them arriving?
I was.
And shortly after having that conversation with them, did something happen where individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened? How were you made aware of that?
There were people outside, and they came inside and told people who were in the basement that there was a group of kids in a car outside who we don't know why they were there and who they were.
And when you had got this information, did you exit the house?
Yes.
And where did you exit the house?
I exited through, so there's cellar doors, and I came up them. They're on the side of the house, and proceeded to walk outside towards the driveway.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5. Can you see in State's Exhibit 5 where the cellar doors would be?
They would be right in that little space you could see in the trees, a little off to the right. Yeah, right around there.
Okay. And you came out this way?
Yes.
And when you came out this way, what did you proceed to do?
I proceeded to walk down the driveway.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. When you walked down the driveway, how did you walk? If you could describe it in State's 49.
In between where those, like the blue truck and the white truck, it was kind of that path.
Okay. And when the individual showed up, where did you observe did they come in a car?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when they came, well, you don't remember what was it a four-door car? Do you remember?
It was a four-door car. Yeah.
Now, when they came, do you recall, can you tell us in this States 49 where, if at all, the car was stopped?
On the right side of the street, just about in front of the driveway, but also near like the across the street's house is like little sidewalk.
So right around this area?
Yes.
And when you came out of the house, how many people were with you, if you can recall?
Around 10 to 15.
And do you know whether or not Tyler Rich was with you?
He was.
Do you recall anybody else who was with you at the time?
I do not.
When you came out of the house, what time of day was it?
It was nighttime. Yeah.
Was it pitch black out?
No, there was lights surrounding, so you could see, but it was dark out.
But you can notice people in front of you?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you approach the car?
Yes.
Okay. And when you approached the car, how was the car facing? So if we're looking at 49, we can agree this house here is Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
This would be Adams Road?
Yes.
The car, the street that I'm pointing to, that's in the lower left-hand corner of the picture, and this is Laurel Place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which way was the car facing? Do you recall? Was it facing towards Farmhouse, which is down here?
It was facing towards Farmhouse.
And did you approach the car?
Yes.
What side of the car did you approach?
I approached the rear side behind the passenger. I mean, the driver.
So if this is the car here, and this is the driver's side here, you're somewhere over here, but maybe near the rear passenger side?
Yes, behind the driver.
Behind the driver?
Yep.
Okay. And when you approached that side of the vehicle, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened at that point?
The window was rolled down, and I looked inside, and I saw Lito, Mackenzie, and Tyler Da Silva. Those are the only ones I knew of in the car that I could recognize, and proceeded to have conversation.
Do you recall whether or not there were any other people in the car at that point?
There were others, yes.
Did you recognize any of them?
I did not.
Now, you said that you recognized Tyler Da Silva?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Da Silva?
I've seen him before, just around at other parties from other high schools.
Okay. And Mackenzie, who's Mackenzie?
She is someone who went to St. Joe's, but before St. Joe's, went to middle school and with her. So
you grew up with her?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
What's her last name?
Trafficante.
And you said Lito?
Yes.
Does Lito have a different name?
He does.
What is his name?
His real name's Raul.
And is that individual present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And can you please describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit, black tie, white undershirt.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
Now, when you said that you had a conversation with Mackenzie, Tyler, and Lito?
It was Lito and Mackenzie that I was talking to.
So you were talking to where was Lito seated in the car?
Behind the driver's side.
And where was Mackenzie seated?
Next to him, on the right side of him.
And you had a conversation with the two of them?
Yes.
Did you have a particular conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened, what was said.
So there was just a lot of back and forth going on.
When you say back and forth, what does that mean?
Like, people were yelling outside, for them to leave, but I was having a direct conversation with him, talking normally at first, but then he proceeded to threaten to smash a bottle on someone's head if they didn't back away from the car.
And after the defendant said he would smash a bottle on somebody's head if they didn't back away from the car, what if anything happened next?
After that, I just said, no, don't do that. And then I backed away. I walked back to the end of the driveway.
Did you ever, during your conversation with the defendant, ever tell the defendant or anybody else in that car to leave?
Yes.
How many times?
Like 3 to 4 times.
And at some point in time during the interaction with the defendant, after you backed away, what, if anything, did you observe?
After I backed away, just more screaming and yelling from groups of people, and then the car just proceeded to take off down the street.
And when the car took off down the street, what did you observe about how the car took off?
Driving crazy.
Prior to the car leaving the area at that time, did anybody kick or shake the car? Do you recall any
Yes,
of
there
that?
was people putting hands on the car.
Now, was that your group of friends or the people in the car?
It was my group of friends.
And when that happened, the car took off?
Yes,
And where did it go? Did it go towards Farmhouse or towards Adams?
towards Farmhouse.
And when it went down towards Farmhouse, where were you situated in the street or in the area when you observed that?
I was at the end of the driveway.
And you looked down towards Farmhouse?
Yes,
And when you looked down towards Farmhouse, what did you observe?
I observed the car stop and people proceed to get out of the car.
Was that did that happen more than once? Did the car drive down and back, or did it just drive down once?
They drove down and back.
Okay, so let's start there.
Okay.
So they drove down the street. Were you outside the entire time?
Yes,
Did the car come back?
yes.
When the car came back, what happened?
Just more driving crazy. They turned around and then drove back towards the Farmhouse again.
So when they turned around, did they turn around somewhere in the Adams Drive area?
Yes,
And when they drove back down, did you recall people throwing things at the car at this point?
I do not recall.
When they drove back down the street, how many times would you say they drove up and down the street, if you can recall?
About 3 times.
And when they drove up and down the street 3 times, at some point in time, did they stop driving up and down the street?
Yes.
And when they stopped, where did they, if you can tell from State's Exhibit 49, where did the car stop? Did it stop, where on the
Towards the Farmhouse, there's like a light at the end of the road, kind of, and it was around that light post.
So if I point my finger around here,
Yes, that area.
the record can reflect I'm pointing to an area to the north, or the top right-hand corner where there appears to be a light pole near the corner, near the intersection of Farmhouse and Adams. All right, and Laurel Glen, excuse me.
The court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And that's where you observed the car parked?
Yes.
When the car parked down the street at that point in time, what did you do?
A group of us proceeded to walk down to the street, like to the car.
Do you know who was with you when you walked down the street?
Tyler Rich, Ricky Fiola. Other than that, I do not recall.
And when you walked down the street, how far would you say you walked down the street?
I'd say to that first light post, just about.
So somewhere,
Like the end of the tree line on the left.
near,
And yeah, that area.
you're on a record to reflect, there's a light post, looks like on the right side of Laurel Glen, which is before a wood area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen. That's right, on the right side of the tree.
Court will allow the notation on the record.
So showing you States 1 behind you. Can you point on States 1 where you walked up to?
Yes.
Where,
Can I get up?
use it.
Oh, just the pointer. Right around here.
It's this area.
Yes.
The record can reflect, Your Honor, on States 1. It's the area on the right side of Laurel Glen, just before 36 Laurel Glen. There's a wooded area again where the witnesses identified he walked up to.
All right, so noted.
So when you walked up to that area, did you have any weapons on you at that point?
No.
And when you walked up to that area, what if anything, did you observe at that point?
But I saw 2 people get out the car. My group of friends running up to approach them, and then just continued with more yelling back and forth, and that was it.
How long would you say you were observing what was going on from that vantage point?
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
And when you were observing what was going on down the street at that point, you indicated there's some light poles. Is there any lighting down the end of the street?
Yes.
And were you able to observe people interacting?
Yes.
When you went down the street and you observed people interacting, did you observe anybody from your group get into any physical altercation with the people from the car?
No.
Do you know whether or not Tyler Rich, Ricky Fiola, or anybody else you were with had any weapons on them?
I do not recall.
Now, after about 3 or 4 minutes, what did you do?
I proceeded to go back inside the house because Tyler was telling people to go back inside, so I listened and went back inside the house.
So you turned around and walked back to Tyler's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turned around and walked back to Tyler's house, how did you get back inside his house?
I kind of cut in front of these bushes, the red bushes, cut in front of them, and proceeded to go back the way I left, through back the cellar doors.
So in Stage 49, there's 2 red bushes on the right side of the Rich property. You walked in front of these?
Yes.
And did you walk up the cobblestone driveway and back in behind the black truck?
Behind the black truck.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, the path is in front of these two red bushes, up the side of the driver's side of the black truck, and behind the black truck towards the, which would be the right side of the house.
All right, the record will reflect. Thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler's house at that point in time, what did you do when you went downstairs?
I went back inside, was talking to friends normally, and then was getting ready to leave. I was talking with my friend Jeremy. He was going to bring us all home.
Who's Jeremy?
Jeremy Oko.
Okay, and Jeremy Oko drove you to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Okay, but he was going to give you a ride home?
Yes.
Why was he going to give you a ride home?
Because he was sober, and we wanted to leave because we weren't really having fun anymore, so it was time to go home.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you end up leaving the house?
Yes.
All right. When did you end up leaving the house?
After I came outside and saw friends on the floor screaming, and just I didn't know what was happening. I came out to a fight.
All right, let's back up. So at some point in time, you leave the house and you witness a fight?
I leave the house and I witness a group of people, a lot of screaming, and people on the floor, so yes.
Okay. When you were inside the house, were you made aware that individuals were on the front lawn?
No, I was not.
Okay, tell us about how you came to come outside of Tyler Rich's house and witness what you just indicated.
So I came out the same way I was going back and forth, and I couldn't see anything until I got to right in front of where that black truck is in the picture. And then that's when I heard all the yelling and the screaming and people running to cars. And at the time it looked like there was people fighting, but I would later find out that it was done already, like the fight was over, and there was just my friends stabbed on the ground.
So, just so we're clear, at the point where you came out of 43 Laurel Glen, you thought a fight was going on?
Yes.
But in reality, the fight had already ended?
Yes.
So when you walked out of 43 Laurel Glen, you came out towards the black truck here?
Yes.
Were you on the passenger side or the driver's side?
The driver's side.
And where in States 49 were you standing?
That piece of like cement or whatever right there, like right in front of the truck, that's on the grass. That's where I stopped, and that's when I saw everything.
So I'm going to show you States 4. See the cement block here?
Yes.
Okay. You were standing somewhere around here?
Yes.
Now, when you were standing there, what did you observe at that moment in time?
There's a lot of screaming, yelling, people surrounding people who were on the floor. I couldn't tell who it was at the time, but then I saw individuals run to a car. The car speed off, and then I turned back around, and that's when I realized I saw blood. I saw people crying, screaming, and saying that people had been stabbed.
All right, what did you observe about who did you observe bleeding?
Jimmy McGrath
and
Faison Teal.
Can you tell us in this exhibit here where you observed Jimmy at the moment?
Kind of near this bush right here, the front one, the red bush, in that
This area here?
Yes, in that area.
Okay. This is in this debris area here where there's shirts on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, so to the record reflect to the left of the red bush here where there appears to be some items on the front.
Record can so reflect.
And what did you observe about Jimmy when you noticed the bleeding?
There was just a lot of people around him. I couldn't really see. I didn't get like up close to him, but I saw his face. I saw people around him trying to help, and then I just kept looking around and seeing more people on the floor, more people stabbed.
And who else did you see that was stabbed?
Tommy Connery and Faison Teal I saw.
What did you notice about Tommy Connery?
He was holding his leg, and then I just saw blood all over his leg.
And what about Faison Teal? What did you notice about him?
His arm was cut.
And when you noticed that your friends were stabbed at this point, what, if anything, did you do?
People were just screaming to call the police. I know multiple people were at one time, but I had someone's phone and I called the police. Tried to explain what happened as best as I could, gave them the address of the location, and then hung up. They eventually arrived with the ambulance, and they brought people who needed care away, and the cops stayed and asked if anybody wanted to write down statements.
And did you, in fact, give a statement at some point in time?
Yes, I did.
And that night at Tyler Rich's house, how many people Were there a lot of people at his house?
There was a good amount of people, yes.
But did you witness how many of those people were actually involved in the fight?
I did not.
Did you observe any of your friends in the aftermath of the fight? Did you observe any of them? Did any of them have any weapons on them at that point?
No, not that I observed.
That's all I have, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. King.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
No.
If you can, just keep your voice up. It's
Yep, sorry.
to hear. We've got fans going. The acoustics are bad. I don't think we'll be long. You told us that you knew most of the people at the party that night, correct?
Yes.
And how many people would you say were there at the party?
30 to 40.
You told us that you'd had yourself 5 to 7 Bud Lights.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you arrived there around 8 o'clock until the time that you left there sometime around midnight?
Yes.
Do you think you stopped drinking earlier than when you left?
Yes.
What time do you think you stopped drinking?
Maybe 10, 30, 11.
So you think you had those 5 to 7 beers in the course of 2.5 to 3 hours?
Yes.
Was that pretty much the way folks were drinking that night?
Not everybody,
Okay.
but some.
Had you brought those Bud Lights yourself?
Yes.
And was there alcohol that was being provided at the party?
No.
This was a BYOB party, so to say?
Yes.
And you yourself were 17 at the time?
Yes.
Okay. How did you come into possession of that alcohol?
I do not recall.
Was there anybody that was over 21 at the party?
I do not recall.
There were some older folks that had already graduated, correct?
Yes.
Some folks that were as old as 20, perhaps?
Yes.
And did you notice other people drinking at the same rate that you were?
Yes.
Were there any drinking games being played?
No.
No beer pong going on?
Nope.
Did you notice any adults?
No.
This was a fairly regular occasion to get together at the Rich's house and party?
Yes.
In this same fashion?
Yes.
You told us that you knew Griffin Marcinzik.
Yes.
Were you a part of the basketball group chat?
No.
Were you made aware that there was a basketball group chat that was going on
I
that
wasn't made
evening?
aware.
And that there was some taunting and the sharing of the 43 Laurel Glen Drive address on that?
I was made aware of it, yes.
And you were expecting at some point that perhaps somebody might show up in response to that?
Yes.
I object based on the fact that he said he wasn't aware of the group chat. His knowledge is after the fact, so how would he know at the time?
Okay, I believe he's answering the question, so he appeared to have knowledge. I'm going to overrule your objection.
You weren't a part of that basketball group chat, correct?
No.
But you were aware that that was going on?
I was made aware after.
Made aware after. Okay. When you say after, you didn't know that Griffin Marcinzik was texting people that evening?
No, I did not.
How close a friend would you describe Griffin Marcinzik?
We're not extremely close, but I've hung out with him before. He also played football, so I've talked to him outside in school for a while, so he's a good friend.
Okay. And you learned from he and Mr. Hines that there had been some sort of altercation earlier at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you didn't know at that time that they were communicating with people that they believed had been involved in that altercation?
No.
They didn't explain to you that they were sending out the address for people to come there?
I did not know.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
High school, middle school, I also played football with him when I was younger as well.
Okay. And you told us that you had met Alex Burnson once prior to this?
Yes.
What was the nature of that meeting that you had prior to
The first one?
Yes.
Just hanging out with Tanner, and he brought him along. You were just driving around talking. It was just like a mutual thing.
So you knew Alex through Tanner, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you said that people were outside, they came inside and they said, hey, this car just showed up, right?
Yes.
Did that surprise anybody there?
Kind of.
When you say kind of, did some folks seem to be aware that and expecting that?
Some did, yes.
And was there a fast rush for everybody to go outside and confront these folks?
For some, yes.
Did all 30 to 40 folks there empty out of the basement?
Not initially, no.
Eventually, did they all empty out of the basement?
Yes.
And
Just
you
about.
described that you walked down the driveway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you walk down the driveway casually and leisurely, or was it a quick walk, or was it even a run?
It was a quick walk.
Quick walk. Were others side by side with you, shoulder to shoulder?
Yes.
How many people?
About 10 to 15.
Others behind you?
Yes, behind me, yeah.
Others in front of you, or were you leading?
I was kind of in the front, yeah.
And who did you expect to find in that vehicle?
I just knew about Mackenzie. I didn't know who else she was with.
When you went out to that vehicle, were you expecting this to be anybody that you had heard about already?
Yes, once I was made aware.
And you were made aware as soon as Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik showed up. Is that fair to say?
A little bit after.
Okay. But before the car arrived, correct?
Just about when they did, yes.
And you described that the car parked across the street on the other side of Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And this 30 or 40 of you go outside, and eventually you've surrounded this vehicle, correct?
Not all 30 to 40, but a group, yes.
How large would you describe that group as?
The group that surrounded the car was about 10 to 15 people.
10 to 15?
Yes.
And what were the other 15 to 25 folks doing?
Either minding their business in the background or screaming.
Okay. Fair to say you weren't really aware of exactly what they were doing?
The people behind me, no, I was not aware of what they were doing.
And at some point you described going up to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
The rear passenger door, correct?
Yes.
And at some point that window comes down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you
Yes.
can see inside Raul Valle, correct?
Yes.
Mackenzie Traficante.
Yes.
And Tyler DeSilva, correct?
Yes.
And did they display any weapons to you?
No.
And in fact, you knew Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes.
You'd seen him before and been friendly with him, correct?
Yes.
And he wasn't threatening you in any way when he rolled down the window, was he?
Not me personally.
No. And in fact, he was having a conversation with you, was he not?
He was.
And the nature of that conversation was, what's going on here, right?
Yes.
And you said, this doesn't have anything to do with you, right?
Correct.
And you say that then Mr. Valle threatened that if people didn't get away from the car, he was going to smash a bottle?
Yes.
But you didn't see him with a bottle, did you?
I did not.
Did you see him with anything in his hands?
No.
And you described Ms. Traficante as also being in the back seat.
Yes.
In fact, she was sitting on Mr. Valle's lap, correct?
Yes.
Now, when that vehicle first arrived,
showing you State's Exhibit 30. Is that the vehicle that you saw that night, Mr. King?
Yes.
That's the vehicle that arrived with the St. Joe's kids in it?
Yes.
And you knew 3 of the people in that car, correct?
Yes.
When that vehicle arrived, it did not have this shattered glass on the windshield in front of the passenger side, did it?
No.
did you ever hear any glass shatter that evening?
I did not.
Do you know a Jack Snyder?
I had heard of him, but I've never met him.
Never met him yourself?
Yes.
You said you knew Tyler DeSilva from other parties, correct?
I've met him before one time, yeah.
And you knew Ms. Traficante from middle school, right?
Yes, grew up with her.
And how did you know Mr. Valle?
From parties at like St. Joe's people's houses.
You yourself were not at the earlier party at 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
No.
You said that after you had this conversation with Mr. Valle, where he didn't threaten you, but you claim he did threaten to smash a bottle if people didn't back away, you said you walked up the driveway, right?
I walked back to the end of the driveway, yes.
Did anybody else walk back up the driveway with you?
Not that I remember.
The rest of the people were surrounding the car at this point.
There were still people surrounding the car, yes.
Surrounding the vehicle on all sides, correct?
Just about.
If somebody was in that vehicle and they wanted to back up or drive forward, they might have hit somebody, right?
Yes.
Did you see somebody reach through the front passenger window and punch the driver? I'm sorry, through the front driver's window and punch the driver?
I did not see anything like that.
Were people blocking your view of the front driver's side?
Yes.
And again, at this point, do you think it's still 10 to 15 people surrounding the car, or had it grown larger at that point?
I think it just stayed the same, if not less.
You think less, even though you're the only one that walked back?
Well,
the driveway?
I backed away, but I'm saying it could have been less. I don't.
When you backed away and walked up the driveway, how far up the driveway did you get?
I just stayed. I walked up back to the end of the driveway.
So you crossed the street?
Yeah, basically crossed the street. Yeah.
You're standing at the end of the driveway near the mailbox?
Yes, a little to the left of it.
Okay. Anybody else in the driveway with you at that point?
Yes.
How many people?
10 people.
Who were there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall any of them?
No.
So you think it was 10 people, but you can't tell us who any of them were?
I can't tell you any of them were.
But you knew everybody at that party except for the kids in the St. Joe's car?
Yes.
At some point you heard more screaming and yelling, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you saw people from the Shelton High kids start to touch that vehicle, right?
Yes.
In fact, they didn't just touch the vehicle, they started rocking the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Shaking the vehicle, right?
Yes.
You could see physically the car moving, right?
Yes.
Could you hear it being pounded on?
Yes.
Could you also see anybody throw glass bottles?
I did not see anything like that.
At some point, you did see the Shelton High kids start to throw things at the vehicle, correct?
I did not see anything being thrown.
Ever?
Ever, no.
Okay. Well, you described for us that you observed the car take off and it was driving crazy, right?
Yes.
Did you see Tyler Rich at that point?
Yes.
Where was he?
Kind of in the street still, but walking back towards the driveway.
Walking back towards the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the car took off driving crazy, and at the end of the driveway where you were standing, you observed the car stop, correct?
After driving back and forth.
Okay. And you observed the car stop and people got out, right?
Yes.
And that was down in front of that house close to the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
36 Laurel Glen Drive?
If that's the address. I don't know the address.
I'm not sure of the address. Okay. You were still standing in the driveway at that point?
Yes.
And you could see that some people got out of the car, right?
Once they had gotten out, yes, and then a group of us walked towards the car.
Okay. Who were the people that had gotten out of that vehicle?
I couldn't tell at the time because I was so far away still, but as I got closer, I could tell it was Tyler De Silva and Lido.
And Ms. Trafficante as well?
Yes.
3 people got out of the vehicle?
3 people, but I only saw 2 at first, yes.
And you described that yourself, Tyler Rich, and Ricky Fiola walked down the street towards where you saw these people get out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And that was towards the light post that was just past that house, correct?
Yes.
And I think you pointed out on State's Exhibit 1 there behind you, that was the wooded area just before Laurel Glen Drive, 36 Laurel Glen Drive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you speak with anybody as you walked down there towards that group?
My friends I was speaking to on the way down there, yes.
Did you get close enough to identify Tyler De Silva, Raul Valle, and Mackenzie Trafficante?
Yes, I could see their faces.
You could see their faces.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say anything to them?
Just get out of here and leave.
How close do you think you were when you said this?
10 feet, 15 feet away.
Okay, so you got
more.
10 to 15 feet away from them?
Yes.
You named Tyler Rich You named Ricky Fiola. You said that others were with you as well.
Yes.
How many others?
There was about 10 of us total.
So you think another 7?
Yes.
You didn't see any of them throwing anything?
No, I did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle approach... first off, withdrawn. When you were walking down, and we can use Exhibit 1 here, if you would, point out to me which side of the street you saw Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva on.
They were on the right side of the street. So, like, over here, it's next to the light pole. But they were on the right side of the road.
On the side opposite from Mr. Rich's house?
Yes.
And that was Mr. De Silva, Ms. Trafficante, and Mr. Valle were all on that side of the house? Or on the side of the street?
They were in the middle, on the side.
You think that they were in the middle, on the side, closer to that house there?
Yes.
On the opposite side of the street from Mr. Rich's house?
Yes.
And you don't recall saying anything to them other than get out of here, leave?
Yeah.
Did you see any weapons in any of their hands?
No, I did not.
Did they utter any threats towards your group?
Not that I heard.
Did you see any of your group interact with those people?
Just more talking, but nothing physical.
Did you see Mr. Valle come out of the bushes and approach Mr. Rich?
I did not.
Did you see anybody come out of the bushes and approach Mr. Rich?
No, I was inside.
You were inside at what point?
After, in the middle of them all talking, Tyler said, "Get back to the house." So I proceeded to leave and go back to the house, and that's when I was inside talking. I didn't know what was happening outside after that.
Were you walking with Mr. Rich?
No, I was not. I was in front of him. I was one of the first to get back to the house.
And were you walking with anybody else?
I was walking with two people.
Who were they?
I don't recall.
When you got back to the house, you went back into the basement?
Yes.
Through those same Bilco doors?
Yeah.
And you were in there, you said, maybe for 3 or 4 minutes. Is that fair to say?
No longer. A little bit longer than that.
Were you doing any more drinking while you were inside the house?
No.
Who else was with you inside the house?
It was a group of people. There was more than I can identify.
Can you recall anybody that was with you?
Jeremy Oko.
And how do you know Jeremy Oko?
Longtime friend, middle school, high school, football.
Also went to Shelton High?
Yes.
He didn't give you a ride there that night, but he was going to give you the ride home?
Yes.
At some point, you left the house and you came outside, right?
Yes.
And you went into the front yard, right?
Yes.
And you said you saw your friends on the floor. You thought they were fighting.
Yes.
How many people did you see in the yard at that point?
20 or more.
Did you see Mr. Valle?
I did not. I saw people run away. I couldn't identify a face.
You say you saw people run away?
Like towards the car that they came from.
So you could still see the car at that point?
Yes.
And at that point, you were by the black truck that we saw in the exhibit that you described? And at no point in that evening did you see a knife, correct?
No, I did not.
Not when you were at the vehicle?
No.
Not when you were down at Farmhouse Lane?
No.
Not when you came out into the yard later, correct?
Correct.
You also did not see anybody throwing anything at the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, initially, you told the cops that there was no drinking going on at the party, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you didn't want to get in trouble, right?
Yes.
You didn't want your friends to get in trouble, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when did you first learn that there was a video of all of this?
I really can't recall when I was made aware.
But you did tell the cops about that almost a week later, right?
Yes.
And you told them that Tyler Rich and Tanner Chernowski had videos, right?
Yes, I was told. This is what I was telling you what I was told. I knew about the video from Tanner.
You knew that Tanner had a video.
Yes, I was made aware after.
Are you friends, or can you see his Snapchat stories?
Right now, yes.
At the time?
At the time. Could I? Yes.
And did you see that he had in fact posted one of those videos that very evening?
I did not. I was not on my phone.
Have you since seen a video that he posted that evening?
That was posted. Have I seen the video? Yes, I've seen the video.
You weren't outside, however, when that video was taken?
No, I was not outside.
Did you see Enrique or Ricky Fiola that evening taking a video?
I did not.
Did you see him with his phone out and a light on from that phone?
At some point, yes, there was lights on, but a lot of people had lights on their phones.
How many people did you see with their phones out and the lights on?
Throughout the night, 10 people.
And after this, you told us that folks started talking with one another about what they had seen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And some folks were telling you that they had seen the fight, but you yourself had not seen the fight. Is that fair?
Yes.
In your initial statement that you gave on May 15th, you said all that you saw was people fighting and kids getting thrown around, right?
Yes.
About 9 days later, on the 24th, you came in and you gave more information than the initial statement, right?
Yes.
That was after you'd come to learn that there was a video that captured this, correct?
Yes.
And just to be certain about this, you didn't see any of the fight that occurred in the front yard?
No, I did not see any of it.
Because you were in the basement?
I was in the basement.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, so
One quick question.
if you're sure, if your redirect is going to be very quick, we'll do that.
With regards to the video, did you ever see that video on Snapchat, or did you see it
I just saw it like sent to me.
sent to you like in a text message?
Snapchat, but like not on like a story.
And it wasn't. Was it sent to you that night or
No, at a later time.
at a later time?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Did you tell the cops that you'd had that video sent to you?
Not that I recall.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So you're all done. Yeah. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit the witness box, okay? Thank you. All right, so it's just about 1 o'clock. We are going to go into our lunch hour. So I am going to excuse you from lunch, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I am going to remind you of your obligation of your oaths as jurors, your juror conduct, and also the instructions that I've given, not just once, but I believe I've repeated them. So please continue to abide by those instructions and have a nice lunch. And we'll pick evidence back up today at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court stands in recess until 2.
All right. Court to lunch recess.
All right, so let's get to our next witness. We've had two witnesses today. Tyler Rich, who the party, he was the one that was having the party. And then this was Aiden King. He was at that party. So Aiden King, he's 20 years old now. He works at a dog daycare. He was 17 years old. He went to Shelton High. So Shelton High is the public school. St. Joe's is the private school. But then there's also Fairfield Prep, which is where Jimmy went. So that's why it's a little confusing. There were two prep schools, one public school, but Jimmy was the only one from Fairfield Prep. Shelton High, that's where the party was happening. And St. Joe's were the ones that took the beer initially, and then they're the guys that came. Raul and his buddies came over, and that's kind of where that stands. All right, so he's a longtime friend of Tyler Rich. He did not go to school with Jimmy, but he knew Faison, Tommy, and Ryan Heinz. They all went to school together. So he says he went to this party. They said they were just listening to music, drinking. He said he got there around 8 o'clock. He said he had about 5 to 7 Bud Lights. He brought those. He says he knows Griffin. He says Ryan Heinz and Griffin showed up, and they talked briefly. He said he heard about the Lazy Brook incident. That's where Jack and Raul and Tyler De Silva, not sure which one it is, but anyway, De Silva took the beer from Ryan. So that's where this all started. So he said he heard about a group of kids in a car outside, so he left through the cellar doors. He doesn't know what kind of car. He says it was a 4-door. He said about 10 to 15 people came out of the house. Tyler Rich was one of them. He approached the car, the rear driver's side. The window was rolled down, and he saw Tyler, Raul, and Mackenzie, and he started to talk to them. He said he did see others there, but he didn't recognize them. He knew Tyler De Silva from just from being at other parties. He actually grew up with Mackenzie, so he knew Mackenzie as well. Raul was there. He said Raul was behind the driver, and Mackenzie was next to him. Actually, Mackenzie was on his lap. He talked to them. He said there was a lot of back and forth from the people outside. He said they were talking at first, but then Raul threatened to smash a bottle on someone's head if they didn't back away from the car. And Aiden says, no, don't do that. And then he said he walked back to the driveway. He says he told the people in the car about 3 to 4 times, just told them to leave. He said there was more screaming and yelling. He said the car drove away crazy towards the farmhouse, which would have been west. He said people were putting hands on the car. He said the car drove down and then came back again, but he was inside this whole time. So I don't know how he knew that. I guess he talked to people. He said it drove up and down 3 times. So he was one of the group that went down the street. So remember, there was a group of about 8 people went down the street. He said, so he went back inside the house again because Tyler was telling everybody, get inside, get inside, get inside. So he came back, and then he comes back out again. So they're going in and out of this house. So he said he came back out. People were yelling and screaming and running to their cars. He said the fight was over by then. He said and his friends were stabbed on the ground. He saw Jimmy and Faison. They were bleeding. He saw Tommy holding his leg with blood. And then he said he called 911. So he was actually one of the people that actually called 911. Hey, Cola, how are you? Will there be another chat stream for Monica? Cola, it's on another one. Yep. Widespread just posted it. So, Cola, it's over there if you want to go see Monica. And I think that's his sister talking right now. So then Cross, he had not met Mr. What's his name? Oh, I can't believe I forgot his name. Kevin Smith, Mr. Smith. Kevin Smith, I should know that name. He said there were about 30 to 40 people there that night. He had been drinking Bud Lights from 8 until about 10:30 or 11, so 2.5, 3 hours. He had 5 to 7 beers. He said not everybody was drinking like that. He brought the buds himself. He doesn't know how he came in possession of the beer. He doesn't know if anyone was over 21. He didn't see any adults, and here's where I thought this was really this was a tough one. He said it was fairly regular to get together and party at the Riches. Ouch. So that was the party house. We had one. We had a party house. There was friends. Their dad was never around. Divorced parents. Dad was never around. So at Friday, Saturday nights, we would have, when we were seniors, we would have parties. And there was another one. The kid's house got trashed. That was sad. I was not a part of that, but I had to go. I had to do the whole cleanup. He wasn't aware of the group chat. He hung out with Griffin, so he knew him. He was a pretty good friend. He said he knew Raul. He said he was friendly with him. He said he and Raul had a conversation. He didn't see Raul with a bottle or anything in his hands. Mackenzie was on Raul's lap. So the Shelton High kids were rocking and shaking the car. He heard the car was also being pounded on. So just drive away. See, this is where they should just drive away, or was Raul trying to defend? It's just so messy. This is where it gets so messy. He didn't see anyone throw any glass bottles. Raul and Tyler were on the right side of the road. That's when he's saying, get out of here and leave. So initially he told law enforcement there was no drinking. He did that so no one would get in trouble. So he's admitted. He's the only one so far that has admitted, and I really respect Aiden. He said, yep, I was drinking 5 to 7 beers. We do this at this guy's house often, and I told law enforcement no one was drinking because I didn't want my buddies to get in trouble. Right? Then there's the video that Tanner took. Tanner took the video. And he knew about it. He saw it on Snapchat at a later time. So he didn't tell law enforcement that the video was sent to him. So, all right. So that's that. I'm going to bounce over to Monica Sementili. I'm going to play some music here for you guys. Let's put that up. And I'm going to play some music. And I'll see you guys at 2 o'clock.
see the world from your Don't be afraid, walk your path. Don't be afraid to walk your path that's yours. And the whole world is listening now. And the whole world is listening now. And the whole world is listening now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Counsel, are we ready to proceed? Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Just leave them. Yeah, I'm going to probably use 36. I'm going to put 36 and then probably the light version, and then I'm going to show them this,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of the presence of our jury.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
That stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Enrico Fiola to the stand.
All right. Good afternoon. Please step into the witness box. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you under oath, okay?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Enrico Fiola, F as in Frank, E-O-L-A.
Thank you. And please state your address.
34 Ashwood Circle, Shelton, Connecticut, 06484.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Just do me a favor, keep your voice up because there's a fan that's blowing, just so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Enrico, do you go by anything else?
Ricky,
Are you nervous to be here today?
a little bit.
How old are you?
20 years old.
And are you currently in school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
University of Connecticut,
And what are you studying?
psychology.
And do you work?
Yes, I work 2 jobs for an insurance company out of Ohio, American Income, and then I work for a roofing company out of Watertown, Modern Way Roofing.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have we met?
Yes, we have.
And why have we met?
Just to go over everything regarding this case.
And directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
I was 17 years old.
And were you in school?
Yes.
What school?
Shelton High School.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
And on May 14th of 22, did you have an occasion, withdrawn, when you were in school, did you play any sports?
Yes, I played football, basketball, and then during that junior year, I actually was playing lacrosse.
Now, on May 14th of 2022, did you have an occasion to go to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And why did you go to Tyler Rich's house?
He had invited us. We were good friends. He invited me and a couple of my friends over for a gathering.
Show you State's Exhibit 9. You know whose house that is?
Yes.
House.
Tyler Rich.
And when you say you went over to his house for a gathering, what kind of gathering was it?
It was like a party, just friends, people that we all knew, mainly Shelton people, just getting together, hanging out.
Around what time would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Around anywhere between 9:15.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, how many people were there?
25 to 35 people.
Okay. And were you drinking that night?
I only had one beer that night.
Was anybody else drinking at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with withdraw?
Show you State's Exhibit 54. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Faison Teal.
How do you know Faison?
Football teammate, good friend of mine, grade above me.
Showing you 56. Are you familiar with this individual?
Yes.
Who is that?
Ryan Hines.
How are you familiar with him?
Same thing, football teammate, he's grade below me, good friend.
Showing you 55. Are you familiar with 55?
Yes.
Who is in State 55?
Thomas Connery.
How are you familiar with him?
Great friend of mine, known him for a long time.
In States 57, are you familiar with the individual in States 57?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this individual?
Also, incredible friend of mine, it's Jimmy. I actually took that picture before we left.
You took this picture?
Yes.
Where did you take this picture?
Nick DeJesus' house.
And you took this picture prior to going to 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
So did you go over to Laurel Glen with Jimmy?
Yes.
Were you with anybody else?
Nicky DeJesus, and I don't recall if it was Sal Perry or if it was just us three.
Now, you said you mentioned Sal Perry. You're familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Also a good friend of mine. He's a year older than me. Been friends with him for probably since like 6th grade or so.
And was he at 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Also, same neighborhood as Thomas Connery. I used to hang out around there a lot. He's a year below me.
Okay. And how about Alex Bernstein? Do you know him?
I didn't know him too well at that time. I knew he was a friend of Tanner Chernowski's. It was probably maybe the second or third time I'd ran into him at Tyler's house.
He was there that night?
Yes.
How about Mike Samperi? Was he also at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, sir.
Charlie Connery. Do you know Charlie?
Yes, very well. Great friend of mine. We grew up together, played sports together. Tommy's brother. Yeah, great friend of mine.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Also another great friend of mine, football player.
And how about Matt Lakovich?
Same thing, same category, football teammate. Knew him for a long time.
And the individuals I just mentioned, were they all also at 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes, they were.
And what kinds of things were going on? Withdraw. When you got to 43 Laurel Glen, how did you go in the house?
Yes.
How did you go in the house?
The guy entered through the side door, just on the side of the garage, left side of the garage.
And when you went into the side door, where did you go in the house?
I just went down to the basement.
And what kinds of things were happening in the basement when you went to the basement?
Just a lot of people talking. There was some drinking, music going on. That's really it.
And at some point in time, withdrawn. Are you familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
Looks, younger than me. Grew up same neighborhood, kind of. We used to, bike around, hang out together. Look at him like a little brother, kind of.
At some point in time, did Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines arrive at 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes, they did.
And did you have a conversation with either Ryan and or Griffin?
Yes, so I was made aware that they were coming to Tyler's house after something had happened a couple streets down, right around the corner. I think it was Lazy Brook Road.
And how long would you say you were there at 43 Laurel Glen prior to Ryan and Griffin arriving, if you recall?
Probably anywhere around an hour, maybe 45 minutes.
Okay. So at some point in time after you spoke with Ryan and Griffin, were you made aware of a car arriving at the house?
Yes, so it was probably within 5 to 10 minutes after Ryan and Griffin had arrived that a car that we didn't recognize had showed up. I was made aware by one of the people at the house.
Now, prior to the car arriving, were you aware of any group message or group chat that was going on?
No, I was not.
Were you ever part of that group message or group chat at any point in time that night?
No, sir.
Since this incident had occurred, have you been made aware of the group chat that was going on that night?
Yes.
But you weren't part of it?
No, sir.
So when you heard that there was a car that arrived outside, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
So when I was made aware of the car arriving, the homeowner had rallied up a couple of his good friends. I'd say it was a little bit over 10 of them, just to kind of go outside and confront the car, because to our knowledge, we had known that this was the car that had individuals in it that had been involved in the altercation I was made aware of at Lazy Brook, where one of our friends was physically harmed. So we had went outside to at least confront them and ask them why they were even at Tyler's house in the first place.
Did you walk out of the house at some point?
Yes.
How did you get out of the house?
I had left through these Belco doors if you're looking at the garage to the right side of it, on the right side of the house.
Showing you states 9. Would that be just to the right of this? Appears to be a BMW.
Yes. Yes, sir.
This area.
Yes.
When you walked out the Bilco doors, how did you walk? How did you approach the car?
So I walked kind of through that opening where the trees on the right side. Yeah, so right through that opening, and I just kind of walked down the driveway, approached the car.
Showing you states 49. Where did you, if you can recall, do you remember seeing the car that arrived at 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes, so the car was parked, from what I can remember, almost kind of blocking the driveway, not all the way up to the left side of the driveway, but more so like in the middle of the road, kind of blocking it a little bit.
Be right around this area here where my finger's pointed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if the record can reflect that I'm pointing to the middle of Laurel Glen and I'm just to the left of the driveway in the center of the road if you're facing 43 Laurel Glen.
All right, the record will so reflect. Thank you.
So you saw the car in the middle of the road there. Do you remember what kind of car it was?
Yes, I remember it being a dark-colored Honda Pilot.
Showing you states 30. Is this the car that you recall seeing that night?
Yes, sir.
And when the car arrived at 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 22, was it facing? Which way was it facing? It showing 49. States 49. Which way was it facing? Was it facing Adams Road or was it facing Farmhouse?
The car was facing Farmhouse.
And
up the road.
Did you approach the car?
Yes.
Did anybody else approach the car?
Yes.
About how many people do you think approached the car?
Give or take 10 to 12.
And when you approached the car, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
So I was approaching the car to, first off, acknowledge who it was, because I was less aware of the situation at the time. I had just known that somebody was involved, so I had approached the car to kind of just confront and figure out who was in it, and also just be there for Tyler because there's a car basically blocking his driveway and we wanted to get out of the way.
And when you approached the car, what side of the car did you approach?
I stayed on the driver's side, so closest to Tyler's house.
And when you got up to the car, did you have any conversations with the occupants of that car?
No, I never had any direct conversations. I just know there was a couple words being said between individuals around the car.
Did you notice anybody in the car that was familiar to you?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
I noticed Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And Tyler De Silva, how do you know Tyler De Silva?
I know his family. Some of them are from Shelton. I grew up, played some sports with his cousins, so I knew who he was.
And you mentioned Raul Valle. How do you know him?
I had previously been at a couple different functions, I guess, parties or more just gatherings where he was there. I wasn't really friendly or a friend of his. I just knew who he was.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And what is he wearing?
Blue jacket, light pink shirt, black tie.
Can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record will so reflect. Thank you.
Now, do you know whether or not the defendant has any nickname?
Yes.
What is his nickname?
Lido.
Now, when you recognized Mr. De Silva and the defendant in the car on that night, what, if anything, did you have an interaction with them?
No, not a direct interaction. I can't recall if I had said anything kind of just like, hey, get out of here, what are you guys doing here? But I know we were just kind of trying to usher them out of the area, but also posing question as to why they were putting hands on our friend previously, and just kind of just concerned for the occasion, I guess.
So, and that friend that you're mentioning, is that Mr. Hines?
Yes, sir.
So, at some point in time, that interaction between your group of friends in the car, did that get heated at all?
I would say voices might have been raised. I remember us kind of yelling a little bit, like, you know, you guys jumped our boy, like, what are you doing here? Either get out or leave. But we were definitely more so telling them to leave because we didn't, we could foresee possible trouble. So,
What time would you say that the Honda Pilot showed up to Tyler Rich's house? You had gotten there, you said, around 9:10, 9:15. Could this have been like
probably, I want to say after 10 o'clock.
Okay. And at some point in time, was there an interaction between your group of friends and the people in the Honda Pilot prior to withdrawing? Did the Honda Pilot at some point leave the area?
Yes.
Before it left the area, was there an interaction, a physical interaction between your group of friends and the Honda Pilot, as far as your group of friends maybe putting their hands or throwing things at the car? Do you recall?
I don't recall any physical altercation with the car. At least I remember the individuals in the car were kind of just looking at us. I really can't remember if anything was said. I know we were just kind of yelling, like I said, what are you guys doing here? You guys jumped our friend. But as for any type of physicality, I just remember the car like speeding off and us kind of having to scatter out of the way.
And when the car sped off and you had to scatter out of the way, what, if anything, happened next?
So most of the individuals that were from Tyler's house had kind of made their way back towards the house. I just remember glancing towards down the road and seeing that the car didn't fully leave. I just saw the car kind of come to see the brake lights get on down the road. So me and a couple individuals stayed around just to wonder what they were doing, I guess.
Prior to that happening, do you recall if the car drove up and down the road at all?
I don't recall.
And so at some point in time, you recall the car being stopped down the road?
Yes.
And did you observe what happened when you observed the car down the road stopped?
I remember some doors opening, which in a couple moments later, at some point, me and a couple individuals decided to go down in a non-aggressive way, just to kind of tell the individuals in the car, you guys should probably leave, and almost, try to confront them and wonder what was going on.
And so did you go down the street?
Yes.
Who did you go down the street with?
Charlie Connery, Ty Wood, Aiden King, Tyler Rich, Matthew Lockovich. There might have been one more person. I can't remember.
And when you went down the street, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No, sir.
Do you recall seeing any of your friends, whether or not they had any weapons on them that night?
No, sir.
And when you went down the street, do you recall if anybody in your group of friends that walked down the street, did they have any weapons on them at that point in time?
No, I don't. No.
And when you went down the street, did you observe who had gotten out of the car when you got down the street?
Not fully. I wasn't necessarily looking at who was getting out of the car. I saw that doors were opening. There were more people in the car than I had thought, I guess.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you went down the street, did you all go in a big group, or was it how did that happen?
No, we weren't all one group. I remember walking down with, I think it was Charlie and Ty next to me, but it was the group that I had mentioned previously, just previously, it was broken up a little bit, but we all went down around the same moment, around the same time. We just weren't in a pack.
And when you went down the street, did you observe Tyler Rich do anything down the street?
I did not observe him do anything. I was just made aware of a PB blaster can that was thrown from the car that he had picked up and sprayed.
Okay. And so were you present when that PB blaster was sprayed?
I did not see it. I don't know if I was present. I don't remember seeing it.
And what is PB blaster? Do you know what it is?
I think it might be something close to like WD-40, just some type of spray, mechanical, something like that.
So at some point in time, you became aware that someone was sprayed with the PB blaster or WD-40?
Yes.
And when you were made aware of this, was that down the street, down towards Farmhouse?
So from what I can recall, when I was approaching the individuals that were down the street, some point in time, whilst I was walking down or around that area, I was made aware that Tyler had sprayed Lido with the PB blaster.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 44. Have you seen the ring camera from 36 Laurel Glen before?
Yes, sir.
Let me play it real quick. Is this about where you saw the car stop and get out?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who just yelled at?
Yes.
Who was?
Tyler Rich.
Now, do you know whether or not you're with this group of people that are right here?
I don't recall if I was with that particular group.
Now, at the time that State's Exhibit 44, we just played that camera view from the Ring doorbell. Do you recall whether or not that part of it took place before this WD-40 incident or after?
I'm almost certain that that video was before anything was sprayed at the defendant.
So at some point in time, you come down the street, and when you're down the street, tell us what your participation is in walking down the street.
So I did not go towards the left side of the street. If you're looking down from Tyler's house, where that car had pulled off, I was more so on the right side, just observing, but also making sure nothing was going on that could be bad or possibly harmful.
So if we're looking at stage 49, you said you're on the right side down here?
Yes, sir.
And I'm pointing to the right side of Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse Road, where this first, looks like this first telephone pole is. Is that about where you were in that area?
Do you mind moving your finger a little bit? No, just like out of the picture for a second. Yes, that was where I was.
And when you went down there, what if anything, happened when you were down there?
So I didn't interact with anyone outside of one person. When I had walked down, I was made aware that the defendant was sprayed by PB blaster. And in that moment, I decided to approach the defendant. I didn't see him sprayed. It was just moments after I had found out he was. And I approached him with intent to almost take his side so that he would listen to me, at least. And I had said, hey, man, look, I don't think it was right that he sprayed you. But listen, there's a lot of people back at his house. I'm not trying to fight. I don't think anyone here really is trying to fight. I think you guys should just leave. There's not a lot of you guys. And, while I was saying this to him, he was holding a knife in his left hand. His girlfriend, Mackenzie Traficanti, was sitting down on the curb to his left, to my right. When I was speaking face-to-face with him, I didn't notice it right away, but I had glanced down and saw him holding a blade in his hand. So I quickly just finished up what I had to say. Didn't seem like he was too interested to begin with, and he just kind of dismissed me, and I just walked away, and that was that. I actually walked away and conversed with Charlie Connery right after, and let him know that I had just saw Lito with a knife.
And how would you describe the knife?
I didn't see any type of handle, but I guess using my hand, it was just like a 3-inch blade coming down from where his hand was closed.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark outside, but I could totally see what was around me. I mean, our eyes adapt, and there was plenty of, street lights. There was, I don't think there were any flashlights on at the moment, but I was not far from the defendant whatsoever. I could see everything.
How far would you say you were from him when you had this conversation with him?
A foot and a half, maybe.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night when you were speaking with him?
Black pants and some type of light blue shirt, baby blue.
And do you recall what Tyler De Silva was wearing that night?
Yeah, pair of jeans and like a blue baseball jersey, light blue.
And the conversation you had was with the defendant, not Tyler Tyler De Silva, excuse me?
Yes, sir.
And after you had this conversation with the defendant and you witnessed him holding a knife, how long would you say that conversation lasted for?
It wasn't really even a conversation. It felt like I was just talking at somebody, and they were just kind of like yesing me, and then just kind of like, yep.
Was that his reaction?
Yeah.
And did he say anything to you?
Nothing other than, yeah.
Okay. And after you spoke to him, what did you do next?
I quickly turned around, kind of looked for where my friends were at. I saw Charlie right away, Charles Connery. We decided to walk back to Tyler's house together, and I had let him know instantly, hey, man, I was like, hey, Chuck, that guy's got a knife, like, what the hell? And then we just walked back to Tyler's house, where Tyler was trying to corral anyone left outside back into his basement.
So did you, in fact, go back into Tyler's house?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I went through the Belco doors the same way I had walked out initially.
And when you went back down to the basement, were you drinking any alcohol at that point?
No, sir.
And when you went back down in the basement, how long would you say you were in the basement for?
Not even 10 minutes. It was anywhere between 1 to 5 minutes long.
And when you were in the basement for about 5 minutes, did you have an occasion to come out of the basement for some reason?
Yes, sir.
And why did you come out of the basement for some reason?
I had heard, I was made aware, but I actually heard somebody say, like, hey, they're back, or, they're here, something like that, which prompted me to go back outside. I went back outside because I felt I was doing the right thing. I was at my buddy's house, and I wanted to make sure everything was okay.
And when you got outside, did you exit the same way you went in the house?
Yes, sir.
Showing you State Exhibit 9. So you would have come out in this little opening here to the right of the BMW?
Yes, sir.
And when you came out of the house, did you come down the driveway? How did you come out?
So when I had walked out of the Belco doors, in front of the blue truck, there's a space, so I could actually see that little front portion of the lawn. So I had saw the two individuals. I hadn't seen anything happen yet, but there was a little bit of people blocking, so I had to maneuver in between the back of the the blue truck, and in the front of that Jeep parked behind it. So I was actually like squeezing by in between that.
Just so I understand what you're saying, you came down this area, walked down the driveway a little bit, and squeezed in between the blue truck and the Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit 5. Again, you would have come down out this way on the driver's side of the blue truck, and then squeezed between the front bumper of the Jeep and the back bumper of the blue pickup truck.
Yes, sir.
When when you were coming out of the house, what did you notice about where? Withdrawn. Who was there back? Who was on the lawn at that point?
I know Tyler DeSilva, Lito, Tyler Rich, Ty Wood, Tanner, Alex Bernstein, Charles Connery, Tommy Connery, Ryan Hines, Faison, Teal, Griffin Marcinzik, Taylor Capella, Lily Lombardi. I can't recall anyone else. I know there were more people though.
But out of your friends, those, was Tyler DeSilva and the defendant, were they part of your friend group?
No, not at all.
So we know who your friends are. When you came out of 43 Laurel Glen, you noticed the defendant and Tyler DeSilva on the front lawn.
Correct.
Now, are you able to tell in this exhibit that's up where you witnessed the defendant and Tyler DeSilva in the yard?
Yes, so when I had walked out, you could see that little gap in the front of the truck. You could actually see the AC unit. So I had seen Tyler DeSilva and Lito. I don't know if they were just done walking up or they had just been standing there, but they were kind of around that red bush area where our friends were kind of also around. But there was really only 2 or 3 people actually very close to the defendant and Tyler. The rest of the people are kind of behind, just watching, I guess.
Do you recall what side of if you're looking away from 43 Laurel Glen, what side the defendant and Tyler DeSilva were at? Were they standing next to each other? Were they?
Yeah, they were pretty close to each other. I don't recall exactly to a T where they were standing, but it was to the left if you're looking like from farmhouse towards, they're to the left of this bush, so closest to the picture.
Right. So they were, if I may just, were they standing in this area here?
Yes.
And I'm pointing to the left of the red bush in this exhibit. You're on this exhibit again for the record 5.
So noted.
Do you recall where? So I have my 2 fingers here. Do you recall if, like, my index finger is Tyler DeSilva or the defendant, or my middle finger is Tyler DeSilva or the defendant? Do you recall which side they were on?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who? Withdrawn. Did your friends approach the defendant and Mr. DeSilva?
So I hadn't been out of the basement yet because when I had walked out, it seemed like there were people already out there. It must not have been too long because I walked out. It seemed like they had just arrived, but I don't really recall exactly what you were asking. I'm sorry.
So you walked out of the house. You squeezed in between the withdrawn. Did you notice whether or not the defendant and or Tyler DeSilva were having a conversation with any of your friends?
It seemed like Tyler DeSilva was speaking to either Tyler Rich or somebody next to him. Like I said, there was only like two or three of our friends that were actually like not face to face, but close enough to speak to the defendant and Tyler DeSilva. But there were probably a couple words that were exchanged from what I can remember, yeah.
Was it argumentative?
Yes.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you, just so we're clear, when you're coming down the driveway and you're sneaking past the Jeep and the blue truck, are you watching what's going on? Are you listening to what's going on?
So when I had probably been by the back door, driver's side back door of the truck, I had heard it get a little bit louder. And then as I was squeezing through, I wasn't necessarily looking. It was also, there were some people standing around, so I wasn't looking at what was going on, but what prompted me to move faster was I heard what had sounded like a punch hit someone's face, and I know what that sounds like. So, I instantly started to speed up and try to squeeze through that as quick as possible and get closer to what was going on.
And how do you know that you heard a punch? How do you know? How do you know it was a punch?
It sounded like somebody got cracked in the face. Like, it was just really, it was a hard punch. I had heard like a bunch of yelling and then a loud bang, and it wasn't like a car door bang or like a rock. I knew what it sounded like. At least to my knowledge, I thought it was a punch, and then from what I had seen after, it made sense.
So when you heard this punch happen, what, if anything, did you observe next?
So I instantly saw Tyler Rich and Da Silva wrestling. I guess that they were on the ground together. It looked like Da Silva was like on his knees, a little bit over Tyler Rich with like his shirt pulled up, but I know Tyler had some type of like grip on his like around his head or something. It looked, it was just really them two at that moment, but I had gotten closer to them with a couple other individuals, kind of just seeing what was going on. We weren't ready to break it up yet, but more so just observing. Like, we knew Tyler could handle something on his own, so we were just not getting involved yet.
So when this was going on, were there flashlights on? Was there light out there?
Yes, so individuals were holding their flashlights. I know that there were some videos taken. I, at the time, was attempting to take a video close up, and then right when I had finished, or I can't remember if I took the video fully or what had happened, but it was on Snapchat. And the issue with Snapchat is when you take a video, it doesn't save unless you choose to save it. So I was taking a video, and I had actually approached back to right where I had entered that grass area, so in between the truck and the Jeep. I had walked back after I took the video to show Taylor Capella and Lily Lombardi. And then within seconds of me pulling my phone out to show them, or actually I had my phone in my hand, so within seconds of me showing them, I had heard, he's got a knife, which prompted me to be like, holy crap, he does. And I put my phone in my pocket, and the video had to have deleted, because when I pulled my phone out afterwards to actually look at my phone, because I was probably off it for an hour after it all happened, there was no video there. But in the moment, they had said, I had heard Charlie screaming, he's got a knife. So, I only had a second where I went to show them the video, and then I put my phone quickly in my pocket, turned back around, and kind of entered what was going on again.
So who's Lillian Lombardi?
At the time, she was like my ex-girlfriend, same grade as us, friends with Taylor Capella.
And just so we're clear, they were standing in this area here where there's like this cement.
Yeah, just about there, like on the Belgian blocks, or right in that area.
And why would you want to show Lillian Lombardi and Taylor Capella the potential video that you just took?
There was just like, I know they had, or at least Lily had like a previous interaction with Tyler, and at the time, I was still somewhat connected with her, so I, was like, look at this video of Tyler getting, in a fight. At least I was stupid. I was a kid, and I probably shouldn't have done that. But that was my intention, was to just show her. But then that's what it took my attention off of what was going on for those seconds when I was turned away.
So you were unable to save the video that you took that night.
Correct.
And when you heard somebody yell, "He's got a knife! He's got a knife!" You weren't watching the fight at that point?
No, so my back was turned. I was showing attempting to show the two girls the video, but it didn't even get within 5 seconds in when I heard Charlie yelling, "He's got a knife," and I had already seen the knife, and I was like, holy crap. I turned around and immediately rushed to the scene, which is when I saw the first person I laid my eyes on was Tommy Connery, who was on the ground. He was grabbing his leg, and he was in pain. I saw people kind of huddling around him, realizing like what had just happened in real time, because I don't think everyone actually knew what was going on instantly, but I had seen him, and there was blood. And then I quickly looked over to my right. I had saw Ryan Hines surrounded by Griffin and Tanner Chernowski. They were kind of lifting his shirt up, and I just vividly remember seeing Tommy on the ground, then turning my head, seeing Ryan Hines with his shirt being lifted up, and he said, "Fuck," and there was blood bubbling out of his wounds. And then I lifted my head back towards the road, where I saw Jimmy lift his shirt up, say, I just got stabbed, collapsed to the ground, where me, Nicky DeJesus, Sal Perry rushed over to him immediately and tried to cater to him.
And when you got up to Jimmy, what did you observe about Jimmy?
He was just losing color in his skin. He was turning white, and we, Sal and I, tried our best to apply light pressure to his wound, stop it from bleeding. We made Nicky grab his hand and tell him to squeeze it as tight as he could. Sal and I were holding Jimmy's head up so that he could try to keep consciousness. We were trying to talk to him, and there was just chaos going on. People were screaming. But from my view, where I was holding Jimmy's wound and holding his head up, I could see Tommy behind me. I was kind of situated in a way where I could pay attention to Jimmy, but also try to talk to Tommy. He was also a great friend of mine. I didn't want him to start freaking out or anything, so I was trying to keep him calm as best as I could as well.
In about 2 seconds, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. It's the video from 43 Laurel Glen. Have you seen this video before?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not you saw this on Snapchat, or did you see it with the police, or when was the first time you saw it?
I saw it with the police first.
And I want you to watch it real quick and let me know if, well, we'll just watch it.
Yes, sir! Come on! Let's go, nigga!
Now, the individual that says "let's go," do you know who that was?
Yeah, that was Faison Teal.
Was it Faison or was it Tanner?
No, that was Faison.
So who's the one that says let's go"?
Tanner.
Oh, that's Tanner?
Who says, oh, no, Tanner says, yes, sir. Faison said whatever afterwards.
Okay. And when you hear in the video, he's got a knife, that's when your back is turned to the fight?
Yes, but in moments I had turned around right away and returned.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. This individual right here with the white shirt, pink shorts with the phone out, do you know who that is?
That's me.
This individual right here, State 62, do you know who this is?
That's the defendant.
State 63, this individual with the green sweatshirt, black shorts with the white trim, do you know who that is?
Ryan Hines.
This guy right here with the white shirt and black shorts, do you know who that is?
Sal Perry.
This guy right here with the shirt off with the jeans on, do you know who that is?
Alex Bernstein.
This guy with the red hat, black shirt, and jeans on, do you know who that is?
Mike Samperi.
And the guy right here on his knees with the shirt pulled up, do you recall who that is?
Tyler DeSilva.
State 64, this individual to the right here that comes into frame, do you know who that is?
Charles Connery.
Again, is that Charles Connery?
Yes, sir.
This is in State 65, excuse me. State 66, this guy right here with the white shirt and tan pants, do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Jake Villalobos.
And this guy with no shirt on with the camouflage shorts, do you know who that is?
Matthew Lakovich.
This individual here with the looks like to be a navy blue shirt with white shorts, do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Jimmy McGrath.
This is State 67. This individual looks like he's bending over, pushing Tyler DeSilva. Did you see that?
Yes, sir. That's Jake Villalobos.
68. This individual with the jeans on near the street. You know who that was?
Tyler DeSilva.
And this person over here to the left of Tyler DeSilva would be who?
The defendant.
And finally, State 69. Again, this person in the street. Do you know who that is?
Tyler DeSilva.
And this person right here with his back towards us with white shorts on. Do you know who that is?
James McGrath.
Now, when you were helping Jimmy after he had been stabbed, did somebody call 911? Somebody call the authorities?
Yes.
Did you make any phone calls you recall?
No.
And at some point in time, did the police arrive?
Yes.
And when the police arrived, did you end up speaking to the police that night?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement about what you had recalled happened that night?
Yes.
And subsequent to the police interviewing you that night, were you interviewed on another occasion with the police department, if you can recall?
I remember giving a written statement. I think I gave also a audio statement to Detective Bango at the time. That's what I recall from happening that night.
You recall having any phone conversations with Detective Bango subsequent to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your conversations with the police, withdrawn. That night, who arrived first? Did the police department arrive to the scene, or did paramedics arrive to the scene?
Paramedics arrived first.
Okay. And when they arrived at the scene, did you witness what was going on with regards to the care that was being given to the people that were injured? And can you describe what that was like to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So, I had only briefly looked before I couldn't bear to look anymore. But they arrived. Sal, Nikki, and I were basically with Jimmy as long as we possibly could have been. But they started immediately giving him palpitations, or I think that's what it's called. They were just trying to alive him. I don't know the terms for it, but they were definitely putting in efforts. I didn't really see what they did with the other three individuals, Tommy, Faison, or Ryan, but I had briefly just saw them, trying to do chest compressions on Jimmy, but I had to look away for that.
And why did you look away?
I couldn't fathom what had just happened.
And to the best of your recollection that night when you came out and witnessed the fight, do you recall seeing anybody with a weapon during the fight? During that fight?
No.
Do you recall seeing anybody get stabbed when you came outside?
No.
When you were down the street prior to speaking with the defendant, did you observe any of your friends engaged in any physical altercation with the defendant or any of the people from that car?
No, nothing was physical down the road from anything that I saw. Everyone was talking.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Fiola.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
No.
Never spoken about this case before.
No, sir.
I'm going to go over some of your testimony here and see if I've gotten things down. You told us that most of the folks at this party on this evening were friends of yours, correct?
Correct.
And most of them you'd known for quite some time, correct?
Correct.
Grew up with most of these folks, right?
Correct.
Did you know when you went over there that night that there weren't going to be any parents around?
No.
You didn't know that Tyler's mother would be in Cape Cod?
I had no idea.
Didn't know that his father wasn't going to be there?
Not a clue.
Were you expecting that there was going to be any parental supervision around while this drinking was happening?
I wasn't really thinking of that, but no, I didn't know that there weren't going to be any parents there.
Wasn't the first time that you'd been to Tyler Rich's house, you told us?
Yeah, it wasn't the first.
Was this the first time that you'd been drinking at Tyler Rich's house?
Well, I had had drinks at Tyler Rich's house on other occasions, but I wasn't drinking at his house at this event.
But that was the standard sort of order of operations there. You'd go to Tyler Rich's house to party, hang out, and that included drinking, right?
I guess. Not really.
You only had one beer that night, right?
Yes, sir.
How can you be so sure that you only had that one beer?
Because at the time, I was an athlete. I had practice the next day.
I was also, at that specific time of my life, I was not really drinking much. I was more so the sober guy that was kind of mediating, looking after his friends. And I had the drink at Nikki's house before I even went to Tyler's.
Okay. You were 17 at the time?
Yes, sir.
You only had one drink at Nikki's house?
Yes, sir.
And where'd you get that one drink?
I can't recall.
Did you buy it yourself?
No, sir.
Was it provided to you by somebody at Nikki's house?
I can't recall.
You rode with Nikki over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
And Jimmy, yes.
Okay. And how much alcohol did you have in the car with you?
I do not recall.
But there was alcohol in the car with you, right?
I don't know if there was alcohol in the car at all.
You didn't see either of those other occupants bring with them any alcohol?
I could not remember.
Well, this party was kind of a BYOB party, right?
Sure. I don't, there's no like rules. You just show up and hang out. It wasn't really like provided or you go buy it. You just show up. I don't.
Did your friends bring any alcohol in the car with them or not?
I do not recall.
You didn't see them with any?
No, sir.
Didn't see them get in the vehicle with any alcohol?
No, sir. I don't even know how I got there. I might have been Nikki's mom. I might have drove. I could not remember. It was 3 years ago.
Okay. You rode there with Mr. McGrath?
Yes, sir.
And you don't remember whether or not he was drinking?
I think he was drinking. I don't remember if it was in, I don't think it was in the car. I think he was drinking at the party.
Which party?
Tyler's house.
And was he drinking at Nikki's where you had the one beer?
I don't recall.
How much did he have to drink?
I don't know.
Did he seem like he was drunk?
No. No, actually, no, not at all.
Would you have let him drive?
No.
Why not?
Because it's unsafe and illegal.
Why is it unsafe?
Objection. How is this relevant?
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you notice any indications that led you to believe that Mr. McGrath was drunk?
No.
And you didn't see him drink anything that night?
Objection. That's mischaracterizing his statement.
It's been asked and answered. I'm going to sustain for that reason.
How much did you see him drink that night?
I don't remember seeing him drink. I'm sure he had a couple drinks. I don't know what he drank or if he drank. He might have not drank for all I know. I have no idea.
And you arrived over at Tyler Rich's house somewhere between 9 and 9:15, right?
Yes, sir.
At that point, when you got there, you think there were 25 to 35 people?
Approximately.
And they were all down in the basement?
Yes, sir.
What was going on down in the basement?
Hanging out, music, people talking loud, people probably singing. There were drinks out, socializing.
There were drinks out. What does that mean?
There were probably some empty beer cans on the table. That's what I mean by that.
Probably some empty beer cans on the table. That's it?
Yes, sir.
That was the extent of the drinking, was empty beer cans out on the table?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you knew Faison Teal from the football team, right?
Yes, sir.
As well as Ryan Hines, also from the football team.
Yes, sir.
A good friend of yours.
Yes, sir.
Tommy Connery, also a great friend, right?
Yes, sir.
But he was not on the football team?
No, sir.
Jimmy McGrath, you've described as an incredible friend, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took the photo of him that we saw, that was earlier at Nicky DeJesus' house, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe Sal Perry also went over with you that evening?
Yes, so Sal we were together that day, but I don't remember if he had came to Nikki's house and then went to Tyler's with us or if he had just met us there. I can't remember.
But he was also a good friend, a year older?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw Michael Samperi. He grew up with him in the same neighborhood?
Yes.
Correct. Did you play sports with him?
No.
Alex Bernstein, you said that was a friend of Tanner Chernowski's, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Tanner Chernowski?
we met at the Boys and Girls Club way back when, like probably I might have been like 7 years old when I first met him. He was 2 years older than me, but I always hung out with kids my age, kids a grade below, kids a year above me, 2 years. So I was definitely familiar with Tanner by the time of this event occurred. Like very, very good friends with him.
Sal Perry, did you see him drinking that night?
I do not recall.
Michael Samperry, did you see him drinking that night?
I do not recall.
Alex Bernstein, did you see him drinking that night?
I do not recall.
Charlie Connery, did you see him drinking that night?
No, sir. I didn't see him drinking.
You recall not seeing him drink?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
The others you can't recall?
Actually, if this is allowed, I think Alex, I might be wrong about this, but I think Alex drove Tanner. I don't know for sure, but I know that Tanner was there, and I never really see Alex anywhere, but I know his car. I remember seeing his car there because he drove a nice car, so I think he wasn't drinking if he was driving. So that's all I can remember, though.
Again, my question was a little different, sir. You say you specifically recall that you did not see Charlie Connery drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall whether or not any of those other folks I've asked you about were drinking, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said that Jacob Villalobos was a great friend, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see him drinking that night?
I don't recall.
You said Michael Lockovich, also a great friend, correct?
Not Michael.
No,
Matthew.
okay. I'm sorry, Matthew Lockovich. Thank you
Yes.
for correcting me. Great friend.
Yes.
Did you see him drinking that night?
I don't recall.
Tyler Rich, did you see him drinking that night?
I also do not recall.
What about Griffin Marcinzik? Did you see him drinking that night?
I also have no idea. Don't recall.
You saw all these folks that night, correct?
Yes.
You just don't recall seeing any of them drink.
No, I'm not paying attention to people drinking. I could care less.
Okay. And at some point you told us Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik arrived and you learned that they were coming from 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Correct.
And they said that something had happened there. Is that fair to say?
I mean, a little more than something. They definitely gave me the rundown of what happened, yeah.
They told you that they had been jumped and attacked by 3 kids from St. Joe's, right?
Well, not they. More so just Ryan. Griffin was a small individual. I don't think he could have made a difference regardless. Not trying to be mean to him, but that's just the truth.
Okay. So you learned from them that Ryan had been jumped by 3 St. Joe's kids. Is that what they told you?
Yes, but I had actually been made aware of that before they even showed up, because either Ryan Hines or Griffin had made a call to let them know that something had happened, and for a place, they were looking for safety almost, if it was okay for them to go to Tyler's house. So somebody at Tyler's, might have been Tyler, I can't remember for certain, but that's who had made me aware that something had happened, and then when they had arrived, I spoke to them more deeply about it.
Word started to spread that friends of yours claimed to have been jumped at 5 Lazy Brook. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
People started talking about it, right?
Not necessarily. I think that there's most of the people actually at the party didn't really know. Just a small group actually that were more so closer, maybe like football friends of Hines had found out.
And you told us you weren't part of the basketball group chat, right?
No, sir.
But you were aware that people were texting that night, correct?
No, sir.
And you think you were there for another hour or so before Ryan and Griffin arrived, right?
Yeah, just about.
And then within 5 to 10 minutes after they arrived, you're made aware that a car had shown up, right?
Correct.
You weren't surprised by that, though, given the fact that word had started to spread, correct?
No, I was very surprised because they were coming to us for safety, Ryan and Griffin, to not further get involved in anything. So a car being there was actually quite surprising.
You say they were coming to you for safety, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
You weren't aware that Griffin Marcinzik was sending text messages with the address to 43 Laurel Glen Drive to anybody?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
Did you stay near Griffin Marcinzik when he arrived?
I don't recall.
Did you stay near Ryan Hines after he arrived?
I think I spoke with him for a bit, but I wasn't like on his hip, so no.
So what they made you aware of was that they had been jumped, but they didn't tell you that they were live texting the address to the people they claimed to have jumped them.
No, I had no idea.
Okay. Because you weren't part of that group chat.
Correct.
And you said at some point, Tyler Rich rallied up a group of good friends, right?
Correct.
About 10 of you, you think?
Yeah.
And you went outside to confront the car that had shown up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you described to us that that vehicle, when it showed up, parked in the middle of the road, right?
Just about, yeah.
Right. Blocking the driveway, I think you described it as being, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't on the far side of the street across in front of the other house, right?
I mean, it could have been. I just remember it being almost parallel, like almost near the driveway, like if you just extended the driveway out. I don't remember if it was a little bit up, a little bit behind. I just know in the general area where the car was.
Blocking the driveway is your description, right?
I mean, it was in front of the driveway. It was.
If you wanted to get across the street to the house across the way, you would have to walk around this vehicle.
Correct.
If you wanted to get out of the driveway, you would have to somehow navigate your way around this vehicle.
Correct.
And you went to confront this vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you said you knew this was the car from 5 Lazy Brook.
Well, as we were walking out, I think words were being said like, "Oh, that's them," or "These are the guys." So, but I didn't recognize the car whatsoever. I've never seen it before.
Okay. And you said you went to ask them why they were there.
Yes.
That's not all you went out to do, right?
Surely not. I mean, I went out there to kind of stick up for my buddy a little bit, but I wasn't planning on doing anything, nor did I.
Well, you said voices might have been raised, right?
Voices were raised.
Voices were raised.
Yeah.
Right. And in fact, the car was surrounded, right?
I wouldn't say surrounded. A majority of the people were on the driver's side, just kind of in a group. I wouldn't say the car was fully surrounded at all, no.
And you told them either get out of the car, correct?
Are you going to finish?
I did. You said either get out of the car, correct?
I think so. I don't remember.
Or leave, correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The first thing was, though, get out of the car, right?
Yes.
Why did you want them to get out of the car?
Well, because when I'm looking at the car seemed like it was a clown car packed full of people. So it kind of matched the amount of people that were there from our end. So at that point, I was like, our friend just got his face smashed in. I mean, get out of the car. We want, hey man, like you just beat up our friend. Either get out of the car or be on your way. I wouldn't have cared at all if they left. I mean, I would have loved for them to leave. But, that was our idea. Yes.
Well, you're telling us you would have loved for them to leave in the aftermath of things. However, at the time, you told them to get out because what you wanted was payback, right?
I wouldn't say payback, but at least to figure out what was going on, or at least a motive. I think most of the time we were asking them why they did it. Hey, why'd you beat up our boy? Nothing was said. So eventually we were like, all right, get out or leave.
You didn't know, you had no idea that they were coming, that address had been given
I
to them.
had no idea.
But when this unknown car parks outside, there's a rallying of at least 10 of you to go outside and confront the car.
I mean, I was told personally by Tyler, it wasn't like there was a reason for a certain amount of people there. He had just quietly said, hey man, there's a car outside my driveway, I don't know who it is, you want to come up and just figure it out with me, situate it? I was like, no problem, man. It's my best friend, I was going to go help him.
Jimmy McGrath went out with you?
I don't think so.
Are you sure of that?
I'm not sure, but I strongly don't think he was out there.
You stayed on the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody go over to the passenger side?
Not that I remember, sir.
And you don't remember the vehicle being surrounded?
I know there was amount of people like on the driver's side, maybe
Just on
from
the
the
driver's side.
front to the back, but it wasn't like a circle blocking the car.
Okay. So just on the driver's side?
Yes, to my recollection, yes.
And you didn't have a conversation with anyone?
No, no direct words. I can't recall if I said like, "Hey, you guys should leave," but I never said I had a correct conversation with anybody in the car. No.
Could you see into the vehicle?
Yes.
Could you identify anybody inside the vehicle?
Yes. I'd recognize Tyler DeSilva. I'd also recognize your client. I want to say it was in the middle seat. I might be wrong, but I just definitely remembered seeing Tyler DeSilva and Lito, because those were the only two people I really knew in the car, from what I could see.
Did you know Mackenzie Trafficante?
Yes.
Did you see her in the car?
I didn't see her in the car.
You didn't see her sitting on Mr. Valle's lap?
Actually, you just refreshed my memory. She might have been, actually. I can't really remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay. You told us that you were just trying to usher them out, right?
Essentially.
Okay. And that you were asking them why'd they put their hands on your friends, right?
Correct.
And you told us before that voices might have been raised, but now you're telling us that voices were definitely raised.
When did I say before that they were raised? Or they might have been?
When you were talking with the state's attorney earlier, do you recall telling him that voices might have been raised?
Yeah.
In fact, they definitely were raised, right?
I think so.
Okay. You don't recall any physical interaction from the Shelton High kids with the car, correct?
I don't recall any type of physical.
You don't recall them laying hands on the vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
You don't recall them rocking the vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing anybody reach in and punch the driver, correct?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing the window come down on the rear passenger side, correct?
I remember windows were like down or up. Like someone might have pulled the window down, put it back up, but I don't remember any type of physical altercation with the car.
You don't recall seeing a glass bottle be thrown at the car?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing a glass bottle being thrown at the people that were standing beside the car?
I think something was thrown when the car drove away. Might have been that PB blaster can or a bottle.
Well, we'll get to the PB blaster can in a second. You identified, showing you State's Exhibit 30, that as being the vehicle that you saw that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you were standing on the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this shattered windshield was not there at the time when you saw the vehicle, was it?
It could have been. I don't remember. I didn't look too closely into the windshield or like at the windshield at all. I wasn't even in the front of the car by any means.
Okay. And then without any physical interaction with the car, you say the car just sped off?
Yeah, like the pedal was floored.
Okay. So you didn't see Tyler Rich reach inside the driver's side of the car, correct?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see his body halfway in while he was trying to do something with the gear shift, correct?
No, I don't remember that. Could have happened. I have no idea. I wasn't really paying attention to that, anybody specifically. I was more so just like, hey, you guys should leave or get out. Either way. I wasn't really watching other people, though.
Sir, you were like, hey, you guys should get out or just leave?
Well, no, I'm in a courtroom. If you want me to raise my voice, I can, but I'm not.
I'd like you to demonstrate for us how you said, hey, get out of the car or leave, guys.
Hey, you guys should probably leave or get out of the car. Is that good?
Like that?
Yes, sir.
That was it?
Yes, sir.
That was voices raised?
That was pretty loud. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then after that, the car just sped off?
Yes, sir.
And then you said most people from Tyler Rich's house went back into the house?
Yes.
But you glanced down and you saw car brake lights down the road, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was down towards the farmhouse lane end of things, right?
Correct.
And you don't recall the car driving up and down the road?
I didn't see the car driving up and down the road. I think it drove up and down the road afterwards.
Where were you standing when you glanced and saw the car brake lights down the road?
I want to say like just into the road from the end of the driveway. Like I stuck there's like some trees that hang over the road, so I had to like stick my head out, peer down there, but I wasn't in the middle of the road or anything.
You hadn't gone back into Tyler Rich's house, correct?
Not at this time. I hadn't yet. No.
And so you didn't see the car go speeding down towards Farmhouse, come back, make a right onto Adams, turn around, come back, and go back down to Farmhouse Lane, right?
I didn't see that. That might have happened. I didn't see it, no.
It might have happened while you were out on the street in front of 43 Laurel Glen Drive, but you didn't see it?
No, I just think the timeline might be a little bit mixed up. But I remember being made aware that the car was repeatedly driving up and down. I just think that the timeline that you're on is a little bit messed up from when it happened. But
you remember being made aware that that happened by who?
I don't remember. I just know that at some point people were like, this car is choosing to keep driving back. They could leave, but they keep driving back and forth. I don't remember.
You didn't go back in the house, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any of that, correct?
No.
But somebody told you that that happened.
After I went back in the house, after confronting the defendant, then I went back in the house. Then I was told that the car has been driving back and forth. Then I was told that, or I heard, they're back, they're back, they're back.
Okay. But you yourself never saw that car driving up and down that road?
Correct, I never saw it.
You look down, you see the car brake lights. You remember telling us that?
Yes, sir.
And then you walked with a group of 5 other people down towards that car in Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
it wasn't, well, I'm sorry. It wasn't like a group. We weren't all in a group. Might have been 5 to 7. I don't remember. I just remember walking down with maybe 2 other guys next to me, but there was a couple others from our friend group that were walking down as well. We weren't in one pack, though.
That group included at least Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ty Wood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tyler Rich, correct?
Yes, sir.
Aiden King, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matthew Lokovich, correct?
Yes, sir.
And yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could have been others, correct?
I wouldn't say more than one person.
Could Ryan Hines have been there?
No.
Ryan Hines was not there.
Yes, sir.
You watched State's Exhibit 44, which is the video from the Ring camera for 36 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we see that one? I'm going to ask you to watch this, and I want you to see if you can identify for us who you are in this group, okay?
I don't think I'm in that group.
Okay. Let's just watch and see, and you can tell me.
Okay. Sure.
The video in front of us, and it appears to be that there are 2 people walking in front of a vehicle.
Yes.
Can you identify for us who those 2 people are?
No, sir. I have no idea.
Did you ever walk up and past those people?
No.
Can you continue playing? We're going to keep watching. Right, can you pause again? Did you just hear that car door close?
Yes, sir.
Did you see somebody appear to get out of the front passenger side?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't remember where Tyler DeSilva was sitting, but I want to say it was him. I don't know for sure, though.
Can you play again, please? You see somebody that appears to have in their hand a light of some sort? Just walked up in front.
You might have to rewind it. I don't.
I'm going to point right here in front of the...
I can't see where you're
I'm
pointing.
going to describe it for you.
You see there's 1, 2, 3, 4 columns on the porch there?
Yes, sir.
You see just in front of that fourth column where there is a sort of light by the lawn there?
I don't see what you're talking about.
Keep your eyes focused on where I've just directed them. I'm going to ask the state to play again and see if you see that light moving. See that light moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you pause that, please? Is that your light on your phone?
No, sir.
Because that's not you.
Yeah, that's not me.
How do you know that's not you?
I just know that I didn't walk that far at all up to the car that far.
You never walked that far.
Yeah, I never walked that far. I also am not one to just walk around with my phone out with the light on.
Can you watch the rest of that? In that video, would you agree we just saw a group of about 6 or 7 people following the folks who got out of that car?
Yes.
You're saying you weren't any of those people?
I don't think I was, just based off of what I had experienced when I spoke with the defendant, because I never really made it that far to the car. I only recall being about in the middle of the road, but I quickly turned and noticed the defendant by a pole, a telephone pole, that would be, I guess if you put the ring camera video back up, it would be to the left, almost out of the picture. And that's where I recall standing and speaking with the defendant and his girlfriend being there as well. I don't have any recollection of walking that far down to the road.
Can you use that? Do you still have the pointer over there somewhere? Do you see a pointer with a little red tip? Can you use that to show us where you think you were standing when you spoke with Mr. Valle?
Do you know which one 36 is? Is it this one?
I believe it's that one, sir. Do you know?
I mean, it would be a lot easier if the video was here. But
If you can.
There's no telephone poles in this picture, so I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Do you remember? Well, you see where the house is, 43 Laurel Glen, marked with the red marker,
I want to
correct?
say it was right about here, because this looks like the bushes. I want to say that there's a telephone pole right here in this area. There's some shrubbery over here. So I want to say I was right about here. And I walked down till right about here. Didn't engage with anyone in the car over here. Just kind of stayed over here and saw the defendant. Walked over, approached him, said what I said. That's it.
So, are you saying that what we saw in State's Exhibit 44, you never made it down that far, correct?
Correct.
You made it only as far as that bush that you've indicated there on Exhibit 1. Is that fair?
Could have been like 5 steps ahead of it, but I never even came close to that intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse. I never made it that far.
Never down to that intersection?
Never.
And it was by the bush that you believe you had this conversation with Mr. Valle. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, it wasn't really a conversation. It was very, very brief. I just saw him. I don't know what really struck me to actually go speak with him, but I think I was just trying to honestly calm the situation down, because I did say to him, hey, look, I think it was messed up that he sprayed you. That's what I started it with, but it wasn't really a conversation.
And you said that you could see that the doors had opened on the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that everybody just went down there in a non-aggressive way, right?
That's the way I went down there, and that's the way the group that I had went down there with, that's what we were planning on doing, yes.
Would you describe what we saw there as being a non-aggressive way of those folks coming down to interact?
No, I think it was slightly aggressive.
Slightly aggressive?
Yeah.
You saw somebody launch a can of some sort at the vehicle?
Post of it being launched at us, yes, I did.
Well, did we see it being launched at you there?
No, sir.
And you saw somebody running at that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Who was that?
I don't know. I might have to watch it. Maybe I could identify after watching it again. I don't know. It's kind of blurry.
Wasn't you, though?
No, sir.
And you said there was a PB blaster can, right?
I never saw the can, but from what I was made aware of, it was PB blaster and or WD-40.
Who made you aware of a PB blaster can?
Well, at some point, before I spoke with the defendant, I was made aware that Tyler Rich had sprayed him with PB blaster. And there was, that was basically it. He said, I just sprayed him with some PB blaster. So I took it upon myself to go up to him and say, hey man, I'm sorry that he did that. That was kind of fucked up. But, there's a lot of guys here, etc.
And you were close enough to see Mr. Valle at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that he had been sprayed in the face with the PB blaster?
No, surprisingly. I mean, he might have been. I wasn't necessarily looking at that. But I don't recall seeing any type of anything wrong with his face. Not saying that there wasn't. I don't remember.
And where, when you were talking at Mr. Valle, as you've described it, was Ms. Trafficante?
Almost like not even a foot away from him, sitting down to his left, to my right, if I'm facing him. So to his left. He's standing facing this way. So he's standing over here, facing this way. I'm standing like this. Mackenzie's sitting down like this on the curb, kind of like with her hands in her head, almost like distressed. That's what I remember.
And it's your recollection that they were both sitting on the opposite side of Laurel Glen Drive from 43?
Yes, sir.
Mackenzie as well as Mr. Valle?
Yes, sir. Well, Raul was standing. She was sitting.
And where was Mr. De Silva?
I want to say he was somewhere, if I was here, somewhere over here in a group. I think some of my friends were over there talking with him, but there was nothing aggressive going on because we would have heard it. It seemed like they were just kind of talking over stuff, or maybe they weren't talking. I just know there was a group in this area. And I want to say De Silva was part of that group.
And where was the Honda Pilot?
Somewhere around here. I don't know for sure.
This was after we saw the Honda Pilot drove away?
Yeah, my interaction with the defendant was after the video.
Okay. And it's your recollection that while you were talking with Mr. De Silva on the opposite side of the street, Ms. Trafficante was sitting on the curb a foot away from him?
Yeah.
And Mr. De Silva was on the opposite side of the street with a group of your friends?
Yeah, I think some of his friends were there too. Yeah, he was across the street though.
And where was the Honda Pilot?
I don't know exactly, but I want to say it was somewhere over here because where me, your client, and his girlfriend was separated from the rest. And I just remember turning around. Charlie Connery was walking up towards us almost. So right when I turned around, he met me almost, and then we just walked back.
You don't know where the Honda Pilot was, right?
No, sir. I think it was over there, but I don't know for sure.
You said you intended to take Mr. Valle's side at this time?
What I mean by that is, what I was made aware of was that it was sprayed. And in the moment, I sure as hell was not looking to fight anybody, regardless of what had just happened for my friend, to my friend. At this point, there was a lot of just chaos going on. There was loudness outside of houses. I was honestly just trying to look out for Tyler, get everybody that wasn't invited out of the house, or not out of the house, out of the area. So at least what I thought was if I start if I start what I was saying to the defendant with something that he just had happen to him, and like kind of me being like, hey man, listen, I feel bad, you shouldn't have got sprayed like that. Whatever I had said, I had felt that would be the smartest way for him to at least give me his attention. Because if I approached him in an aggressive way, probably would have went differently. So I approached him and said, hey man, listen, it's fucked up that you got sprayed, but you guys should probably leave here. There's a lot of people over there. There's a smaller group of your friends. I don't want to fight. I don't think it's worth it. I remember saying, I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth a fight. And then he wasn't really paying attention or not really like listening or caring. So he was just like, yeah. And I saw the knife in his hand while I was talking to him. And then I turned around and walked back to the house with Charlie.
You'd had a change of heart at that point. It was no longer get out of the car so we can fight and get payback. Now it was you were trying to be his friend.
I wouldn't say friend. I was just trying to, overall, it had been going on for, in my opinion, too long at this point. For all we know, a cop could have drove down the driveway, or drove down the road, and we all would have been in trouble. So at that point, I was just like, you know what? Let's just end this.
Cop could have rolled down the street at that point and up the driveway, and y'all would have been in trouble.
Not up the driveway. I said down the street, because there's a group of people standing around outside. What do you think a cop would do if he drove by? So in my head, I'm like, let's get everybody out of here. There's no point in fighting. There's no point in arguing outside of someone's house when someone could easily pick up the phone and call a noise complaint. So I said, let me say what I have to say to him. Hopefully this gets through. They'll get in the car and leave, and we'll be on with our night. That was my plan.
You were worried that the cops might show up and there'd be bigger problems for everybody, right?
Not initially, like I said. More so after this has been getting dragged on for a while, I was like, all right, this is kind of stupid. I didn't care at that point to say anything like get out. I was more so like, hey, let's just end this. It's not worth it.
And you said that you saw Mr. Valle holding a knife in his left hand, right?
Correct.
And you described that knife to the police as being a switchblade, right?
Of some sort. I didn't know if it was or not. That was just kind of what I had saw in the moment, or what I thought I saw at least.
And it was a stiletto style knife, right?
I didn't use that word. They might have interpreted it that way, or said, or thought that, or said, oh, do you think it was a stiletto? I don't even know what that is. So, but what I just remember was seeing his hand down, zero handle in his hand. I only saw a blade just coming out like this big. That was it.
What color was the blade?
I don't recall.
Serrated?
I don't know what that means.
Did it appear to have little teeth on it, like a steak? Serrated?
I don't know what that means.
Did it appear to have little teeth on it, like a steak knife?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything about the shape of the blade that you saw?
Yeah, I just recall it being like a knife that comes to a point. It wasn't like a hunting knife like that. That was like a thicker. I don't recall too exactly if there were teeth like you're saying, but I just know that it started wider and got thinner, and it was longer, like 3 inches or so.
Now, you also told officers that you saw him waving that out the window, right?
I don't remember if I said that or not.
You don't recall telling officers around 2 a.m. in the morning when you're speaking with Detective Bango on the 15th that you saw Lito flashing a knife outside the window of the car?
No, I don't recall saying that.
And that the knife was a switchblade?
No, I said, I mean, it could have been. I just remember the knife. If at the time I was trying to describe it as best as I could, if that's the words I used, then that's what I said. But
right. And so when you claim to have seen this knife in Mr. Valle's hand when you were down talking to him by the bushes, you didn't yell out to everybody, hey, he's got a knife.
No, I thought that would probably be stupid and just a waste of time. In my opinion, the best thing to do is not at all acknowledge it, because I didn't want to put myself at harm, and I didn't want to anger the defendant if he was angry already from being sprayed. Whatever it was, I just wanted to end it. I wanted it to be over.
And you're certain that when you're having this interaction with him that you were not near the pilot at that time, correct?
Yes, sir. Not directly near it. It could have been a little bit off in the distance.
And you weren't near any of your other friends at that point, correct?
No, yeah, not too close to anybody. When I turned around, Charlie was approaching, but to my knowledge, nobody was right with me. It was more so just me, the defendant, and his girlfriend.
and then you saw Charlie, and you decided to walk back with Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
Back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
You got back to the house, and Tyler Rich was trying to corral people, you said, back into the basement.
Yep.
And ultimately, he was successful in getting everybody back into the basement.
I think he got almost everybody. I want to say like maybe himself or a couple of the older people that were there were just staying outside to make sure nothing else had brewed. But the older folks that were there were the farthest thing from people looking for trouble. They were more so just kind of overseeing everything. I think he got everybody in except for maybe 5 people that were just kind of outside the Belco doors making sure everything was okay.
Okay. And you were down there maybe 1 to 5 minutes when you heard somebody say they're back, correct?
Yes.
And then,
Attorney Smith, I'm sorry. Is this a good time to take a break? It's about
Yes, ma'am.
2024.
yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. You'll have a 15-minute recess. We'll be in recess until 10 minutes to 4. Thank you.
Last court to recess. You got it belong in there.
Do I leave or?
Yeah, you're free to leave. Yeah, you just have to come back.
Okay, thank you.
All right. It would help if I turned on my my mic. Thank you. All right. Just give it a second. All right. I'm not even going to read what you guys are saying because I'm just not going to read that. So let's go back to, okay, Enrico Fiola. So let's see. Where did I just stop off? So everybody seems to know Raul's nickname is Lido, and yet everybody's saying that they don't know who he is. Like, we kind of know who he is, but they all know that his nickname is Lido. Anyway, so he recognized Tyler De Silva and Raul. He knew of Raul from previous gatherings, but he wasn't friendly with him. That's what I'm saying. Every witness has said, I'm not really friendly with him. I kind of know him, but everybody calls him Lido. Not a single person is calling him Raul. So he was trying. So he's kind of like the peacekeepers, right? So Enrico is sort of like the peacekeeper. He's just like, what are you guys doing here? He said voices might have been raised, but then he says we were yelling. You jumped our boys. Get out of here. But the Honda left before, but doesn't recall any physical altercations with hands on the car. Said the car sped off and they had to scatter out of the way. Tyler's friends make their way back to the house. He looks down the road. He sees the car brake. He saw the doors open and he decided to go down in a non-aggressive way to tell them to keep moving. He went down with Charlie Connery, Ty Wood, Aiden King, and Tyler Rich. He said he saw more people in the car than he thought at first. It wasn't one big group. He said it was just Tyler and Charlie. So here he's the peacekeeper, right? He was made aware that Tyler Rich had sprayed PB Blaster at Raul. And he says after he was sprayed, he approached Raul with the intent to take his side and say, hey man, I don't think that was right. You know, you got sprayed. We're not trying to fight here. But then that's when he saw a knife in Raul's hand. And then he said he saw Mackenzie, who was Raul's girlfriend. She was sitting there too. But Raul dismissed him. So he said he walked away. Hey, if I saw a guy with a knife, I'd be like, all right, it's all good. It's all cool. It's all cool. Let's be cool here. So he told Charlie Connery about that knife. He said Raul was just saying, yes, yep, just doing that. He and Charlie walked back and he said, Chuck, that guy's got a knife. He went downstairs. He came back out. He saw Raul and Tyler, but there were some people blocking his way. He said he heard things get louder, and then he said he heard he knows what a punch on someone's face sounds like. He knows what a punch on somebody's face sounds like. So these kids clearly have gotten in fights before. He heard a loud bang. I guess it was like that. And he said he knew what it sounded. He said he knew it sounded like a punch. Then he saw the Tylers wrestling. So remember, it's Tyler Da Silva and Tyler Rich that are wrestling. Tyler D was on top. He said some videos were taken. He was trying to take video, and he wanted to show Lily, who was his ex-girlfriend, and then Taylor. But then after he shot the video on Snapchat, you have to hit, I guess, upload or record or something, or else it doesn't get uploaded to Snapchat. But so then he heard Charlie screaming, he's got a knife. He said, I was stupid. I was a kid, and he wanted to show Lily this fight. So he turned around and immediately rushed back, and he saw Tommy Connery on the ground grabbing his leg. He looked over and saw Ryan Heinz with his shirt being lifted up, saying, and there was blood. Jimmy lifted up his shirt and said, I just got stabbed, and then he collapsed on the ground. He rushed over. Now, Jimmy got stabbed in the heart, remember? He rushed over. Jimmy was losing blood. He said he put compressions on the wound. He put something on the wound. So it was Jacob Villalobos that pushed Tyler Da Silva back onto the street. So as Tyler's being pushed back onto the street and they're saying, get out of here, Raul is coming in with the knife. So so as Tyler is getting pushed back, Raul is coming in. He didn't call 911, but he said the paramedics arrived first, which he's the first one that said that. Everybody else at law enforcement, including law enforcement, said that they came first, and then the paramedics came. Sal, and Nikki stayed with Jimmy for as long as they could. He said medics were putting in effort to keep Jimmy alive, and he had to look away at the point where they're trying to do compressions on Jimmy. So then we get to Cross. He didn't know the parents were not going to be there. It wasn't the first time he drank, but he didn't drink that night. He said he only had one beer. He's like, he wasn't really drinking. He was the sober guy. He did have a drink at Nikki's house, though. Nikki was his ex-girlfriend. He rode over with Nikki and Jimmy to the party, so that's the first time we've heard that. How Jimmy got to the party, that's the first time we heard that. He doesn't recall if there was alcohol in the car. He doesn't even remember if Nikki's mom had driven them. I think I'd remember that. He said there were no rules. You just show up at this party. He wouldn't let Jimmy drive because he knew Jimmy was drinking that night. He thinks Jimmy was drinking, but then he's not sure if Jimmy was drinking. But then he said he wouldn't let Jimmy drink. He wouldn't let Jimmy drive that night because it's unsafe and illegal. He doesn't know how much Jimmy drank or if he drank at all. So he said they were in the basement hanging out. There were drinks that were out. Probably empty beer cans on the table. Let's see. He didn't recognize the car, but he went out to stick up for his buddy. He heard voices were raised. The majority of people were on the driver's side. They were not surrounding the car. So he's the first one that's kind of saying, no, we weren't surrounding the car. All the other witnesses are saying, yeah, we did surround the car. Are you going to get out, correct? And he's like, are you going to finish? And Mr. Smith says, I did. So there was definitely some snark going on back and forth. I think more with Enrico. He was getting a little chippy, as he said. He was getting chippy with Mr. Smith. Why did you want them to get out? He said it looked like a clown car and our friend just got his face smashed in, which, well, his choice of words. And we were like, get out. And I would have loved, he says, I would have loved for them to leave. But he says it wouldn't be payback, but at least he just wanted to know the motive. Why did you do it? Why did you beat up our boy? He doesn't think Jimmy went out at that point in time. He could see into the car. He recognized Raul and Tyler Da Silva. He knew Mackenzie, but he didn't see her in the car. Then he says, actually, you just refreshed my memory and I can't remember because it was a long time ago. And my question is, well, if you can't remember that because it was a long time ago, what else are you not remembering or remembering? So that's a double-edged sword there. That could go either way. He says, voices might have been raised. He doesn't recall anyone reaching in and punching the driver. He remembers a glass bottle being thrown at people. He said maybe something was thrown out the car as they drove away. He did not see Tyler Rich reach into the car, although Tyler told us that he did reach into the car. It could have happened, but he wasn't paying attention to that. He was saying, hey, you guys should leave. And then he demonstrates how he said it. And then he asks, is that good? Again, snark. He was getting snarky with defense here. He didn't see the car drive up and down the road. He was told about the car driving up and down the road, and he was told that they're back. Ryan Hines was not a part of the group walking towards down the road towards the car. He doesn't think he was in that group. So he was going to tell Raul it was messed up that he got sprayed. He said his group was slightly aggressive. He says someone threw something at the car post it being launched at us. So he says the PB blaster was thrown at them, so then they threw it back. He was made aware that Tyler Rich had spayed Raul. So he took it upon himself to say, hey man, sorry that happened. That was effed up. Mackenzie, he said she was sitting down with her head in her hands like she was distressed. He's like, I wasn't looking to fight anyone. He said there was a lot of chaos. He was just looking out for his buddy Tyler. He just wanted to get everyone not invited to leave. He felt the smartest way to approach Raul was, hey, it's effed up that you got sprayed. He says he remembers saying, it's not worth it. It's this fight. It's not worth it. Let's just everybody just relax. That's when he saw the knife in hand. He wasn't trying to be Raul's friend. And he says, a cop could have rolled down the street and we could have all been in trouble. He's like, yeah, somebody could have called in a noise complaint. So that's why he was trying to diffuse the situation. So the knife came to a point, then he kind of describes the knife. He's like, well, it wasn't a hunting knife. It wasn't serrated, but it kind of came to a point. He said he didn't want to anger Raul at that point. He said he just wanted to end it. All right. Alice, got to head out now. Try checking back in later. Enjoy the rest of your day. Absolutely. Joe says, how much did Jimmy drink if Jimmy did drink? If that's a legitimate question, we do not know the answer. Did Jimmy drink if Jimmy did drink? We don't know, Father. If that's a legitimate question, don't know. Abe says they play contact sports. They definitely know what hit sounds like. Yeah, that's true. It is a distinct sound. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it as always. It's a Sally Seashell. Yeah. How much did Jimmy drink if Jimmy did drink? Jimmy did drink. How much did Jimmy did drink? All right. I'm going to just stand up for a few minutes. I think we got about 2 minutes left. I'm just going to stand up and stretch.
The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So if the state could direct their witness to retake the stand. I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of your oath when you first entered the stand. You can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Attorney Smith, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. You can come up if you'd like.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk will bring in the jury. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fiola, we were just talking about being back in the basement, and you heard somebody say they're back, right?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were in the basement at that point?
Most of the individuals that were there, I don't know an exact number.
25 to 35, as you estimated before? And you told us that you went back outside to do the right thing, right?
Yes.
And you told us that when you went back outside, you went in front of the blue truck. I'm trying to find that photograph for you. Do you recall telling us that you went in front of the blue truck?
No, I went actually on the driver's side, which is away from where the interaction was going on, and had to maneuver in between the back of the blue truck and the front of the Jeep.
You are looking at State's Exhibit 5. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So you were originally in front of the blue truck, and you had to come around on the driver's side and maneuver in between the blue truck and the white and black Jeep, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because your path was blocked coming through the way you had gone the first time, right?
Wait, what do you mean the first time?
But when you first came out, you described that you had come through and gone sort of down where I think you described the Belgian blocks when you come out the first time?
No. You mean when we approached the car that was like... So, no, I walked out and walked down the middle of the driveway when we approached the car. That's what I told the state's attorney. And when I walked out, after I had gone back in, and then they said they're back, and we walked out. I walked out of the Belco doors. I had glanced through this little, where your finger's hovering, through that little hole, saw that there were the defendant and Tyler Silva basically had just kind of stopped walking, or it looked like they had just gotten onto the yard. I walked on the opposite side of the truck where we could see it, so the driver's side, and squeezed through at the bed of the truck and at the front of the Jeep.
Okay. And those cars, as they're parked in that exhibit there, that's the same way they were that night, correct?
Yes.
And so you walked in between those, and when you emerged, you were by the Belgian block. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry if I got that incorrect before.
No worries.
And when you emerged, you could see more than just Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle in the yard, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, there were other people in the yard, right?
Yes.
And you could see other people in the yard, correct?
Yes.
How many people were in the yard?
Probably 15, 20.
Of those 15 to 20, only 2 were not from the Shelton High party, correct?
Correct.
Nobody else got out of the vehicle, correct?
Well, I didn't see a vehicle at this point. I just saw the 2 individuals. From what I remember, the vehicle actually drove up kind of as the fight was going. but I could be wrong. I just don't remember seeing a vehicle. I just remember seeing the two individuals.
But now you're telling us that you recall that the vehicle drove up as the fight was going on?
Could have happened. I just didn't really pay attention to the road. I was more so paying attention to the actual what was going on in the yard.
And you described for us what you saw. Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were close to one another, correct?
From what I can remember, yes.
And they were to the left of the red bush?
Yes. Like in the more spacious area, yeah.
And you recall that Tyler De Silva was speaking to Tyler Rich, correct?
Yes.
And what do you recall Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
I don't recall. I think he was just kind of there backing him up. He might have said a couple words. I don't remember.
And you said you heard it get louder as you squeezed through between those cars, right?
Right. So when I was walking right about the bed of the truck is when I heard it start to get louder, like right as I got in the middle of the bed. And I'm talking on the driver's side still. So when I was still on the driver's side walking, I heard it get a little louder. And then as I was squeezing through is when I heard the punching sound.
You heard someone get punched in the face, right?
Yes.
You described that as being a hard punch, right?
Yes.
A loud bang, right?
Yes.
Not a rock.
Not a rock.
That's how you described it. It wasn't a rock.
Yes.
And you said you know what that sounds like as far as a hard punch, right?
I mean, I assumed it was a punch from previous either movies or whatever. I mean, I know what a punch sounds like.
So you know what a punch sounds like, and you heard that hard punch, and that was somebody getting punched in the face, correct?
Correct.
And that was Mr. Valle getting punched in the face, wasn't it?
I don't recall who it was at all that got punched, but I know there was a punching sound, and that's kind of when it all started.
As you emerged from between the two vehicles after this punching sound, did you already have your phone out?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so as you emerged, you could see that Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva were down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you could see that Tyler De Silva was on his knees and he had his shirt sort of pulled up over his head, sort of hockey style, right?
Yes.
And you said you weren't trying to break him up at that point, you just wanted to see what was going on, right?
Yeah.
You thought Tyler Rich could handle himself, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you would agree, you pulled out your phone, you turned it on, and you started filming what was going on, right?
Yes.
You were doing that as a Snapchat or as something that was on your camera? How were you? What were you using?
So I just had Snapchat, and when you open the app, it's got like a big circle for you to video stuff or take a picture. It's like the main screen when you click on it. Like still to this day, if you click on the app, it just brings up that picture where you could take a video. So I had my phone out. You could see the flash was on, so I was trying to get what was happening on video to show the two individuals back by the Belgian blocks like I had mentioned before.
Right, the two girls. You were going to show them this video, right?
Yeah.
In fact, you said you were going to show them the video because they had had some sort of previous interaction, and you wanted to show them and say, look at this video of Tyler getting what?
Tyler just in a tussle with Tyler Rich. I didn't know if they could see it from their view because there were some people outside. So I just, again, I was 17, probably shouldn't have videoed it. Wasn't really that funny, but in the moment, I thought it was funny, or not really funny, but I just thought it was something that I could show them, so I did. But it was definitely not the smartest choice.
You were taking a video of somebody getting attacked, and you were going to show that to some girls. Is that true?
I wouldn't say anyone was being attacked. I think it was pretty mutual. There was a tussle going on the floor. You see Tyler De Silva's shirt pulled up, but Tyler Rich is also under him. And there was definitely something going on. But I wouldn't say it was doing it because I thought it was funny of somebody being attacked. Like you just said, no, that wasn't the reason.
Well, you told us you thought it was funny at the time, right?
I thought it was something that would be worth showing the girls, yes. I was also 17, so not the same person. I probably would definitely not take a video if I was in that situation again.
At the time, you took the video because you thought it was amusing and you wanted to show these two girls.
Again, not amusing. I just thought it was something that was worth showing them because of the previous interaction, like you just said.
Because of the previous interaction that one of the girls had had with Tyler De Silva, you believed.
Correct.
And that interaction you thought would make it so that she would want to see Tyler De Silva getting attacked by Alec Bernstein, Tyler Rich, Sal Perry, Michael Samperi. That's what you were filming, right?
I'm going to object based on what the individual would have wanted to see. I think that was the form of the question.
I'll sustain the objection.
You told us that you thought Lily would want to see this video, correct?
I didn't know if she would want to. I just was showing it to her and her friend.
You told us you understood that Lily had had some sort of previous interaction with Tyler De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And that based on your understanding of that previous interaction with Tyler De Silva, you wanted to show her this video, correct?
Correct.
And you said, look at this video of Tyler getting, and then you trailed off. And it was Tyler getting what?
When did I say, look at this video of Tyler getting? So I was just saying, look at this video.
You don't recall giving that answer to the state's attorney when you were asked on direct about this video?
I don't recall, but I do recall saying, hey, look at this video. If I said, look at this video of a fight, look at this video of Tyler, look at this video of Tyler and Tyler, I have no idea what I said exactly, but I know that I went and showed them the video, which is what took my attention for a split second off of the fight.
Because that video was like a trophy, right?
I have plenty of trophies. I don't need any video trophies. I don't know what that even means.
Well, you were preserving to share with somebody else what was going on when Tyler was being attacked, right?
Not attacked, and I wasn't preserving it because if I really cared to preserve it, I would have instantly saved the video, which you have to do on Snapchat, which it probably would have been more evidence for this case if I had saved it. So I actually think about it quite often. I wish I saved it, but I didn't.
You didn't save it, right?
No.
Because you weren't taking it to save it to show it to the police, were you?
No.
That wasn't the kind of video that you would want to share with the police, was it?
No, I would love to have shared it with them after what had happened, but in the instance, no, I wasn't thinking of the police at all.
Well, you were thinking about the police before, you told us, because you didn't want them to come rolling up and everybody get in trouble. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you didn't want to show them this video for the same reasons, correct? This video would show your friends involved in a fight, right?
No, because there was nothing too bad in the video, and like I said, the video was deleted. If I had had the video, I probably would have showed them. But the video was instantly deleted when I heard my friend screaming, he's got a knife. So I put my phone down in my pocket, and on Snapchat, when there's a swiping down motion and the video was never saved, it deletes it for good. And that's what had happened, because an hour later when I pulled my phone out, there was no video.
You were just unable to save the video and you inadvertently deleted it. Is that your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You said you were 5 seconds into the video showing it to the girls, correct?
Yeah, just about, yeah.
So you could have saved it, but you didn't. You were showing it to somebody.
Yeah, I was showing it. Then I heard somebody screaming that an individual has a knife, which takes priority over anything.
And you watched some of the video that was taken by Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Yes.
And you said you thought that that was Faison Teal saying, let's go in the video?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that? I don't know what you mean.
Do you recall telling the state's attorney when he asked you who said, let's go, that you thought that was Faison Teal?
I just know that Tanner said, yes, sir, in the beginning. That's Tanner's voice. And I am strongly in belief that Faison was who said whatever was said afterwards. Yes.
we went through a series of still shots from that same video. I'm going to show you some of those. This is Exhibit 61. Do you recall seeing that before?
Yes, sir.
And you identified yourself right here looking at the camera wearing pink shorts and a white shirt with your camera out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, who did you say this person was beside you?
Sal Perry, I think.
And who's this person in front of Sal?
I don't think the state's attorney used this photo to identify whoever that person was because I can't really tell.
You can't tell who that person is.
No.
Can you tell who this person is?
No, it looks like a white blur. I can't see anything outside of me and Sal.
Okay. Then you were shown this still shot, correct?
Correct.
You identified this.
I'm sorry, Attorney Smith, what exhibit is that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
That is Exhibit 63.
Thank you.
State's Exhibit 63. You identified this person as Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who's this person?
Sal Perry?
Sal Perry is in front of Ryan Hines.
Yes.
You identified this person in front of Sal Perry as being Alex Bernstein, correct?
Yes, sir.
You identified this person in the black shirt that's in front of him wearing a red hat as being Michael Sampieri, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a person in a white shirt over towards the right-hand side of this that I'm pointing to?
Yeah, I see.
Do you know who that is?
I can't make out who that is, sir.
You were also shown State's Exhibit 65. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
You identified this person in the foreground wearing the white shirt and the black shorts as being Charlie Connery?
Yes.
Can you identify this person walking behind him wearing a gray shirt and black shorts?
Yeah, it looks like Joey Romano.
Joey Romano?
Yes.
How do you know Joey Romano?
He's quite a bit older than me. I want to say 3 grades older than me. So only 2 grades older than Tyler. I know him through other people. I think I played sports with him back in the day when I was in like Little League baseball, but no real serious relationship with him.
So he was considerably older than you.
Yeah.
You spoke to police that night twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You gave them a statement at 1 in the morning and then a statement again to Detective Bango at 2 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not see a weapon or the stabbing during the fight, correct?
Yeah, I didn't see it in the fight. Yes, sir.
You claim that the only time you saw what you've described as a switchblade with a long, pointed blade was when you were down speaking with Mr. Valle around the bushes by 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
The only time I saw a weapon in the form of a 3-inch blade, I don't know if it had grooves, I don't know if it was a switchblade, but whatever weapon I saw in his hand, yes, that's the only time I saw it.
And you believe that the police arrived after the paramedics, correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
That's your testimony now that you don't recall telling Detective Bango that you heard people say that Mr. Valle was flashing a knife outside the car window.
So, question, because you said to me that I said that he was flashing it, and now you're saying to me that I said I heard people say that. So maybe if I heard people say that, that's what I said. I never said that he was flashing it outside the car window. I don't recall ever saying that. If other people said that to me, and that's what I said on the statement, maybe I said that. But I definitely don't recall seeing him flashing anything outside of the one time I saw it from our interaction.
Well, you do recall telling us that the reason that you went out there was to do the right thing, right?
Went out where?
Out into the front yard when the car came back.
Yes.
And in your mind, doing the right thing was filming this fight so that you could show it to Lily and another girl, correct?
So in the moment of being in the basement, the right thing was go outside, because I'm not going to sit in the basement when a bunch of my friends are outside dealing with something, whatever that may be. I also was in a very tight friend group, Tyler Rich being one of them, so I wanted to be present. God forbid anything happened, which it did. So in my eyes, I was still doing the right thing by being out there.
You consider yourself a protector of your friends?
No, I just consider myself a friend of my friends.
You wouldn't want to see your friends get into any trouble?
Who would? No, I wouldn't.
And you didn't tell the cops about filming this and showing it to these girls, did you?
I don't think I even remembered exactly filming it until I had watched that video and pointed myself out and was like, oh my God, that's me, I think. But when I spoke with the cops directly, it had nothing to do with being afraid to show the cops. I just don't think I remembered to bring that up. It wasn't really that important at the time.
You weren't going to tell them unless they asked you about it?
No, I don't recall. I don't know if I was planning on telling them or not.
Or you weren't going to tell them at all?
I don't recall.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Fiola, did you intentionally delete that video that you were taking that night on 40?
No, sir. No, sir.
Had you saved that video, would you have given it to the police?
1,000%.
No further questions.
Anything on that limited redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can exit the witness box. You're all set. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit. Okay. Thank you. Does the state have any additional witnesses for today?
We do, Your Honor. We call Faison Teal.
Okay.
May we approach?
Certainly, yes. You can come on in. Thank you. You can come right up to the witness stand here. So step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk's going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spell your last name.
Faison Brewington 2, Faison BrewingtonTele.
Please state your address.
My address is 2 Emily Road, Shelton, Connecticut.
All right, sir, you may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Good. You nervous?
A little bit.
Faison, how old are you?
I'm 20 years of age.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
I'm a fourth-year student at the University of New Haven.
And have we met before today?
Yes, we have.
Why did we meet?
We met regarding the incident that occurred on May 14th, 2022.
And how many times have we met? A couple times?
A couple times, yeah.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 17 years of age.
And were you in school?
Yeah, I was.
Where were you in school?
Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yes, I did.
What sports did you play?
I played football.
And I want to direct your attention to that day.
Yes.
Was there an occasion where you went to a house located at 44 Pawtucket Ave?
Yes, there was.
All right. Tell us why you went to that house.
So I was at my friend Rodrigo Crespo's house for my friend Antonio Capamola's surprise birthday party.
And how long were you there for?
I was there for maybe like an hour.
And do you recall what time you got there?
I got there around 9 p.m.
And so you were there from between 9 and 10 p.m.?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you leave there?
Yes, I did.
Why did you leave?
I left to go to Tyler Rich's house because Roddy's party was done at the house.
And why did you go to Tyler Rich's house?
It's a regular thing to do. He texted us to come there. Yeah.
So you went there?
Yeah.
How did you go over there?
I was with my friend Jeremy Oko. He was driving.
Okay. When you were at 44 Pawtucket Avenue, what kind of party was that other than a surprise party? Were you guys hanging out?
Yeah, hanging out, high school party.
When you say high school party, did you have any alcohol to drink at this high school party?
Yes, I did.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking beer.
And how many beers would you say you had?
I had about like 2.
And when you left, when Jeremy Oko brought you to Tyler Rich's house, I'm going to show you this exhibit real quick. Exhibit 5. You know whose house that is?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
And that's the house you went to that night?
Yes, sir.
And when you went over to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022, did you bring any alcohol with you?
No, I don't believe so.
When you got there at Tyler Rich's house, did you go right in the house when you got there?
Yeah, I went right into the house.
And was it just you and Jeremy Oko in the car?
It was me, Jeremy Oko, Jacob Villalobos, Matthew Moore Sanchez, and Aida Aul.
And when you got there, you said, where did you say you walked in the house?
No, I walked in like through the backyard.
Okay. What side? You're looking at this exhibit.
Yeah.
To the right.
To the right. Like, kind of, well, not to the right, like straight, and then like around the house to the right.
So if I'm pointing to this area here.
Yeah.
Okay, in front of the blue pickup truck where it's open, you can kind of see like a. You can kind of see a.
Yeah, like a little opening. Yeah.
Is that where you went in?
Yeah, I went around and through the back.
All right. And what kind of entrance is over there?
Over there, it's an entrance to the basement.
Okay. And you walk down into the basement?
Yeah.
Now, when you got to the basement, what kind of things were going on in the basement?
People just chilling.
All right. When you say chilling, what does that mean? The jury doesn't know. You got to explain that.
Just like hanging out, drinking a little bit, I guess, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. And there was alcohol being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you have any alcohol yourself?
Yes.
And what were you drinking?
2 Bud Lights.
And outside of the 2 Bud Lights, did you have anything else to drink that night?
No, sir.
So you had 2 at 44 Pawtucket, 2 at Tyler Rich's house.
Yes, sir.
And you got there at about 10 p.m.
Yeah, like around like 10:15.
What kind of night was it? Was it dark? Was it pitch black?
It was a regular night, like dark a little bit.
When you were outside before you got into Tyler Rich's house, could you see inside? Can you see outside and notice?
Yeah.
Was there anybody outside when you got to Tyler Rich's
When
house?
I got to Tyler Rich's, no.
Okay. And how do you know Tyler Rich?
He's a really good friend of mine. I met him when I first came to Shelton. Always been close with him, played football with him. He really brought me around everyone. Picked me up for school every day. Yeah.
Okay. You know who this is? This is State's Exhibit 54. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's me.
State's Exhibit 56. Do you know who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
I played football with him. He was 2 years under me.
Younger than you?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 55. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Tommy Comrie.
How do you know Tommy?
Tommy's always friends with him. Met him through high school.
State's 57. Do you know who that is? State's 57.
Yes.
Who's that?
Jimmy McGrath.
Do you know Jimmy McGrath?
Yes, I did.
How do you know Jimmy?
I was friends with him.
Now, on May 14th of 22, were these individuals at Tyler Rich's house at the time?
Yes, they were.
Do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I do.
Was he present at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, he was.
How about Sal Perry? Was he there?
Yes.
What about Mike Samperi?
Yes.
What about Charlie Connery? Was he there?
Yes.
And how about Jake Villalobos?
Yes, he was there.
He was there because you went there with him, right?
Yeah.
And how about Matt Lockovich? You know Matt Lockovich?
Yes, I know Matthew Lockovich.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, he was.
All right. Now, when you got to, if I may have, when you got to when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, what were you wearing that night? Do you
Me,
recall?
I was wearing a rubber ducky Marvel T-shirt.
show you State's Exhibit 23.
Yes.
You recognize State's Exhibit 23?
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
That's the shirt I was wearing that night.
When you got there, you were chilling out with your friends in the basement. How long would you say you were there for?
Like in the basement?
Yeah.
Probably like 15, 20 minutes, give or take.
After about 15 or 20 minutes, did withdrawn. You're familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He played football with me.
And after about 15 or 20 minutes, did Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik show up at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, they did.
And when they showed up at Tyler Rich's house, did you speak with them?
Briefly, yes.
And in speaking with them, not with what they said, but when you spoke to them, were you informed about an incident that occurred prior to Tyler Rich's house over at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware of what had happened over on Lazy Brook Road with regards to Ryan Hines prior to Ryan and Griffin arriving at Tyler Rich's house?
No, I wasn't.
So you were informed when you got there that something had happened at Lazy Brook by them?
Yes.
Were you aware, based on that conversation, who that involved?
No, I wasn't aware yet on who it involved.
And after you spoke with them, withdrawn. Prior to speaking with Ryan and Griffin, were you aware of any group chat messaging that was going on in relation to that incident that happened on Lazy Brook Road?
No, I wasn't.
After speaking with Ryan and Griffin, were you made aware that there was a group chat messaging that was happening with regards to that?
No, I wasn't.
At any point during your interaction with anybody at Tyler Rich's house, were you aware of this group messaging that was going on?
Yes.
Okay, when did you become aware of it?
I would say, I believe it was Tanner who was talking about it.
And at some point in time, withdrawn, when Tanner informed you that this group messaging was going on, did that happen before or after individuals showed up to the house?
This was before. Wait. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Let me ask you this way. At some point in time, did individuals that were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of this group chat before that happened or after that happened?
Before that happened.
How long before?
Maybe about like 5 minutes, give or take.
Okay. And when those individuals showed up to to Tyler Rich's house, how were you made aware that they showed up to the house?
So someone, I do not recall who said, but someone said people were like pulling up the ties, and obviously I don't know who they was talking about. But
and when they said that, what if anything did you do as a result of that?
Well, I also was told that they had McDonald's, so me, I'm a big kid, so I was hungry. So
So you were made aware that they had McDonald's and you were hungry?
Yeah.
So at some point in time, did you exit Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I did.
And when you exited Tyler Rich's house, how did you leave the house?
I left through the back, and then next to that AC unit, came out towards the front area.
So you exited where the Bilco doors were? You exited through the Bilco doors?
Yes.
Again, if we're all on the same page here, State's Exhibit 5. You exited this area here?
Yes.
And I'm pointing to the area that looks like a circle clearing in front of the blue pickup truck and what appears to be looks like a mulch pile right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you exited that area, did you walk down? How did you walk down the driveway? How did you walk towards the car?
Like through the grass.
What's that?
Like through the grass. Through the driveway first, and then like across.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. When the car arrived at Tyler Rich's house, are you able to describe to the jury, using State's Exhibit 49, where you observed the car at that moment?
Yes.
Where was it?
It was across the street.
Okay. When you say across the street, can you describe where across the street?
It was on the right. Well, yeah, it was on the right-hand side. And it was.
Okay. Are we?
Well, yeah, yes.
Can you use some of the? Was it? It was on the right side of the street here.
Yeah, this side of the street over here. Oh, my bad. I forgot.
Okay.
It's on the right side of the street. Sorry.
So, let me know if I'm correct. I'm pointing right here, just to the area left of these bushes on the bottom of 49, on the right side of the road of Laurel Vine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Eric, can the record reflect that that's where I'm pointing?
Yes.
To the left of those trees on the bottom of Laurel Glen, States 49.
Court will let the record reflect.
So when you notice the car, was it parked on the side of the road? Was it in the middle of the road?
It was more like in the... It was like in the road, like near the side. It wasn't like exactly all the way over, though.
Okay. And so this is a picture of Tyler's house. Are you aware that the road this road right here on the lower left-hand portion of 49, that's Adams Drive?
Yes.
And do you know this road up here on the other side of Laurel Glen? Yeah.
I do not recall.
Okay. When the car arrived, was the car facing that way, or in other words, facing, I guess, upward in this picture, or facing towards Adams, if you can recall?
I do not recall.
All right. And when you went out of the house to approach the car, were you with anyone?
Yes, I was.
Who were you with?
It was me, Tyler Rich. I do not recall who else was with us.
How many people would you say were with you at the time?
Like around 5 to 7 people.
Okay.
Out there.
At some point in time, did more people come outside?
Yes.
Did you approach this vehicle at all?
Yes,
What kind
I
of
did.
car? Do you remember what kind of car it was?
It was like a black SUV.
Showing you States 30. Does that look like the vehicle that you saw that night?
Yes, it does.
And when you approached the vehicle, do you remember what side of the car you approached?
Yes.
What side?
Driver's side.
And when you approached the driver's side, how close to the car did you get when you went up to the car?
Pretty close.
When you say pretty close,
Like I was right next to the car.
so like a foot or two.
Yeah, like a foot or two, yes.
And based on the lighting that night, were you able to see inside the car?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were able to observe when you initially approached the car.
So when I first approached the car, I saw about 4 people in the vehicle.
You only saw about 4 people?
Yes.
Do you know if there were anybody else in the vehicle?
No, I do not know.
And did you recognize anybody in the vehicle that night?
Yes.
Who did you recognize?
Mackenzie Traficante.
And who else? Did you recognize anybody else?
No.
Who is Mackenzie Traficante?
Girl from Shelton.
And how do you know her?
I know her. I went to middle school with her.
And when you approached the car, did you have a conversation with anybody in the car?
At first, yeah.
Who did you have a conversation with?
I believe it was the driver because I was asking about the McDonald's, and then after that, I really backed off. I wasn't.
So you were asking about McDonald's to the driver, and you backed off?
Yeah, like they said, he was like, "No, we don't got a McDonald's," and I was like, "All right." So I really I was off towards the side after that, just like chilling, but I was so close to the car, like I wasn't like far away.
When you were initially talking to the driver, were you having? Did you indicate anything else to him other than whether or not he had McDonald's? Did you say anything else to him?
No.
And after you spoke to the driver, you said you moved away from the car?
Yeah.
Did you observe anything happen between your friends and the car while you were out there?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
So they started like arguing while they was like near the car, and then that's where I got closer and I started like screaming like, "Yo, y'all gotta leave! Like y'all gotta dip!" And
What
then,
did you say? You guys got to leave?
Yeah, you gotta leave. Yeah.
Okay. And what else did you say to them?
Oh, you like y'all gotta dip. Like that's like another.
What does that mean?
That's another term for like leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you say that loud?
Yeah, definitely.
And what happened when you were telling them to leave?
When I was telling them to leave, they like weren't moving at first, and then like we started like rocking the car, like back and forth. Then after that, they left. They went straight down the road, and they started like coming back and forth.
And when you say they went down the road, did they drive? Well, there's a map behind it. States Exhibit 1. You approach the driver's side door.
Yeah.
So was the car facing this way if you approach the driver's side door? Facing towards Farmhouse Lane?
Farmhouse, yes.
And which way did the car drive when they left?
They left. They went that way, then that way, then that way, then that way. They just kept driving back and forth.
And when they kept driving back and forth, what, if anything, was happening?
People were like chasing the car per se. Like they were running behind it. Like when it was going back and forth.
Do you recall if any of your friends threw anything at the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you recall being thrown at the car?
I'm pretty sure it was a beer can.
And was anything thrown from the car at any point?
Not that I recall.
Now, do you recall when the beer can was thrown at the car, do you know where, did it hit the car, do you recall?
Yeah.
Where did it hit the car?
I don't know, but I heard like a shatter.
Okay. So,
like a loud like thump.
Do you recall whether or not, can you see this?
Yeah.
Effect in the windshield?
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not was that caused by the beer can that was thrown? Do you know?
I don't recall.
But you heard some type of shatter?
Yeah, like a loud like thud.
Now, at some point in time, does the car stop driving back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about that. What do you recall about that happening?
When it stopped, there's some people over there. I didn't personally see what happened over there, but then
You say over there. Where did they stop?
where the car stopped.
Yeah, where do you recall where on the street the car
No,
stopped?
I don't recall.
Was it close to 43 Laurel Glen or was it further away?
A bit further away. It wasn't like right exactly there.
Was it closer to Adams or was it closer to Farmhouse Road?
It was definitely closer to Farmhouse.
Okay, so when the car stopped closer to Farmhouse Road, how did you see that it was stopped?
How did I see it was stopped?
Where were you?
I was like, near. I was like on the side of the road.
You were on the side of the road in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah.
And how long would you say you were watching what was going on down the road when the car stopped?
Like 30 seconds, if that. Like
After 30 seconds, what did you do?
What did I do? Everybody just started coming back to the house.
Okay. And did you go back inside the house?
No.
Okay, what did you do?
I didn't. I was just like outside, like with the guys. Like
Yeah.
afterwards.
What were you doing outside with the guys?
You were chilling. Like everybody was amped up a little bit. Like after it all like took place.
Do you recall whether or not any of your friends went down the street after the car?
Yes.
Do you know who went down the street?
No, I do not recall.
Now, at some point in time, do you recall whether or not your friends came back from down the street?
Yes.
And when they came back down the street, what, if anything, did you do?
I was just waiting for them to come back. Like I was just dapping people up. Like whatever after that. Like I was like giving high fives, like shaking hands after.
Why were you doing that?
Because they came back from running people off from the house.
Okay. And when they came back and you guys were chilling and you guys met back up, did you go have an occasion to go back inside the house?
No.
You stayed outside?
I stayed outside.
And at some point in time, when you were outside, did the car return?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when the car returned?
So when the car returned, two individuals got out of the motor vehicle and they came up to us around the front of the Rich's house. And when they came up,
I'm going to show you stage 4.
yeah,
Can you show me on stage 4 where they came up?
Where they came up? Yes. So
Just describe it.
just describe it. It's towards the grass, like kind of near the red bush.
So this red bush, did it come up the street here?
Yeah.
And at what point when the car was driving up here, did you see the two individuals get out?
When they were parked, when the car was stopped.
You remember where the car parked or where the car stopped?
Yes.
Where?
It was on the side, like where the grass is. Like,
Stage 52. Can you show on stage 52 where you recall the car stopped?
where I recall the car stopped.
Okay, so somewhere over here?
Yeah, somewhere over here.
Okay. The record can reflect, it's the bottom, near the mailbox on 52, Your Honor.
I'll let the record reflect it's near the mailbox, but it's to the right of the mailbox. Thank you.
And when the car stopped, you said you noticed individuals get out of the car?
Yes.
And who did you notice get out of the car?
Lito, and then Tyler De Silva.
Do you know Tyler De Silva?
Prior to that, no.
And do you recall what Tyler De Silva was wearing that night?
Yeah.
What was he wearing?
He had like a blue baseball jersey on.
And you said Lito. Do you know Lito?
Yeah, now I do, yes.
But prior to that night,
no.
And does Lito have a different name?
Raul.
Raul what?
Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Raul Valle. Thank you.
Now, did anybody else get out of the car that you recognized at that point?
No.
It was just those two individuals?
Just those two individuals.
And when they got out of the car, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how they were? Did they approach you and your friends?
Yes.
And how did they approach you?
Not like it was in their demeanor was looking like they were trying to start a problem.
Trying to start a problem?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to States 52, do you recall where on States 52 behind you, where they walked on the property?
Yeah.
The record can reflect he's motioning to what is the tree that is on States 52.
All right. Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
How close were the defendant and Mr. De Silva when they were approaching you and your friends on the property?
Like how close were they to me?
Yeah.
So at first I wasn't really close to them, and then when they were talking to Tyler Rich, he was at the front. I overheard them say, "Where's Aiden King?" And Aiden King, that's one of my close friends. So that's when I came towards the front because they said they was looking for Aiden.
Do you know who was asking for Aiden?
No, I do not recall.
Now, how close was the defendant and Tyler De Silva to each other when they were approaching you and your friends?
Like, how close were they to each other?
Yeah.
Like, probably like 2 feet apart.
Okay. And someone walked up asking for Aiden King?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were you close to Tyler De Silva or the defendant at any particular moment?
I was definitely closer to Raul, the defendant.
I'm sorry?
I was closer to the defendant.
Okay. And when you were, did you have an interaction with the defendant when you were close to him?
Yes.
And what was that interaction like?
I said, y'all gotta leave and get out of here.
And what was the defense reaction to you saying he had to leave?
Just like disregarded.
And did he argue with you?
Not with me personally, no.
Was he arguing with anybody?
Yes.
What was he doing?
They was just standing there and they was bickering with Tyler Rich, like arguing with him.
How long would you say the arguing back and forth lasted for?
Like 30 seconds, if that.
After 30 seconds, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
A punch was thrown.
Do you recall who threw that punch?
Yes, I do.
Who threw that punch?
Tyler Rich.
And you recall why he threw that punch?
No, I don't recall why.
Right before the punch was thrown, were you close to the defendant?
Yes.
And do you recall who out of your friends was near you at the time?
No, I do not recall, besides Tyler Rich.
Do you know Ty Wood?
Yes, I know Tyler Wood.
Do you recall if Ty Wood was near you at the time?
Yes, he was outside with us.
Was he near you before the punch was thrown?
Yes.
And you say you know Tommy Connery?
Yes.
Was Tommy Connery close to you at the time or no?
Not really. He was a bit, like, behind me,
Okay.
per se.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie near you at the time?
Not too close to me, no.
Now, when the punch was thrown, do you recall who got hit?
Yes.
Who got hit?
Tyler De Silva.
Tyler got hit?
Yes.
And when that happened, did the fight start?
Yes.
And describe what happened when the fight started.
So when the fight started, Tyler and De Silva went to the ground, and they was over there, like towards this area right here.
And where were you in relation to 52?
Right here. I was like around here, this area for a little bit.
Okay. So it's around near the tree?
Yeah, near the tree, yes.
And did you participate in the fight?
Yes, I did.
What did you do during the fight?
I was throwing some kicks.
Okay, what kind of kicks?
Like stomps.
Were they hard? Were they soft? What kind of?
They weren't too hard.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Why did I do that? Because these individuals that came on the Tyler Rich's property uninvited, trying to cause an issue.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you stop engaging in the fight?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because I was like, it was time to start breaking up the fight.
How long would you say it lasted for, your interaction?
My interaction, like 20 seconds, if that.
And when that was going on, were you closer to Tyler Da Silva or the defendant?
I do not recall.
But you were involved in the fight?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, tell us what happens after you stop fighting.
After I stopped fighting, stopped fighting, at first I see Tommy Convery on the ground, like with his legs. It's like he couldn't move.
Why couldn't he move?
He was stabbed. And
what did you observe about Tommy?
Like he was laying on the grass, like he like couldn't move at all, and there was just blood coming from his legs. And then I looked over to the right of him, and I seen Jimmy, like just sitting there bleeding out, and Sal and Jacob were like trying to help him. And then after that, someone came up to me with a flashlight, and it was like, "Face on your arm." And all I saw was like a big piece of fat like hanging out of my arm, and just blood like bleeding down the side of me.
Do you recall being stabbed that night?
No, I do not recall.
Do you recall seeing any weapon that night?
No.
Did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Do you recall whether or not? Do you recall why? Let's run. You don't recall being stabbed. Why don't you recall being stabbed?
There's so much like adrenaline flowing through my body, and I didn't even have an idea that there was a knife or anything, because I was just like turned around, kind of. I didn't really see anything happen at that point. Like after breaking up the fight, but then,
prior to your testimony today, did we review a video of the fight?
Yes, we did.
And I want to show you just a still from that movie. This is State's Exhibit 60. Okay. This is the, we're going to show you the slow motion version of State's Exhibit 60, frame number 178.
Yeah.
Counsel,
Yes, sir.
whenever you feel there's a good time to stop.
Okay, thank you. Stop it, actually, go back. Right there. At 171, we're going to do frame 171. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
171. Faison, who is this individual right here?
That's me.
Okay. You indicated before that you had a Marvel t-shirt on.
Yes.
Doesn't look like you have a Marvel t-shirt.
No, I did not have my shirt on anymore.
Why did you not have your shirt on?
One, it was hot, and two, I was just shirtless at that point in time. Like I took my shirt off, like myself. Yeah.
Your Honor, if this is a good moment to stop.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time to adjourn for the day. Obviously, the state is not done with its direct examination of the witness, so we'll pick back up with that later in the evidentiary portion of this trial. So I am going to remind you of your obligations and tell you that you must abide by the rules of juror conduct. I did describe those rules to you and that conduct that you have to follow in the beginning of the trial. I also have reiterated those rules throughout the course of the trial, so continue to abide by those rules. We will see you tomorrow, same time. Have a good evening. Thank you so much. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Motion adjourned.
All right. They are done for the day. Coming back tomorrow at 10. Just want to make sure that they actually go off. Usually when this judge says she's done for the day, they're done for the day. Other trials, they say, we're done for the day. They let the jury out, then they come back. So I just want to make sure before I go over my... Psychosaurus Rex, you said you had questions, so I didn't see them. He's out on bond. Yep. He made bond, $2 million bond, Sherry. Psychosaurus Rex, drop your question again. I saw you had questions. Yeah, I'm going with Valle. Because 2 L's is always, Valle. Yeah, he's out on $2 million bond. All right, seems like they're done. All right, we're going to say that they're done for the day. All right. So, all right, let's review testimony. Psychosaurus, while I'm looking, what were your questions? Because once I get into my review, I don't have time to look at the chat, as our mods know. When I'm focused on my recap, I'm not looking at the chat. So if you have a question for me, ask it now. And then hopefully I'll get to it later, or I'll look at it right now. I know there's a delay. Plus there's a delay, as our mods know. All right, I'm going to get to our recap. Oops, oh my goodness. All right. What the heck? You okay, kiddo? Wow, she just got scared. She was sleeping. Did you just get scared? Just got scared. Yeah. All right. Good girl. All right. All right. So recap. So coming out of the break, it was Enrico Fiola. Okay, was coming out of the break. Okay, so he was under cross still. All right. So there was 25 to 35 kids in the basement. He said he went back inside to do the right thing. So he saw other people in the yard, probably 15 to 20. He just saw Raul and Tyler, and the Honda drove up as the fight was going on. He wasn't paying attention to the road. The two Tylers were talking, and Raul was there not doing anything. So he said he heard a loud bang, not a rock. He assumed it was a punch from the movies. He says, I know what a punch sounds like. Hold on. Oh, I just lost my place. He's not sure who received the punch. He said there was a tussle going on, and Tyler Silva's shirt was pulled up, and Tyler Rich was on the bottom. He thought it was something worth showing the girls. He wouldn't do it at this age. He was asked, you wanted it as a trophy? He says, I have plenty of trophies. I don't need a video trophy. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Enrico definitely he was chippy. He definitely had a little chip on his shoulder there. He says he would have loved to have shown it to law enforcement after, but he wasn't thinking about that at the time. So he says, Face on Teal says, let's go. He says, Tanner said, yes, sir. We heard Tanner say, yes, sir, but he strongly believes Face On said whatever was said after that. Then Joey Romano comes in. I thought he was going to say Joey Ramone. Joey Romano comes into the chat, or comes into the fray here. He's 3 years older, 3 grades older, so 3 years older. He says he spoke to law enforcement twice that night, one at 1 a.m. and then another time at 2 a.m. He doesn't recall Raul flashing the knife outside the window. He considers himself a friend of his friends, but he doesn't consider himself a protector of his friends. So then redirect, he didn't intentionally delete the video, and he says 1,000 times, 1,000%, I would have given that video to law enforcement. He says 1,000%. He was very adamant about that, 1,000%. And I believe him. Why not? Why wouldn't you give it to the cops? Right? I so wish that Ring camera had been working. There was a Ring camera installed on the garage up above, would have shown everything. Yes, sadly, we would have seen 4 kids get stabbed, but it would have shown everything. All right, then Faison Teal gets up. I like Faison. He's cool. I would definitely hang out with Faison. So he was, as you can see, he was a stabbing victim. He went to Shelton High. He's going to the University of New Haven right now. He was 17 in May of 2022. He played football. You know he played football. He's a big dude, right? So he was at his friend's house for another surprise birthday party. So there's a surprise birthday party for another buddy of his. So he was there from like 9 to 10. So that party didn't last long. It only lasted an hour. Not a very good party, right? So they bounced. So they head over to Tyler's house because Tyler texted him. He said he drank 2 beers at the birthday party, then he drank 2 more beers at the Tyler's party. So he had 4 beers. And again, these are Bud Lights. If you guys know anything about light beer, it's like water. And for me, ultimately, it gives me headaches. That's why I stay away from light beer. I'm just not a fan of them. But I've had light beers before, and they're just, you literally can drink like, I'm not being facetious, you can drink like 8 beers, and it's like you're really not feeling much because it's like water. That's just me. Maybe not these guys because they're young. I get it. So anyway, so Jeremy drove him over to Tyler's house around 10:15. He said he walked through the backyard. He says people were chilling, hanging out, drinking a little. So he had 4 altogether. So he had 2 at the birthday party, 2 at the other party. He says Tyler Rich is a really good friend of his, and Tyler said that he got picked up for school every day. So Tyler would pick up Faison. Nice guy, right? That's a really nice dude. He would pick up Faison and drive him to school. He says Ryan Heinz was 3 years younger than him. That's really surprising. Wow, so they were like sophomores or freshmen. Okay, so that means Griffin and Ryan. Ryan's the one that came to the Lazy Brook house and had his beard taken away. So they're younger. These guys were seniors, then they were that means they were freshmen or sophomore. Wow, depending on how you count the years. I would say freshmen then. So young kids to be showing up at a party where there's 18, 19, 20-year-olds. So let's see. Tommy Connery was a good friend of his. He was friends with Jimmy. Jake Villalobos came with him in the car. So he was wearing a Rubber Ducky Marvel t-shirt. I love Faison. He's just awesome. Ryan and Griffin showed up and he spoke with them briefly. He was told about this Lazy Brook party incident. So that's where Ryan and Griffin were at this Lazy Brook party because the girls lacrosse team was having a party there. They were told about the party. They showed up. Raul and Jake and his buddies, De Silva were there. They're the ones that stole the beer from Ryan, Tyler De Silva and Ryan got in a fight there. So then they left beerless. They didn't have their beer, so they left. And they go up to this other party, and then that's when they're telling all their kids, all their buddies there, hey, we just got jumped by these guys from St. Joe's. So that's how this all kind of got started. Let's see. He wasn't aware who was involved at that other party incident. Tanner was talking about a group chat. Then don't forget there's this group chat. People not invited show up. He knew about the group chat maybe 5 minutes before these the St. Joe's kids show up. Someone said people were pulling up at Tyler's. He was told. So he was told. Faison was told that they had McDonald's, and he said, so me being a big kid, I was hungry. Gotta love him. That's just awesome. So he saw the car in the road. He said it was him, Tyler Rich, maybe 5 to 7 other people were outside, but more then came out later. He said it was a black SUV, so we know it's definitely not black, but that's what he saw. He approached the driver's side. He said he got pretty close. He was like a foot or two away. Let me write a foot or two away. He saw 4 people inside. He recognized Mackenzie. So Mackenzie's in there. And he knew her from Shelton. So Shelton is a high school, and he said he went to middle school with her. So it seems like, everybody goes either to elementary school or middle school, and then they all break off, and they either continue to go to public school or they go to, like Jimmy went to Fairfield Prep, the St. Joe's kids, they all, then they go, everybody kind of splits up and goes to different high schools. He said he talked to the driver about McDonald's and he was told no, so he backed off. He said he heard people arguing and then he started to scream, "Hey, you got to leave, you got to dip." People started rocking the car and they left, and then the car left towards Farmhouse Road. Then they started coming back and forth. He said they went back and forth a couple times. He says people were chasing the car. They were running behind it. He said people threw a beer can at the car. He said he didn't see anyone throw anything from the car, but he said he heard a shatter and a loud thump that came from the car. So he's kind of confirming that this car windshield got shattered by, I mean, again, is that self-defense? Your car's being rocked, you're getting stuff thrown at, but you're throwing stuff as well. You're getting sprayed by WD-40. I mean, is it self-defense? No, they could have very easily just driven away, but they didn't. So, just gets so messy. So the friends that went after the car, they came back. He said he was giving high fives because they came back from running people off. He said 2 people got out. They came around. So Tyler D and Raul got out. He didn't know Tyler or Raul at that point, although he now knows him as Lito. Everybody knows Raul as Lito. He looked like, they looked like they were going to start a problem. So he was closer to Raul and he said, you all have to leave. You got to get out of here. He said Raul just disregarded him, but he didn't argue with him. He said Raul was arguing with Tyler Rich. He said it was 30 seconds, if that. So Tyler Rich threw a punch. He doesn't know why, but Tyler Rich threw the first punch. Now, Tyler says he threw that punch because I think he said Raul was going to swing a punch at his buddy. So that's why he threw a punch. Yeah, it's so messy. I really wish we had ring of this, you know. Ty Wood was close by, so Tyler De Silva got hit, and then that's when the fight started. So then the Tylers went to the ground. He said he threw in some kicks and stomps. And I'm sure he's going to get crossed on that. So you threw in some stomps, and he said, but not too hard. That doesn't look, I like your face on, but that doesn't look too good. You did some stomping on somebody who's on the ground. See, then do you fault Raul for trying to defend his buddy who's getting stomped? But if they weren't there in this first situation, they wouldn't be there. He wouldn't have to be there to defend himself, right? It's like this whole chicken and egg thing. Who was there? Who started it? It sounds like Tyler Rich started it, but then why? He started it because these 2 kids showed up. This carload of kids show up and they get out. Why did they get out? It's like, it's so aggravating. So, okay, let's see. Okay, Fiola, thank you. So, where was Raul when he got sprayed? They were down by Farmhouse Roads. They were down the road. Remember, they got there. The initial car was being rocked. They blaze out. The kids, meaning Tyler Rich and his buddies, run after him. That's when he got sprayed, before they came back. 2, where did Raul and girlfriend go after he was sprayed and witness talked to him? That's him coming out of the bushes by that ring. So that's by the ring camera. Raul, what was the other thing? And was Raul helmet before or after? He had the helmet on at Lazy Brook. So Raul had the helmet on at Lazy Brook. That's where he supposedly headbutts Ryan Heinz, who's on the ground. Then as far as I know, nobody has said he's had a helmet on now. So then they show up at the house. The kids surrounded. They start rocking the SUV. They take off. The kids follow them down Farmhouse Road. They're throwing apparently the WD-40 gets thrown out. Tyler Rich picks up the WD-40, and then he sees Raul coming out of a bush at him, so he sprays him. Then they go back to the house, and then the St. Joe's kids show up. They get out of the car. That's when the fight happens, and then he gets stabbed. And then these 4 kids get stabbed. So I hope that helps. Hope that helps you, Psychosaurus. Thank you, Fiola, for pulling that up. All right. So we get so the stomping. Yeah. So he says not too hard. He was not stomping too hard. He was doing that because these kids, they came on property uninvited. Fair. They did. They came on uninvited, and they were trying to cause an issue. Totally fair. That's what I'm saying. It's like a chicken or egg. Who started this? Nobody's right. Everybody's wrong. He says his interaction lasted 20 seconds. After he stopped fighting, he saw Tommy Connery on the ground. He couldn't move because he was stabbed. He was laying on the grass. He said there was blood on the ground. Oh, hold on. He said he saw Jimmy bleeding out. He saw Sal and Jacob were helping Jimmy. He then said somebody said to him, "Hey, face on your arm." And he said, he shows us, he goes like this. He's like, there's like a bunch of fat hanging off of his arm. So he doesn't recall being stabbed due to adrenaline. He didn't see anything happen after he tried to break up the fight. He has reviewed the video. So his shirt was off. He had his shirt off, he says, because he was hot. He took the shirt off. So Joe, yeah, stomping not that hard is not valid. I know. He's going to just wait for defense. Defense is going to get after him. So you said you were stomping and you were throwing in some kicks. So stomping not too hard. What would not too hard be, sir? Face on, I love you, but oh man, that's one you're not going to be able to get out of. Out and about with Diane. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Dwayne, you're taking off. All right. See you. Yep. See you tomorrow, Dwayne. Appreciate it. My mic keeps cutting out. How's my audio, guys? Audio okay? Audio bad? Let me know. How's the audio? Is it okay for everybody else? Let me know how my audio is. Baca says defendants should have left and not returned. I agree, Baca. But their windshield was cracked. They had kids shaking the car. Sound keeps going in and out. How's my audio? Audio is okay. Audio is good for you, Psychosaurus Rex says. Aaron says audio is okay. Let me check some filters. Audio is fine. Daisy, you keep losing your audio. Refresh your stream. Yeah, try refreshing, guys. I think our audio is okay. Just try refreshing. That's all. I know, not on your end. Sorry, LW. Yep. So Nina says, had to exit video, then come back. Sound is good now. Susie said, went back, came back. Yeah, so just refresh, you guys. Just go ahead and refresh. You know the deal. You know the deal with internet and connections and YouTube. Just go ahead and refresh. Kate says, if audio is bad, go out, come back in. It fixes it. Audio is fairly ambivalent. That is true. Yeah, just go ahead and refresh. Come back in. Baca says, just had to refresh. That's all. Just had to refresh. All right. So we heard from 3 witnesses today. We're up to 13. We heard from Tyler Rich, who had the party where the stabbing happened. We heard from Enrico Fiola. He was at that party. He witnessed everything. He helped Jimmy in his last breaths, unfortunately. And then we heard from Faison Teal, who was a stabbing victim himself. So, all right. Kenya. Oh, good to see you, Kenya. Audio is awesome. Thank you for that. If Raul never showed up, it would have never happened. It is all his fault, in my humble opinion. And have we heard anything about Carlos's trial? Kenya, I agree with you. If they had not shown back up, this wouldn't have happened. Yeah, that's unfortunately what would have happened. But since he was there, then we have to look at, was he defending himself and his buddies? I don't know. It's a hard one. This is going to be a hard one. I want to hear from the defense for sure. Nothing on Carlos. Still, Carlos is. I called the court. Well, I called the court and they were busy. So let's see. Father says to me, he started a fight, then FO. Is that what I think it is? Is that F off? I'm not quite sure what FO means. Joe Schmo says ambivalent, ambiguous, ambidextrous. What great ambiance. And Zach is amphibious. Capri Law just rolling in. Only lurked today, but wanted to say hello. Irish Amy, Joe Schmo being a thesaurus rex. Messed around and found out. Got it. Got it. He started the fight. Yeah. It's hard. So I'll do a poll. We'll do a poll tomorrow. Well, I guess we could do a poll tomorrow. Just see where you guys stand. You know, how you, what side you stand right now. I know it's early in the testimony and everything, but we have heard enough now that I think we're forming opinions. I know we're not supposed to form opinions. We're supposed to wait for everything, but it'll be interesting to see what you guys think. So, all right. I think that's about it for today, you guys. Thank you for helping us get us over 8,000 subscribers, or 88, I should say. We started with 8,600 and we're up to 88. We got 2,000 subscribers today, I think. No, 200 subscribers. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you to all the new chatters coming in. We really appreciate it. Appreciate your support. For those that did give super stickers and super chats, thank you so much for that. If you do want to support us, you can become a member here. We're on Patreon, buy a cup of coffee, Venmo. If you like what you see, definitely drop a comment. And we have some great things lined up for you. We had a great stream with Joe Schmo, who is with us in the chat today. Definitely go and support his channel. Florida PI Sam. She is a private investigator here in Florida. She is a honorary mod. She does come in every once in a while, but we did a live stream with Tanika's 2 cents. Tanika from Tanika's 2 cents. Joe Schmo, who is in the chat with us right now, and Florida PI Sam. So all great supporters of our channel. We support them as well. So definitely be sure to go give them support as well. We talked about Lori Daybell and the digital evidence. We talked about that on Saturday. We did a stream with all 4 of us got together. So that was a great panel. So definitely go check those 3 out. Tomorrow we are going to pick up on day 4. So tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, we'll start at 9:45. So 9:45 Eastern tomorrow. And we have, what's coming up? Stefan Stearns is going to be next month. So once we finish with this, we still have Carlos. We still have Carlos Dominguez floating out there too, which is crazy. So let's see. No, I wouldn't say that, Kate, but appreciate that. Still me. Still just me and Super Ball and Paulie and Rafa and the 4 kittens. Oh, and we got adopted by another cat. We had a black cat now that has adopted us. So we got to sort that out. Alexa Rose, you're still behind. All right. Well, it's okay. You got time to go catch up. Let's see. LW350, we'll see later on when the defense puts on its case, but you're leaning towards not self-defense. Will we be covering Brian Kohberger? We will not, Psychosaurus. We have made a decision not to cover Brian Kohberger. I know a lot of people are probably going to be covering that. That's going to be another Karen Reed situation. So we will probably not. We'll pick up another trial. So, yeah, Kate, yet another one. We heard a meowing, and Rafa came running in this morning, and then this little kitten. Rafa and Paulie basically adopted us right around this time last year, and this little kitten is about the same size as they were last year, so that's why I'm thinking it's probably about 2 months old. But it was meowing up a storm, so I gave it some food. So, Psychosaurus, I don't want to go somewhere else for that. I know. But then you have Angela saying, no, thank you. So that's the struggle. That's the struggle we have. We're going to have half of our people want to watch it. The other half are going to say, the other half is going to say no. So it's going to be like Karen Reed. We're going to offer, if you don't want to watch Brian Kohberger, come over here. If you didn't want to watch Karen Reed, come over to us. So that's kind of where we stand. Unfortunately, yeah. Kohberger's going to be like, sorry, Missy, only fam. Kohberger's going to be like 5 months. We just cannot. We can't. I can't do that. So anyway, I am going to say goodbye for now. So thank you for joining us. Thank you, Aaron, for joining, for creating everything, working on the back end, telling me my mic was off. Thank you to our mod squad for also alerting me. And with that, I say goodbye. Little Super Ball says goodbye. a sweet little Super Bowl hanging out. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:45, 9:45 Eastern. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Really appreciate it. And do I have Paulie? Here, hold on a sec. Let me just hold on just 1 second. Let's do this real quick. Oh, nope, don't want to do that. All right, guys. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah.